Hello, wherever you are around the world. Thank you for tuning in to this, the Auckland Calling Weekend 2021. My name is Callum Gittins. I have with me Ian Kenderdine and Kieran McIntaggart. We are going to be your commentary team for this weekend. We're going to have a lot of guest commentators here. The energy in this building is fantastic. We have 250 players all competing for the coveted title of Auckland Calling Champion, the trophy, and a slice of $10,000. And I got to say, with a lot on the line, I wish I was out there playing.
Absolutely. I know from playing previous callings, previous big tournaments myself, especially right around now when the round one pairings are pretty much nearly ready to go up, the end of deck construction, you're feeling the nerves, particularly in a big tournament like this with the structure the way it goes. You can really only afford to lose one round during the Swiss if you want to make the cut to top 32 drafts. There's a lot on the line who's going to etch their name in the history books.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course this is the first professional level tournament with Monarch, so it's going to be the first time a Monarch hero has got the opportunity to go onto that leaderboard, that Hall of Fame, and early signs are that Prism seems to be the hero that a lot of people are thinking is going to take them to that top 32.
She's definitely the boogeyman of the format, boogeywoman of the format, I should say. Ian, I just want to ask, so you've been with the game from the very, very beginning. You would have commentated the earliest callings. Now, I believe the first ever calling was a sealed format. Is that right?
That is correct, yeah, absolutely. Back in Welcome to Wraith, everyone was new to the game. We probably didn't block as well as we should have. We probably, it's been exciting, and it's such a short period of time just how the game's developed, how Monarch has bring so many new developments. We've got Shadow, we've got Light, we've got some crazy skills from Bolton to Prism, even Chain with the Soul Shackles, and of course, as people who follow me know, Levia. Yes. A Brute. It's great to see a Brute has a 1 in 4 chance of winning this tournament.
Are you picking Levia to take it all down?
It's going to take a brave person to draft strongly Levia, but if you can do it, I think Levia's got a shot at winning this tournament.
Yeah, because that's actually one thing I wanted to cover, because like we say, I feel in the very early goings, we've seen Prism really do quite well, and I think a bit of that's because Prism has all these undercosted attacks based on the ratio. You have blue attacks that cost 2 and hit for 5, and you have these on-hit effects that they go into Soul or make a Spectral Shield or deal additional damage. I have been looking a little bit at some of the early sealed skirmishes, and I've seen some people have been playing Levia to really good effect. One thing I'll really be keeping an eye on today is seeing how people adjust to the metagame, because I do wonder if Levia has a lot of these 6 power attack action cards, really good at blowing up Phantasm. So it will be really interesting to see how the meta shakes out. If some of the top players are thinking, if there's going to be a lot of Prism players, maybe I just take my best Levia deck and see how it goes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. The card pool is a huge thing in both sealed and draft. 2 very different formats, even though they are both sealed formats. And I think any hero in sealed, if you get a really strong pool, all 4 of these heroes are very, very powerful.
Completely agree.
But this is why I think we'll see a lot of people playing Prism, because if your sealed pool hasn't absolutely shone a light on one of the other heroes, I think Prism is probably the safest default with a generic pool of nothing that's overly exciting in one of the other heroes.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, that's from playing the pre-releases and the sealed events that I've played so far. I've played a lot of Prism. I played against a lot of Prism. And I definitely believe that there's lots of different ways that you can play that deck, which is really interesting.
Totally.
Depending on what you open. If you open a lot of the big red Herald cards, then you can smack in there with those. But you can also kind of play a different game with, if you get a lot of blue resource cards, you can build up a big deck, a pile deck, as we like to call them, and try and protect a Spectral Shield, and maybe even put some glisten counters on there, chip in with that.
Yeah, because absolutely, I feel with Prism as well, it's one of those decks that, like you say, similar to Bravo in a way. It's a good sort of default deck, like the Bravo from Welcome to Wraith. I feel like Viserai from Arcane Rising. If you don't have all the cards to put together, you can still build around something like a red prismatic shield, making 3 spectral shields,
Absolutely.
like a red glisten or any color glisten. You can sort of build your deck around not having all these powerful cards, but your sort of the floor of the deck is still quite high, I feel, in a lot of senses, whereas some of the other decks as well, we haven't touched on Boltyn and Chain much, but decks like Boltyn, in a similar way, I feel there's cards like Lumina Ascension, which I know is majestic, but also V for Vanguard, the Boltyn specialization rare. You can build a deck with, you don't have to have the best Boltyn pool ever, but if you're pitching correctly, you've got enough charge cards, and you're building up for this really big turn. I've seen people really catch people off guard and have these massive turns.
Yeah, and also in something like Boltyn, the generic cards like the Minimalism, Belittles are really going to help you out. Surging Militia is an amazing card in Boltyn, and I think that is a card that once we get to the higher tables, you'll see that card play quite a bit.
That card is it's so funny because when we saw the spoilers come out, it flew under the radar. I thought I saw it initially and I thought it's generic. It defends for 2. It's not the greatest card, but then the first time somebody played it against me and I was at a low life total and I thought, I'll just defend. Wait, hang on.
Yeah.
Each card I defend with is going to make it harder.
It's great because it puts you in some really difficult spots. One cool combo that I'm keen to see this weekend as well with Prism, you can go something like Phantasmify into, Phantasmify +5, go into a Surging Militia with something like Dreamweavers.
Yeah.
And
even with Boltyn, I mean, last night, in fact, we were playing at the Battle Hardened. We had our team with our teammate Carol, who you might see here later on. But we opened a pool and we thought that the Boltyn pool wasn't particularly good.
No.
But he actually had the best record out of all of us because it's funny that the pumps and the cards that naturally pump themselves up, like Surging Militia, Stony Wood and Hog, things, so good in Boltyn because you can give them go again and then just come in with another attack.
Absolutely, and I think there's the one we haven't talked about the last class here is Chain. I feel Chain is one of those decks that, again, like Ian mentioned before, when you have any of these heroes with the right card pool or with the right draft is very strong, Chain, as I feel, can be quite difficult to play. Now, you're always playing that risk with your, if you're racing right from the start, you make a bunch of Soul Shackles to have all these go again attacks, you're going over and over again. But if you're playing against a player who's kind of identifying what's going on and they just full card block every single one, eventually you risk sort of decking out from the Soul Shackles.
Yeah, I think your first actual play when you're playing a Chain deck is deciding how many cards that you put in your deck. I think it is definitely the deck that you want to look at putting more than your minimum 30, which is generally a good rule to stick to. But Chain, obviously, if you're going to go hard on the Soul Shackles, you're going to want a few more cards in there just to make sure you can get past someone who's just deciding to try and block you out.
Absolutely. But there is a bit of a trade-off with that as well, because the more cards that you put in your deck that you can't play from the banish zone makes the likelihood of your Soul Shackle, 4 or 5 Soul Shackle turns, they're not going to be as powerful.
Yeah,
so
and that's where
that trade-off.
we're pitching early, knowing your cards, and actually setting up the bottom of your deck. That, as the good Chain players will show us today, it's about setting up the bottom of your deck. So those last 2 turns, you're just going to absolutely slam them.
Absolutely, and the last thing I feel we haven't mentioned is, of course, we have majestic weapons in this format. Now, I feel all of them can be played to sort of varying degrees. I mean, the Hexagore and Leviathan.
That's more of a constructed card.
It's a bit of a difficult one. Raiden, I haven't seen a whole lot, but the one I do want to focus on the 2 actually, Luminaris and Dreadscythe.
Absolutely.
In particular, for me, it's Dreadscythe and Chain. That actually lets you play their deck in a completely different way. So I've been fortunate enough to actually play Sealed with this. When you pull a Dreadscythe, so that's the weapon, 3 resources, attacks for 3 and deals 1 arcane damage when you attack. With no arcane barrier in this format, there's very limited number of ways to deal with that. So we may actually see, who knows, but maybe we'll see a play today just tries to kind of ride that Dreadscythe to victory. Pay a bunch of blues, throw it back to sort of Viserai, Runeblade pile, block out, and just keep going with the Dreadscythe.
Absolutely, and that's honestly some of my favourite kind of decks to play are the ones where you're playing a much more controlling game, just trying to defend everything that your opponent does, and just chipping away at them until you've really got them down. Of course, that is a bit harder in this format because the thing is with Monarch, the generics are all defending for 2. The talent cards, you get a few defend 3s, but I've often found when I'm playing my decks that the defense, it feels like I've just got a lot of defend 2s in my deck.
Yeah. I think that's the thing, like particularly when you're looking at cards on hit effects.
Absolutely,
as well.
yeah.
Things like that sometimes. With Chain in particular, if you're running
Yeah,
a lot of these cards,
Seeds of Agony.
yeah, a lot of your non-attack action spots for 2, the critical ones, things like Seeds of Agony. And yeah, it does lead to some really awkward blocking decisions sometimes. But honestly, I feel we're getting close to round 1. I'm getting super excited.
Very excited
So we are coming close to round 1. So I want to put a question to the two of you guys. What is the sleeper card? What do you think is a card that is going to do a lot of work that people may have been sleeping on? I'm gonna put it out there. Zealous Beating. In a Prism deck, especially being able to use your Herald to pitch, give it go again, and then come in with a Herald.
Yeah.
So even if they can Phantasmaphize, you've got at least a block out of their hand first. I think that is going to be a key card for a lot of players today.
Very key. I agree with you there. I think that card, the Surging Militia that we said earlier, absolutely a powerhouse when you're trying to finish a game. And also, I mean, I know those 2 are commons, but the rare along the same lines as the Zealous Belting, but something like Outmuscle, which I know was your preview card actually,
very good
can
card.
be
Very
incredibly good. Just for setting up those turns where you present multiple attacks in a row, make it much harder for your opponent to if they decide, I'm going to take a bit of damage this turn and then come back and swing the momentum back in my favor. When you're presenting a Zealous Belting or an Outmuscle or something like that, then the damage is just piling on, and suddenly they might have to switch their game plan up and defend instead.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you guys have kind of covered all the good cards and they've been hanging here, but the 2 cards also I do want to point out, which I feel may have an impact, in particular is Ray of Light, Ray of Hope.
I'm just going to interrupt you there because we are hearing that the round 1 pairings are going up, and the feature match is being announced. Henry Moore versus Isaac Olsen. Well, that is perfect because for those who don't know, Isaac Olsen was the winner of the very first calling, which was the sealed calling we were talking about earlier. So he's obviously going to be a bit of a sealed expert. And Henry Moore we know well.
He's a very experienced Flesh and Blood player, so I think and the thing is, particularly when you're playing, when both these players will know each other as well, when you're playing at someone you know is a good player round 1, the nerves are on. You think, if I lose this game, I have to go 5-0 for my next 5 rounds to make the top 32.
That is very true, and that is tough, and we will talk. In fact, we should talk briefly about the structure of the tournament, but we'll do that a bit later on. Right now, we're going to go to a little bit of a ad break, but the first match is almost upon us. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
And here we go, round one of the calling. I know both players are going to be feeling pretty nervous right now. And
Mate, I'm feeling nervous for them. It is everything on the line right now. I mean, it's just round one, and yet we are still, just. It's so. The atmosphere in this room is tense because, as you said earlier, players can at most really afford only a single loss. I mean, there will be a couple of players that get in on a 4-2 record into the top 32.
Very minimal, though. The way the tiebreakers work, if you lose your early round, you need to win 5 in a row. So one thing, the first thing I sort of noticed here as well is Henry's just sort of flipped over the full 4 equipment. He's got the ebb and fold, the blood drop arcades, stubby hammers, and time skippers. But just going back briefly to the structure of the tournament, so we've got 12 rounds in total of a Swiss. So we have 6 rounds of sealed, then a cut to the top 32, which is draft. Then we have 3 rounds with 1 draft pod, and then second draft also 3 rounds, then a cut to top 8. So basically, yeah, like I said, you need to go 5-1 in order, basically 5-1 to make the top 32, and pretty much overall you probably need to go about 10-3.
Yeah, it's certainly got to be you cannot afford those losses really, especially early on, and the way that the structure of these tournaments work, especially with Flesh and Blood, is that the earlier you get your losses, the worse it is for you, right?
Yep, absolutely. That is how the tiebreakers operate. So we see, okay, so the players are drawn up, and we can see Isaac here has got the stubby hammers, which are actually very good on Bolton.
Amazing in Bolton. I think that there's an argument to be made that they might actually be better than Gallantry Gold in certain styles of deck.
Absolutely. So the strength of stubby hammers in Bolton is where when you use it, your cards like Express Lightning, Engulfing Light, Take Flight, you're able to effectively, they're all pumped up, so you can give them go again. As long as you have cards in soul, you're able to use Bolton's hero ability to just set off this massive turn.
Absolutely. And here we go. Look, it's going to be the first turn of this weekend. I hope everybody out there is excited. I certainly am. We're going to see some great games played here in the Flesh and Blood. And we just want to say that, wherever you are in the world, we really thank you for tuning in here to little Aotearoa, New Zealand, where we are able to play games in the Flesh and Blood, and we hope that we are able to have large-scale events everywhere in the future.
Yep, absolutely.
And here we go, kicking it off.
So we can see an Engulfing Light has come down. So that's not really threading a whole lot of damage here. Basically, I believe Isaac's just using this in order to get a card into Soul early.
Yep.
Okay, so we see the block with the Minnowism. And that goes to the graveyard immediately. And it'll be interesting. I wonder if Henry does have a Belittle in his deck, if he'll be a little bit upset about having to block with that.
Yeah, that is true, actually. That's a good point. So every Minnowism that you get rid of means that it's not going to be able to be fetched up later by the Belittle. And
we can see in Henry's hand here, he's chosen to bring in the Eclipse Existence, so that's a little bit of sideboard tech he's using.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so here we go. We're off to the races. So this is what we were talking about earlier, the decisions on Soul Shackle. So Henry's just gone for the immediate Soul Shackle turn 1. So attacking with Galaxy Black for 1. That does 1 arcane damage on hit. Okay, and all right. So we've seen both players have blocked with a yellow Minnowism. So the first 2 blocks of the calling,
there we go. And now, unfortunately, it does look like we've got a little bit of glare on the cards. We'll get that fixed up before the next round. But right now, I'm pretty sure with my eagle eyes I can tell that looks like a Surging Militia to me.
Looks like a red Surging Militia.
Yeah.
We're talking about that before. Surging Militia, a very punishing card, because if you block... Okay, so
he's just going to take it
damage.
all.
So that's a difficult card, because if you block it, say, for 5 with a, or defend, with a 3 and a 2 defend card, then...
That's 2 extra damage that you're taking. It's such a punishing card. And we're talking a Captain's Call.
So it looks like a red Captain's Call. And like we say, we will look to get this fixed,
yep.
The issue with the glare in between rounds. So that's a Bolt of Courage. Now, Bolt of Courage, he's elected to charge on hit that it will draw a card.
Yeah, this is a very, very, very threatening attack right here. I mean, Henry's going to be wanting to block.
I'm going to go ahead and guess that he went for the +2 as well, which means...
Often you're going to see that in Bolton especially, you're going to see the +2 because of the fact that the natural go-again ability of Bolton means that you can give it go-again anyway. So yeah, I'm guessing that he would have gone for the +2, and it looks like he has because we see 2 cards. I wonder if they're 2 non-attack actions because I saw one of them
That
was the
looks like
Dimensional Gateway.
I think it was a Void Wraith on the bottom there. So that was a
Yeah.
full block for 5.
Yep. And now,
Ooh, the Seeds of
that is
Agony.
nice hit. That, of course, the thing about Chain is that you are a little bit at the mercy of a Soul Shackle. I mean, we're always used to Brute being the class with the random
little bit
kind
randomness built
of
in.
nature, but actually, I find that a lot of the time when I'm playing Chain, the games you can live or die by the things that you banish with your Soul Shackles.
Yeah, now, Isaac won't be thrilled to see that Seeds of Agony, because by forcing out 2 cards, I feel like he was hoping to get a little bit of tempo back this turn.
Absolutely.
By taking that 5 damage early from the Surging Militia, he has given up, I feel, a little bit of flexibility in blocking here.
But I can see a Belittle in Isaac's hand. We're going to see what attack Henry is going to come out with.
Okay, because I see he did have the Consuming Aftermath, but he's...
the
okay.
red stony. So the Seeds of Agony, because it's a red seeds, it is going to get applied to that Stony Wootenhog. Of course, the thing with Seeds of Agony is depending on what colour you play, they will only be able to be applied to attacks of certain cost.
Yeah, and also I feel like there was a very good blocking decision from Henry last turn. I mean, sometimes it's the defense decision, sometimes it's the simple things, but just being able to keep the Stony Wootenhog to apply some pressure back. Now, I feel like Henry will maybe a little bit upset he didn't have a blue in hand, so to be able to attack with both the Galaxy Black.
Yeah.
If he had a blue, he could have gone Seeds of Agony, attack
Yeah.
for 3 with Galaxy, follow up with the Stony Wootenhog.
Yeah.
But, you can't have everything you want.
No,
not always.
absolutely not. But no, it's so we're looking at Isaac's going to be taking his time. It's very important that you don't let the pressure of the feature match get to you. It looks like he might be looking to just defend with 1 card. Oh, he's taken the Seeds of Agony damage. So, I mean, he didn't have any way to prevent that, of course. If you don't have the only way to prevent arcane damage in this format, apart if you're not playing Prism and you don't have Spectral Shields to absorb that damage for you, the only way to stop it is with the hats. For example, we see Henry with the Ebonfold, which has the Spell Void ability, so you can defend arcane damage that way. But since Isaac has the Ironhide Helm, he's not able to prevent any arcane damage at all.
And I believe Dreamweavers as well has that Spell
True,
Void
yes.
on it.
Dreamweavers being one of the few non-head equipments
So
that has the Spell Void.
We see Isaac sort of tanking a little bit here, and rightly so, because it's, like we said, when you're down to 14 life, it becomes very difficult if the problem is if you block with 2 cards here, you still might be taking a little bit of damage because of these block 2s, but you really give up the ability to put pressure back on as well.
Yeah, he does. It is. Oh, it's an interesting one. He is thinking about it very long and hard.
Now he does have, I believe, is that 2 Belittles in hand? Now, I wonder, he did block...
I think there's one it looks like he's got a Zealous Belting.
Right, now...
we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, because he did block with that Minimalism early. I wonder if that will come back to haunt him slightly.
Oh, true. Oh, there's a Warmonger's Recital I can see as well. So it does look like he's been caught with a lot of Defend 2s in his hand. And he is checking and double checking. It's still coming in for 6.
Yeah.
I know that feeling. It's like you really don't want to do it, but sooner or later he's going to have to make that defense.
No, I believe he actually does have the 2 Belittles as well.
Oh, wow.
So by defending with 1 Belittle, it removes the ability to search up Minimalism with the other one. Now,
well,
I wonder...
Right. He's still taken a little bit of damage there, but I think he's probably made the right play. Okay, there we go. The Belittle is coming in. It has natural go again.
Yeah, now one thing is here, because he defended early with that yellow Minnowism, potentially that was the 1 Minnowism in his deck.
True.
So that might have gone into that decision there to defend with the 2nd Belittle.
Absolutely.
If he had access to another Minnowism, he may have considered potentially taking the damage and going something like Belittle, fetch up Minnowism, play another 1 Belittle.
Absolutely, yeah. That would have been a really nice line of play. I'm interested to see what's in his arsenal here, because clearly he's looking to follow up with something. I think that's a blue pound for pound that he's pitched there. So he's going to have some resources left over to play with. It's just about what he's going to follow up with next.
And we'll see what Henry decides to do here, because, depending on his hand, he may think maybe I can just really put the pressure on. No,
Oh,
but
that's an adrenaline rush. That's a very strong card. But I guess he's thinking the likelihood of him being at a lower life total anytime soon is not that high.
very low at this point. Yeah.
Oh, coming in with the hatchets here.
And ultimately with Chain as well, of course you do have the Soul Shackle, but it's not like you have unlimited action points.
Absolutely no.
So like what Henry's, I think he's been quite disciplined here. So he had a 9 life lead, but he's thinking like, I don't want to be taking damage for no reason. This will come back to bite me. So I want to keep enough resources to ensure I can play at least probably two attacks.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right, and he's thinking about this hatchet here. Often you'll see players are going to be wanting to take the hatchet damage because the thing is the hatchets don't necessarily have any threatening on-hit effects, and depending on whether or not Bolton has charged, blocking them can just increase their damage and give them the ability to be given go again. But no, Henry does decide to block there with the Bounding Demigon, and we've got the Soul Shackle, and he's had another Seeds! That is I tell you what, the luck is with Henry today. He is getting very nice hits off of these Soul Shackles.
Now, I believe that's a yellow Seeds of Agony, and I believe he has the Rip Through Reality in hand here.
Oh, that is nice.
So if he's able to play the Seeds of Agony into Rip Through Reality gets go again if you've dealt arcane damage this turn. So if he has the resources available, ideally he'll need a blue. He'll be able to pitch a blue, play the Seeds of Agony, play Seeds of Agony into the Rip Through Reality, into something like a Galaxy Black.
Although, actually, if it is a yellow Seeds of Agony, it's not going to affect the Rip Through Reality as it is a 2-cost card. So if...
Yep, actually that's a good point.
No, yeah, so the Seeds, it looks like Isaac wanted to take the Seeds damage, but it doesn't actually affect weapons. So rightly, Henry's pointed out that... yeah, it doesn't do that, so it's just coming in for 3 here.
We're not sure if he's played that Seeds here.
I think that he has, yeah. I think he's played the Seeds out.
Now, one thing is he has access to the Blood Drop Brocade here.
That is a good point, yeah.
So depending on what's in Arsenal, he may look to follow up with something here too.
Oh, it looks like he's going to be playing whatever it is that's in his arsenal. Okay, pitching the Rip Through Reality. That looks like a Piercing Shadow Vice. It doesn't look like that Seeds is going to... Unless it's a red Seeds of Agony, and I can't quite tell from the angle there. But, yeah, this is going to be another attack. And what's really good that I'd like to point out is Henry is pitching these powerful attacks, which can be played from the Banish Zone to the bottom of his deck.
Absolutely.
So that's just going to increase the likelihood. That's exactly as Ian was saying earlier, that when the clutch comes in and you really need to hit those cards, that they're going to be right there, ready to be banished with the Soul Shackles.
Yeah, and one we'll probably see this a lot over the course of the weekend. There is this trade-off here on Chain, whether you want to cards like Seeds of Agony, which sometimes players may consider just leaving banished and taking that blood to set up these big turns.
That's true.
So we will see if he might end up regretting playing that Seeds of Agony there.
Yeah, I mean it is definitely something to think about. Like, I think often the trade-off of taking 1 damage to leave that Seeds in there as a non-attack action, which can pump up a lot of attacks. As you said, it can make your Piercing Shadow Vices bigger, it can make your Rip Through Realities go again. So yeah, there is that trade-off there.
And the thing is as well, yeah, in this situation, particularly with the Galaxy Black, because I understand he wanted to play the Seeds of Agony in order to pump up the Galaxy, the 3.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that's come
That Express
4.
Lightning is dealt 4 damage. Oh, and 2 Blood Debt cards. Looks like a Ghostly Visit and a Void Wraith.
Now, I'm really interested to see if he considers the Time Skippers here, based on what resources he has available.
He's got a lot of resources in his hand.
Yeah, so I feel like the last thing about the Seeds there, yeah, we'll move on from that. We don't need to get hung up on that. We don't want to second this
with the Seeds of Agony all day.
But this could be a very big turn.
Oh, it looks like it is. In fact, he's breaking the stubbies. So we are going to see a lot of attacks on the chain here. On the Belittle, revealing an Arcanic Crackle.
Oh, so he does have another
Minuism. So he did, yes. So
if he has a blue one here, that's going to be massive. There'll be a lot of resources.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like a yellow. That's still good, yep. So he had double yellow Minuism. That's nice. I tell you what, we will probably be seeing a lot of this combo, the Belittles and Minuisms. It's just so powerful to be able to essentially, it's like drawing another card.
And yeah, and this Belittle's coming in for 4 as well. And we know he has the Arcanic Crackle in hand,
Yep.
which will also get
That's
pumped
also
up.
going to get buffed by the stubbies. And then, depending on what colour those ghostly visits...
That's a yellow ghostly
it's a
visit.
yellow ghostly visit, then that's going to be coming in for 4 as well.
Yeah, so I feel Henry's decided this is a turn where he really wants to put his foot on the gas.
He is. And Isaac is already thinking about what he's going to defend with. I will say one thing for Isaac is he's built up a nice number of cards in his soul.
Yes.
So if he can swing the momentum back his way, he's going to have a lot of ability to give things go again. Okay, so he's taken two damage here. Now what's the next attack that Henry's going to make?
Yeah, so he does have some options here. So, he could look to play that, could look to play out the Minnowism into the Arcanic Crackle, making a Soul Shackle to get a go again.
I think I would be probably tempted myself to be using that Minnowism to pitch for resources, just because of the fact that you've got multiple cards with Blood Debt in your Banish Zone, and I'd be wanting to look to get them out there reasonably quickly, especially that Void Wraith costing 2. That's a card that can easily get stuck there for multiple turns and just deal you multiple points of damage over the course of the game. So I know whenever I have an expensive card like that in my Banish Zone, I want to get it out of there as quickly as possible.
Yep, that's a really good point.
Oh, but no, he is going to play this Minnowism.
No, he's keeping it real.
He is. And then the Soul
Soul
Shackle gets made.
And then we'll see. So he's going to really push out a lot of damage. I think you made a good point before about cards and soul, and we'll come back to that. Or was that a red Warmonger's Recital?
Oh, wow. Okay, this is going to be a huge attack. And now coming in with the Ghostly Visit, it's getting pumped up by the Stubbies. It's the Minnowism and the Warmonger's Recital.
It's going for 9, I believe.
That's his life total. He's going to have to defend this.
So this is a huge turn here.
And that was with the Soul Shackle, so there's going to be another attack after this. It's
Yes.
most likely going to be the Galaxy Black, but even that it's a huge...
Or it could be, depending on his resources, it could actually be that Void Wraith as well.
That's true.
Oh, actually, no, I believe that card's in Arsenal that he's playing around with at the
is
moment. Sorry, it's not immediately clear.
No,
Sorry
no.
to our viewers.
No, I think it might still be in his hand. All right. So that looks like a double defend, and he's taken 5. My gosh, this is what we were talking about earlier. When you get stuck with multiple defend 2s in hand. Oh, yep, there we go.
So
that was that Arcanic Crackle that he revealed earlier, of course.
Yep.
So the Void Wraith, so he's taking 1. Oh, man. So no more Blood Debt in Henry's Banish Zone. He has his opponent at 3. He's firmly in command of this game. Now Isaac's just going to have to pass it back.
Yeah, and you mentioned before that, Isaac, he's built up these 3 cards in the soul. And
ooh, that is a bit of the karma coming back. That's not great cards to banish there. Nothing that can be played from the Banish Zone. Eclipse Existence.
Interesting note here is I feel Henry's now gone through his entire deck once, because I feel he pitched that Eclipse Existence at the start of the game.
Okay,
now we'll be starting to see if that pitch stacking paid off that you mentioned earlier.
Exactly.
He did pitch a lot of Blood Debt cards. One thing I wanted to note is, on Bolton, as Cullen mentioned, he's built up a number of cards in the Soul, which is almost an additional resource, so it will enable him to have a big turn. It's just going
to depend on whether or not he can, defend enough here.
He may have lifted a bit too late.
Yeah.
Now,
Blue... mean, he does have some Iron Hides, he's got some potential to defend. And if Henry does get a kind of off turn, so to speak, then he might be able to pull something back. But, that's a Rally the Rearguard.
Now, I believe that's a red.
It looks like a red to me, yeah.
Now, Blue Branch as well, very powerful card. I love that. And one thing to note here is that Henry does have that Consuming Aftermath, I believe, in his hand. Now, that can come in with Dominate. Now, one thing is Isaac does have both his Iron Out equipments up. So at the moment, that's not threatening lethal.
Yes, but
if he sort of silos an arsenal there and gets rid of that armor.
Oh, okay. So, he has...
Okay, so it looks like that must have been a blue Rally the Rearguard.
Right, yes.
Okay, so...
I don't know if you... Henry's reading it. We're excited to find out what it is. I promise we'll get this glare fixed up for you as soon as possible.
Again, we do apologize about the glare.
Dustpath Pilgrimage is what it is. So, that's going to... If it's a red one, that's going to make that attack come in for 5. So he is able to put a little bit of pressure back on. Henry can probably just think about taking this damage here. He's got his opponent on the ropes. I think he's likely. He's been very disciplined up to this point, but I think he's likely going to want to keep most of his cards in hand to try and slam back.
Yeah. Now there will be a few things he's wary about here, like the Dustpath Pilgrimage. It does allow that weapon to attack another time on hit. Okay, and so I can see. So that Consuming Aftermath would be lethal, but I think one thing he's going to keep in mind is Rally the Rearguard, which he saw his opponent use last time. If he takes a ton of damage here in order to try and go lethal with that Consuming Aftermath, and then his opponent drops Rally the Rearguard on him, it's going to be it could really swing the game.
Yeah, there's even, I mean, I'm not sure, it might be unlikely, but you know what, a card that I have found very successful against dominate attacks in particular is Blinding Beam as well.
Yeah,
it's unlikely. It's much more likely that you see that in Prism rather than Bolton. But you can see it from time to time, and especially it being free against a Shadow Hero, it does make it very, very nice. So, okay, looks like Henry has taken that 5 damage.
Now, he will need to be careful here, because those Hatchet of Body and Minds are going to really start to stack up.
They do.
So the Hatchet of Mind is going to come in for 3 here, and then when the Hatchet of Body comes through, that's going to come in for 3 as well, I believe.
Yeah, well, I mean, if he's able to attack with it again, then it's going to get pumped up because the last attack... Oh, but no, instead we're seeing Tremor. And so, because a card was put into his banished zone by using Bolton's hero ability, this is a red Tremor, it's coming in for 6, but Henry's just going to take all the damage. Oh, we're going to see a big turn coming up.
Okay, so it looks like he didn't have the resources.
That's impressive from Isaac, being able to bring the life totals back that close. But okay, there is the Rift Bind, and that's a Rifted Torment. And now this is the point where the chain player really, really wants, when you get your opponent down to very low life total, and you start to have these arcane damage spells. So there's a Warmonger's Recital.
Oh, okay, I think he's going for the big Dominate play here. Does he have a card to banish?
He's banishing the Rip Through Reality.
Okay, and that might just do it. So that's coming for 7, and he the handshake.
He has gotten the handshake, and wow, that's our very first match here. That was an impressive showing from Henry. His deck looks really, really good. And, yeah. So.
That was, I feel, so that kind of shows, I feel, the speed of this format. I feel, compared to things like Welcome to Wraith and Arcane Rising, which I felt were a little bit slower. So we had things like, your Runeblade Pile decks, your Bravos back in Welcome to Wraith. Oh,
yeah, and then the Kadachis of your
Kadachis and the Ninja
decks. I mean, I think that is going to be something that we're going to notice happening a lot during this tournament, is these matches are going to finish a lot quicker, especially when you have a chain player in a feature match, because we know those chain players, they love to go through their decks.
Exactly, and so we see Henry Moore taking down a former Calling champion.
That is impressive,
so
and I mean, he's a good friend of mine and yours. He's a great guy, and he's a very good card game player, and it did look like, that was just kind of how the cards dealt. I was impressed by the fact that Isaac was able to kind of swing the life totals back to be much closer, but that shows you the power of chain, that if you get caught with too many defend 2s in your hand, those attacks just keep on coming in. And
absolutely, no, I think we see in Monarch Sealed sort of how important things like the tempo is always important in Flesh and Blood. But in games like this where you don't just have your pitch resources now. You have things like Blood Debt as cards that are in the Banish Zone that you can play for Banish Zone, almost an additional resource you've got stacked up. You have Prism, for example, cards in Soul, Bolton cards in Soul. All these things that I feel Isaac was setting up for this big turn that just never really came through. He did his best there. It seems like he was just a bit too low on resources to really make that last turn pack a big punch.
I do think, and this is what I was saying, it just was a little bit unfortunate. It looked like his deck seems to have a lot more generic cards in it than most. And I think that there's something, as we've said, Bolton does make great use of generic cards because he can give a lot of them go again with his hero ability, but the problem is they defend for 2. And if you get caught with a hand of all generics when your opponent is having a big turn and presenting a lot of damage, you're not as able to defend as much, which means your life total's dropping, which means you aren't as able to take damage to be able to swing the momentum back.
Yeah, I really feel that game when he took that early red Surging Militia for 5. I feel like, and again, you never want to second guess players. I
No,
feel like
absolutely.
at the time he figured that was the right decision, but I just felt when he took that early surging militia, he wasn't really able to pressure back Henry as much, I feel,
No.
on the follow-up turn.
But
And then
again-
that just really reduced the flexibility for him to hold on to his good hands later on in the game, I
Yeah,
felt.
absolutely. But that is the power of the surging militia, which we
Absolutely.
were talking about earlier. It is so tempting to just not block it at all because every card that you put in front of it is, well, every non-equipment card
Yep.
is adding an additional +1 power to the surging militia. So maybe could have even thought about blocking with equipment on that one, but you do want to try and save your equipment for later in the game, especially when you're
That is the
presenting.
thing. That's the thing. It's because the Iron equipments are very good at blocking surging militia.
They are,
because
yeah.
you pitch one card and you block it for 4, and it doesn't get pumped up because
No.
they are equipment. But again, like, it's really difficult to make that decision on sort of turn 2 or turn 3 of the game.
Absolutely.
I mean, we saw it happen in that game, the consuming aftermath. We came through for that huge dominated hit. At the end of the day, it probably ultimately he used up his equipment earlier.
Yeah.
But in a different game, that could have made or break the difference. So.
Absolutely. And I think that this is what we're starting to see slowly emerge in this Monarch meta, is a little bit of the paper, scissors, rock, where I feel like Chain, specifically against Bolton, has a little bit of extra kind of oomph just because of the fact that you're able to present multiple attacks, keep the pressure up. Because
Yep.
I know that with heroes like Leviah and heroes like Prism, often you're just presenting one big attack.
Yep.
That's generally speaking what you're doing, and unless you're going for your big kind of turn, you can sometimes you can attack in with a spectral shield or something like that, but generally speaking, you're not going to be able to go quite as wide as Chain will with all of those different attacks and the combination of arcane damage and all of that.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's that's one thing I'm actually really excited to see this weekend is the games on stream and just sort of our hero breakdown in general. Is to
Absolutely,
see
yeah.
sort of what's coming through to the top of the pile.
Yeah,
like,
because we've got an idea a little bit from what we've seen so far, but this is still early in the format, and the meta really hasn't developed fully yet.
Yep.
And this tournament's probably going to be the one that's going to
define a lot of the
what it
metagame
is,
going
yeah.
forward.
I tell you what, we're going to go to an ad break. We're going to see if we can get that glare sorted out for you right now. But we will be back shortly with round 2 of the Calling Auckland weekend.
Stick around, don't go anywhere.
All right, we are back here. We're going to have a little bit of a break before the second round. That's going to happen probably in about 20 minutes here. But we thought it'd be a good opportunity to come and talk to you a little bit more about this Monarch sealed format. I mean, what are your thoughts, Kieran?
Well, I thought that was a really interesting game one. We saw, I feel, not lesser appreciated heroes, but two of the ones that maybe people haven't played as much around, Chain
Absolutely,
and Bolton. I know Leviah would probably be described as underappreciated. I actually feel like Leviah is very good in this format.
The sleeper.
It matches up decently against Prism, can throw out some really hugely big damage turns. So, yeah, we're only
now, when we talk about Leviah being underappreciated, what are we talking about? Because there's got to be a reason for that, right? And I think that, I'll just give my thoughts on it. I think that, generally speaking, it's because when you sit down to do sealed specifically, you're looking to open as many 6 power cards as you can with Leviah, right? Because that really is the key to being able to, both activate your card effects and also be able to activate your hero ability to turn off your blood debt. And if you don't have enough of them, and you need a lot. I mean, I've had 9 or 10 before, and it felt like it's still not enough. What do you reckon?
Yeah, so I've been describing Leviah as like a street race. Like if you're in watching Fast and Furious, and you see Vin Diesel and he's got his finger on the NOS, you gotta know when to hit it, because once you hit that NOS, once you go, you have to make sure that you can either attack each turn and you can turn that blood debt off. So I think the trick with the Leviah and sealed, I think it's quite powerful, but you do also need to make your deck with some of those generics that we're talking about to help, absolutely set up that early turn, set up your graveyard, use the meat axe to discard a card and then once you've got the cards in the graveyard, you can press go, forget about blocking with more than one card, and just bang, bang, bang.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point because...
Just double check that we have come back.
Sorry,
we had a bit of an announcement being made earlier, so we didn't want that to interrupt the stream.
Yeah, apologies for the noise. But I actually think, Ian, that's a really good point because one, I feel common mistake I see players make is, you sort of block with a few cards, or you defend it with a few cards early, maybe you attack with your Ravenous Meat Axe to stock up your graveyard. But then I see players, on turn 2 or turn 3 play something like a Dread Screamer. So that's a 6 power attack, if you banish 6 powers, go again. The problem with the strategy is, it's great you have this one big turn, but what if your opponent then, defends that with 2 cards, defends your follow-up attack with 2 cards, now you've got 3 cards with Blood Dead in your graveyard, in your Banish Zone, you've got no cards in your graveyard, and then your opponent's sitting there going, well, I can just defend for the next 4 or 5 turns.
Absolutely.
So I feel a lot of people, I feel Flesh and Blood writers or commentators in general stress the importance of things like pivot turns.
Absolutely,
so a turn where, to use Ian's analogy, where you're putting your foot on the gas and it's time to go. And I feel Leviah is a deck that absolutely rewards you the most for identifying that turn correctly, but also punishes you the most for getting it wrong.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
I have been in that situation where I've got a bunch of blood debt in my graveyard and I've drawn my hand and I'm going, there's just no way I'm going to be able to satisfy this Leviah's hero ability. And what's interesting to me though as well is it's not always attacking that that you can do that with. There are some nifty ways where even if you don't have an attack to make which is going to banish cards from your graveyard in order to put a 6 power into the banish zone, you can still do it. There's cards like Ebenfold, which is a great way to banish a 6 power from your hand. There's other ways. Blood Tribute is another classic.
I think it's an underrated card in this format for Levia players because it is the card that allows you that, if I have to block for 3 cards, I can hold on to Blood Tribute because it's free. I get to opt for 1, 2, or 3 depending on the color, and so I can still hopefully turn off the Blood Debt as well as fully block out this turn.
Yeah, for me as well, I feel there's certain cards. One sort of type of card that I think is very, very good in Leviah is pump spells. So things like Unworldly Bellow, for example.
Absolutely.
So Unworldly Bellow, it's great because it gives, the red one is +4 to your next brute or shadow attack. It banishes 3 cards. It's not actually conditional on banishing a 6-power card as well.
Absolutely not.
So that's great. If you really need to do it, you can also turn off Blood Debt if you need to, but it's like if you miss, it's not the end of the world.
No.
But the good thing about this is, I feel on Levia, you have certain turns where you're able to get out multiple attack actions. So you have cards like Dread Screamer, which can go again. You have cards like Hooves of the Shadow Beast, which
Absolutely
I feel is critical.
vital, yep.
But I feel on the turns where you don't have this, you're often kind of stuck saying, okay, well, I'll just put out like one attack for like 5 to 7 damage, and your opponent isn't that worried. Whereas if you have something like, for example, a Boneyard Marauder, you can do something like Unworldly Bellow, Warmonger's Recital. I think the absolute a massive powerhouse in this deck is Howl from Beyond.
Yeah, that's
because
really great.
Now the strength about this card is, for those players who aren't aware of it, is you're able to play this from your banish zone.
Yeah.
So in a deck like Levia, where you're constantly actually banishing cards from your graveyard, it's great because you play it once and then it goes into your graveyard. Then you play a card that banishes cards, goes into your banish, you play it again, and you just start taking this value, playing it over and over and over again. And the thing is, it's not only sometimes you're just trading out cards, but you can actually start to fatigue people a little bit.
You
with
really
this.
can.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go to our YouTube page and watch the most recent budget beatdown video in which Jason manages to use Howl from Beyond against me, poor hapless Bolton, over and over again. And it's just each attack is getting pumped so much, and that is such a great card, and it's good to bring up. And just going back briefly to that Blood Tribute that you were talking about earlier, what makes that so good, such a good utility card, I think, in Levia, is not only are you able to banish a 6-power from your deck in a pinch if you really need to turn off your Blood Debt, you're also able to set up, because so much of Levia is using cards like Pulping and even your Ravenous Meat Axe. If you can
Ramblers.
yeah,
as well.
absolutely. Deadwood Rumblers, yeah. Putting those on top, putting a 6 or more power card on top of your deck, so that you know that you're going to get that effect when you draw.
Especially if you've been lucky enough to crack that tear limb from limb.
Ooh.
Amazing.
I had that done to me last night.
I did that at the pre-release against Eddie Kim. He thought he was safe, and I hit him for 16.
Yeah.
with that setup.
But I think that's cool. Yeah. So cards like Seek Horizon and Rise Above.
Memorial Ground as well.
Memorial Ground. Yeah. So Seek Horizon it's quite cool because the red one is 4 power go again. So like I was saying, you can set up these top cards in your deck. You can play your Seek Horizon from Arsenal because sometimes Levia you want enough ways to go wide.
Absolutely.
So you play your Seek Horizon, put your card on top, and then pitch, and you're hitting it with a Meat Axe or 5.
Absolutely, yeah.
And the same with Rise Above, which is often it doesn't seem that great a lot of the time in this format.
Yeah.
But in a format where there's not a lot of defense reactions and you can get a double use out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, another great card to use that same idea of if you can stack the top card. A card like Brandish in Levia is amazing because you can play Brandish. If it hits, it gets +1 to the weapon attack, and you've already set up the top of your deck, so your Meat Axe is going to come in for 5, possibly 6 if they let Brandish hit, and just. Any of these small go-agains, Brandishes, the frontline scouts are actually very versatile in making bad decisions, or making your opponent make bad blocking decisions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Either I have to let this, it's that whole Kadachi death spiral, right? Do I let a poke go in to save a card, or do I block a card here?
Yeah, because that's that concept of people describe as leaking damage sometimes.
Yeah.
So for things like Kadachi's is a really good example we saw in things like Blitz format. Ira is the classic example of it, coming with Kadachi's over and over. Anyone who's played against Ira will know what I'm talking about. It's very frustrating. But yeah, it's really great. And actually, when you brought up Blue Brandish, you guys were asking me earlier, what's the sleeper card in the format?
Yeah.
Honestly, Blue Brandish is phenomenal.
Yeah.
So a blue one in particular, it's we don't, there isn't that much battle worn in the set.
No.
So there's the occasional card like Gallantry Gold, for example, who's the Shadow Beast. But outside of that, it's I can't.
Other than the legendaries, but if you pull the legendaries,
and then the Eighth Ironweed, things like that. But there's very, very there's very, very few battle worn or single defend equipment.
Absolutely, and there aren't that many cards in this set that are generic that have go again on their own. So Brandish and Belittle I can't even think of any others
Yeah,
off the top of my
so
head.
the other ones are like Frontline Scout, but they're
Conditional.
But they're conditional, absolutely.
So,
I'm putting them in your arsenal, and again, they can be very good as well.
yeah.
And
in
even the
Levia, you don't. There's not a lot that you need to put in your arsenal.
No,
so,
that's
so
true.
actually having those, they're a very
Yeah.
easy choice for an arsenal.
And one card Ian brought up before as well, that's very good in Prism, Zealous Belting, also amazing card in Brute, because particularly you have cards like Deadwood Rumbler, which is a blue, which is 6 power.
6 power.
That can turn on a red Zealous Belting easily.
Absolutely.
But on top of that, a deck like Levia, which I feel really wants a certain amount of go again, even if it's at a certain point, if you want to be stacking your deck with your pitch order, if you pitch something like a Dread Screamer and a blue card and come on with a Zealous Belting for 5 or 4,
Yep.
and then you follow up with a Ravenous Meat Axe, that's a very good turn for not much investment from
Absolutely,
you. You're saving the great cards in your deck for later on, and you're representing somewhere from 8 to 10 damage.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of that can't be dealt with.
That is. I mean, I know we could talk about Levia all
All
day,
day, yeah.
but one thing that I want to segue from is because one of the other reasons I think that people say that Levia is an underappreciated hero is one of the glaring, most obvious things is that a lot of her cards just do not defend. They don't have any defense value, which can be a huge problem.
And this is very true. This is where the Ironhide set of armor is
They are
amazing.
huge, yeah.
Twofold, because it allows you to block with those non-defense cards, because you can use pitch it to pay for your Iron Rot. That means they're going to come back up later in a turn in the end of the game when they're more impactful as attacks. But also the Rally the Rearguard is another great card
House of the
that
Guard, yeah.
absolutely is a Levia staple. So,
Yeah.
There are some ways to work around the lack of defense, but you can't.
Well,
There
that's the
are
thing.
times that you will get caught with
Like you
4 in
say,
hand.
when you pop the NOS, it's not like
Yeah.
you can apply the brakes. So,
Yeah, exactly.
Because these cards with 0 defense, things like Smash with Big Tree and Deadwood Rumbler, those classic ones, it does make it sometimes a little bit tough in deck construction, because like sometimes you look at Levia versus Prism and you think, well, Levia's got these so many 6 power plus attacks, but often when you're relying on these cards, when you need to come off Ravenous Meat Axe to apply the pressure, it's happened to me before. So you have something like you pitch and then attack with Meat Axe, and you've got like a yellow Smash with Big Tree in hand, and then you draw a red Dread Screamer, and then you're just sort of putting up a prayer to the Fab God saying like, please don't let me discard the Dread Screamer. You discard the Dread Screamer, you're stuck with this like yellow card that doesn't block, and suddenly it's not looking as good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that I think a lot of people who are playing Prism will sit down opposite a Levia and go, oh no, why did it have to be me? And that is often the case, that yes, they do have a lot more 6 attack cards to be able to pop your Phantasms, but if the card doesn't defend, then you can't pop a Phantasm. Smash with Big Tree? Nope. Deadwood Rumbler?
That
nope.
is a good
Pulp
point.
it?
If you're new to the game and you're watching, a zero, like no defense on the card means they can't even be put out for Phantasm.
Absolutely.
Which has caught in pre-releases. I have seen people get caught out thinking that, I've got a way to stop this.
I've done it myself, I got to admit.
Yeah,
I hold my Smash with Big Tree in hand thinking, all right, he's going to come in with the Herald, I'm going to pop it, and then I go, oh, wait. And that brings me to Prism, and that's something I have to say, this 0 defense thing is something that I've discovered myself finding in Prism as well, where I've got all of these really powerful cards that have a lot of utility in Prism, things like Prismatic Shield, Blinding Beam, but they don't defend their instants. And it's all well and good, these cards, they often, especially the blue versions, you're thinking they're great, I'll be able to pitch them and attack with my Spectral Shields, or, Glisten is another card that a lot of people love to play in Prism, because it just pumps those Spectral Shields up, and you can kind of play the defend the Spectral Shield game.
Of course your auras as well.
Absolutely, or put them on one of your auras. But in the auras themselves, they have the same problem. None of these cards defend, and I have been caught out with hands which we're just looking down and like, wow, literally one of my cards cards
I
is
do.
defending for 2, and now this Bolton's coming at me. So while I do think Prism is still the kind of powerhouse of the format, there's a lot of kind of things that you got to navigate, and you can't just go into it thinking, oh, I'm just going to build my Prism pool, and then I'm sweet. I'm going to 5-1 or something.
I'm gonna step away for a moment and leave the viewers with these
Yeah,
two.
right.
While I do a couple of things.
You go and sort out our
Fair
next
enough.
round, mate.
And this is one of the things that I think
going to switch to this microphone.
We've been seeing a lot is, or hearing the players that talk about Prism Pile. Where you're like, I don't know what to play. I'm just gonna play Prism Pile, which, as you said, because with the auras, with the instants, you can get caught out playing Prism Pile. Like if you just go, I'm just gonna put all your
eggs
light
in one
cards,
basket.
all my light cards in my deck and just go. So I actually think Prism is a little bit harder to play than just take all your light cards and
Absolutely. I mean, look, it is an incredibly powerful strategy, as we have had that. Remember the one game where I actually managed to cheat accidentally because it was the pre-release and I was still learning how to play the cards. I thought that I could stack up my glisten counters onto my aura during Ian's turn, but it was actually my auras are only weapons on my turn. So sorry about that, mate. But the thing is that if there is a sort of sub game that you can kind of play if you have glistens in your sealed pool, where as early as possible you try to get a spectral shield out, stack up counters on it. If it's a red glisten, that's 4 counters, which makes the spectral shield using your Iris of Reality attack for 8 damage every time you pitch a blue.
Or if you're lucky enough to have 2 shields out, you can split it over the 2 shields and go 6/6.
Exactly,
which is amazing.
It is incredible, yeah. And then all you really need to do for the rest of the game is just defend, make sure you keep a blue in hand, and you just chip in for 8 damage off of 1 blue card, which is incredibly difficult to defend.
If you're going to go that route, this is where I say you can't just throw all your light cards in. You actually have to look at your generics. You have to look at the blue generics.
Absolutely.
Which you're going to pitch and pay for. You've got to look at other generics like your rare guards and stuff. Which, this is what I'm going to use to defend to make sure that my shield doesn't get popped. So,
Absolutely.
So it is a viable stratery, but again, one dominate turn and your 8 coster
and your huge spectral shield is getting popped. And the other thing that I have found, which the strategy can be quite weak to, is just playing against Chain, because of course Chain has so many cards that deal arcane damage, which there's no arcane barrier, you're not able to block them, and they can just machine gun down your spectral shields.
And that's the thing. Like if they can stack multiple seeds, get multiple pops, because of course the arcane damage is one source. So each one source will pop 1 shield. It is pretty painful, especially something like seeds into Arcane Crackle, which also has arcane damage.
They're very effective at getting rid of the spectral shield. So if that is your strategy, then all of a sudden you find yourself having to switch up, think, well, okay, Chain probably doesn't have that many 6 power cards, maybe so I try going for my big heralds, and that can then work. It's all very dependent on what's in your pool, I find.
And also, as we've seen and as we've been talking about, the matchup dependency on your deck is not as simple as I'm just going to run the same game plan for all four, like the Mirror and the other 3. You actually have to. The top players are going to be the players that go, right, I have to adapt. I have to, if I am Leviah and I'm playing against Chain, I have to block a little bit more, maybe not put my foot on the gas until a bit later and then go. Or alternatively, you go, actually, maybe I've got the hand to just put on the pressures straight from the get-go before he can start getting his shackles
Absolutely, and I think that's absolutely right. And also something that you kind of pointed out is sideboarding is actually so critical as well in this game. I mean,
which I think a lot of people have forgotten about because we've been playing so much Blitz
that's
that
true.
sideboarding hasn't been a thing. But sealed, obviously, you can sideboard.
And especially in this, light versus shadow set, you've got a lot of cards in this set which specifically are effective against light or shadow heroes. I mean, you've got your Eclipse Existence, which, Eclipse Existence can be a great card, but does very little, other than
for blue,
pitches for blue.
Doesn't even block.
But
against
against a light hero can be very effective. Ray of
Sh-
Hope is something I've seen be incredibly
Amazing.
effective, especially if you're playing Bolton, because
Shadow
you've got
Spew-
multiple. Spew Shadow,
Like,
yeah.
That
That
could
card
be
is
amazing in a Leviathan deck, but I wouldn't play it unless I was playing
against
a
a light hero.
because you
Yeah,
don't
absolutely.
Get that bonus.
That bonus is absolutely rare. So you're absolutely right. There are a lot of cards which you can't just sit down and think I'm just going to present the same deck every time. The best players, the ones that we're going to see at the top tables, are always going to be thinking, how can I make my deck that little bit better against the hero that I'm playing today? And those are the tiny decisions that over the course of games, rounds, tournaments add up, and they will cause you to eventually get into the top 8 if you make them all right.
Exactly, and we've seen just knowing your lines of play. Like one of the things we see quite often is like someone's like, oh, I'm going to attack into this Prism player with like a Soul Reaping.
Right, yes.
Which will go again because he's got
Absolutely,
one card in the soul.
yeah.
And then the Prism player goes, oh, well, I just turned that into a Spectral Shield.
Yep.
And
Now
you're like, all of a
suddenly
sudden you're like,
you wish you'd made your Soul Shackle, your attack's over. No, absolutely. I've done that to be able to. It's great.
And so I think that is in a sealed format. It's that classic thing of you have to think out your turn one step at a time, not 3 steps ahead.
Well,
absolutely.
absolutely.
You need to actually go, right, can he stop my conditional go again? If not, then I also plan.
And one of the great things that I love about this game in particular is the fact that you are doing so much thinking about your turn on your opponent's turn.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
obviously, when your opponent's attacking you, what you defend with is going to have a huge impact on the next turn, on what's going to happen.
For all the heroes, because obviously the shadow players have to consider blood debt and turning it off or having enough to pay for what's in there. Your Bolton players, you have to think about, do I hold on a card so I can charge this turn, or am I more going to be blocking and swinging with one attack and using the soul tokens I already have? Prism, do I go with a Spectral Shield? Do I hold on to these cards? And
even just something as kind of seemingly simple as, should I pop my Dreamweavers on this attack? I mean, I've got, I've finished games where I've been going, oh no, I'm not going to use the Dreamweavers yet, I'm not going to do it, and then I've finished my game with it in play.
There's always going to be a better situation.
Exactly. Which is like, and sometimes you just got to think like, oh no, because and I've had good reasons in my head where I've thought, no, I know that I've pitched that Phantasmify, Dominate, Herald together to the bottom of my deck. I'm going to save my Dreamweavers to the point where they come back around, but then it hasn't gotten to that point because they've popped my Phantasm early. And if I just thought to myself, wait, no, this is the critical turn. I really need them to defend with 2 cards here so that they can't swing back and get the momentum back.
And that's what you have to think about.
It is.
You have to think about. Not just like, I think that's a trap that some of the newer players that may just be playing Prism for the first time or so. Like, oh, Dreamweaver is just an offensive card on the turn that I want to get a lot of damage through.
Absolutely.
But in fact, you actually have to look at it as this can be, yes, if you get that big turn and you want to do big, that's great. But also a turn where you're like, I really need to make sure they defend with cards so they can't swing back at me. This is the turn I'm going to have to make them make a decision about the defending with the cards.
I've even heard players talk about, considering Ironhide Gauntlets over the Dreamweavers in certain matchups.
Yeah.
It's not the craziest thing because there are, like if you are, thinking your opponent, they're playing Chain or Bolton, there might not be as likely to have, the 6 power attacks to break your Phantasms, or maybe, as we've said, you're going for more of that strategy of trying to smack in with the Spectral Shields, maybe in a Prism Mirror, then it could absolutely be right to play a Gauntlet over the Dreamweavers.
I mean, when you think about it, on a turn where you go, I need to defend against a Chain player, I'm going to crack my Ironhide by pitching blue. I've got 2 resources floating. I can then make Prismatic Shield at the end of my turn. I now have a weapon to attack with, or a second weapon to attack with. And that like the fact that you could swing 4 go again is just as good as swinging for first 6 without Phantasm, right? If not better.
And that, you're absolutely right. And that's the thing that makes this game so fun to me is every tiny decision matters. And it means that it does make the game quite complex in terms of, especially with this format, I find.
Yeah.
It's difficult to kind of sit down and just pick it up straight away. But it's made the depth of the sealed format and the draft format as well. It's just absolutely, here we go. We've got Kieran back again.
As you said, the depth of the sealed and draft. And I think this is what we're going to see later in today when we do the first round of draft, is that the decks that did well through the sealed aren't necessarily the decks that are going to do good in draft, because draft is actually a very different beast in this format because of the decisions that you can make when drafting your deck. Like if you decide to go early with a Levia and you go and you cut off the rest of the table and you've got 20 odd 6 attacks, all of a sudden your deck is really powerful.
I just wanted to step in to give an update to our viewers. We apologise, there's been sort of a slight delay. We are hoping to be back up shortly with round 2, but we'll just sort of keep you posted.
Oh, great.
We know everyone's keen to get back into the action,
as
are we.
Anyone.
We love the game as much as you guys.
Yep. Well, that's the thing, is that, on the day, no matter what, we're here to talk about Flesh and Blood. So we'll just sit here and talk about it. But we know that you came here to watch, not necessarily listen to us. So once we get those rounds underway, we'll make sure that we get them right back into the action for you.
So I guess the one character that we haven't really talked about as much today is Bolton. Now, Bolton, I have really enjoyed playing Bolton. I didn't think I would. The very first time I played Bolton, that I just kept getting caught with defending and then going into my turn. I'm like, I don't have enough cards to charge and be effective. But the more I played with it, the more again, it's another one that you have to use your life as a resource to set up your charge. And maybe you take those first few turns just to get a stockpile of stuff in your soul, and then you can go. Then you can use. You don't have to charge every turn, because you can use your minnowisms, you can use your gallantry gold to give that attack bonus and get those go wide turns set up.
And I think one thing we saw is the stubby hammerers, which we saw being used by Isaac in game 1. So, I think they're actually,
and by Henry, in fact.
Yeah, there is an argument that those are just as effective, if not more effective, in the correct deck. Now, this, and again, to Ian's point, sealed and draft are two just sort of completely different animals. Yeah. If you draft an early stubby hammerers in something like Bolton, or perhaps you've drafted a lot of things like Take Flight, Express Lightning, Bolt of Courage, like all these sort of low costs that generally have 3 base power or less. Not all of them, but a lot of them do. The stubby hammerers could just be absolutely ridiculous, like even better than Gallantry Gold, because you stack up 2 or 3 cards in Soul, and then you just sort of completely unleash on someone.
Absolutely. I mean, and if you can get the combination of stubby hammerers with V of the Vanguard, that is like a horrifying turn. Think about it, because while it is an incredibly powerful card, still has that base 3 power.
Another card that I really like is Adrenaline Rush. Because Adrenaline Rush has the base power, but if you've used your life as a resource, you also get the plus on top of it.
Absolutely.
So you'll get the bonus from the hammers, you'll get the bonus from Adrenaline Rush, and if you've got a card in Soul, you can give it go again, and all of a sudden you're putting out a lot of damage for a very cheap card.
Absolutely, that's why I absolutely love the set to draft. It's it's so much fun, and there's all these sort of
late picking in this draft format is amazing.
And there's so many of these sort of interesting interactions. Like I believe you might have mentioned before, things like Stony Wootenhog, that if it isn't blocked by 2 more cards, get +1. Surging Militia, amazing card. Adrenaline Rush, for example, like all these card sets, and Bolton in particular. If their conditions are fulfilled, then it's just another way to give it go again. And you often put people in these really punishing spots where it's like, well, you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like if you block it out, like if you don't block it, you're taking a big chunk of damage. And if you do, then we're good. And
if you do block it, the charge ability is active, and that's why I find a card that I have found to be insanely powerful in Bolton is that Seek Enlightenment, which is just one of the most classic generic pumps. It's just pump 1, 2, and 3, put the card in your soul. But it's one of those cards that I think can fly under the radar. It is a light card, so you can only use it in Bolton or Prism. And Prism generally doesn't use it as much unless you're looking to put it on Dominant Herald or something like that. But just the ability to get that card back into your soul is so effective. It's like it looks underwhelming at first, but then once you start to play more with it, you realize, man, it's like you're recycling the attacks almost. You're giving it go again with one card from the soul, putting it back in, and if they do want to block with it, then they are going to get that. They have to almost over defend it because they are going to be triggering Bolton's passive ability.
Yeah, and that's one thing I really like just about new formats in general, but I think this is a particularly good one, is just figuring out all the various sort of interactions and ways to play these different decks, because you have I feel like multiple versions of all the heroes are viable, the different types of deck you're playing, and then when you're trying to you're playing against someone on a set of deck, you're like, what worked against Bolton last time might not work against Bolton this time. You have to be paying really close attention to all these little factors.
And that is a very key point, is that Prism's another great example of you don't actually know until you start playing the game what style of deck you're playing against.
Yeah.
I mean, Leviathan Chain a little bit more paint by numbers and sealed. Maybe in draft a little bit different, but again, I also I really like Bolton using the light cards like Illuminate, like zero cost, so you can go.
Yep.
All I've done is push through, and your opponent goes, all right, well, he's got no resources left. He's only got one card in hand. What's the worst he can do? And then you go, red Illuminate for 4.
Yeah.
And if it hits, it goes into my soul. It can be backbreaking.
It's great. It hits that classic breakpoint of 4. And that's why I really like things like Yellow Rising Solar Tide as well, hitting for 4. And sometimes, even the red version of Rising Solar Tide, like we've talked about, in a format with and things like, Seek Enlightenment if you're trying to block out that or defend out that. In a format with so many defend 2s, things like Rising Solar Tide can quickly become...
And defend zeros.
Rising Solar Tide can quickly become a 3 defend card.
3 defense,
Or you defend with 2 cards, you take 1 damage, it goes into soul. It's a disaster.
It's absolutely disastrous. No, it looks like we're getting some movement happening, which is good. But I agree. I think that is one of the things that perhaps we should talk about is breakpoints. I mean, the ideal obviously is that you want all your cards to defend for 3, but that's just not, if in order to get access to some of the more powerful cards. In order to get access to some of the more powerful cards, like we saw in that first game, Isaac's deck had a lot of generics, and they all defend for 2. And when the onus is on you to be defending, then suddenly they're not looking so hot. And defending with 2 cards as opposed to defending with 3 cards is a huge difference when it comes to your turn, and suddenly you've got that extra card to pitch or attack with.
No, absolutely. And the thing about, I believe we mentioned this already, but I feel breakpoints are even more important in this set in a way than some of the other ones, because of the the lack of this equipment that defends. So if we look back at Welcome to Wraith, for example, we have the classic Iron Rods, and so quite often people would have maybe 1 to 2 Iron Rods in their deck to make this a little bit easier. Now with Iron Hides, it's a very different dynamic. So with Iron Hides, it's they get a lot better as you have more of them. The dream is you have 3 Iron Hides, and then at some point in the game you can pitch a blue and kind of make your own removal from Arsenal to defend for 6. But in this thing, when you see something like an red Illuminate coming for 4, like we brought up earlier, if you have, it's not like you defend with a card from hand and then pitch a card to defend with an Ironhide. You still use up 2 cards.
I mean, even with there's very few defense reactions in this set. And you're looking at something like Rise Above, which you either have to put a card on top of your deck or pay 2 for it.
So again, it's 2 cards.
It's 2 cards still. So
it's so funny looking at that card after having played with Fateful Scene and
Sink Below.
It's really, really good. Oh, I just hear that we are getting the round 2 pairings. Oh, that's a great pairing for you guys. Thank you for your patience,
so
everyone.
For those who may not have heard it, it's going to be Ash Singh versus Hayden Dale on the feature table.
So these are 2 great players. Hayden Dale is writes a lot of articles, Channel 5 contributor. He's got a podcast, Arsenal Pass, as well.
Absolutely.
And I know Ash Singh, high-level player, great guy as well.
Yeah.
I can't wait for this game.
Been
I'm
playing
excited.
from the
Alright.
get-go, so yeah.
Well,
great
we're going to
match.
go to an ad break. We're going to be right back with your second round feature match. Don't go away.
And here we go. So I'm here with Ian. This is Kieran here with Ian. We're doing the commentary for this game, and we've been talking about it all day. The Prisoner Powerhouse, and we've got none other than a Prism Mirror.
Yeah, and Ash Singh going first here, leading out. Leading out here with a light card, not a illusionist card, so it doesn't have the phantasm, I believe.
Yeah, now that invigorating light, strong card on turn 1 because it's going to go into the soul.
Soul no matter what, yeah.
When the chain closes. Now, Prism Mirrors are quite interesting because I actually misread this when I started playing Prism first, but obviously when you block with an illusionist card with 6 power, it doesn't break Phantasm, because Phantasm's has to be blocked, defended with a non-illusionist card.
Yeah, that is correct, and that does catch a lot of players out the first time because they've just thought about it without reading the full wording. But there's also a few light cards like Cataclysm that is a light card, not an illusionist card, and that becomes really good in these mirror matches.
Yeah, I find these mirrors they can be really interesting games sometimes because it can come down to sort of protecting the spectral shield that you make.
Yeah.
Well, then we see a Herald of Protection red come out. Now, this is one of my favorite cards in Prism. So it defends for, so it comes in for 7, and on hit it makes a spectral shield, and then we see it blown up by the red stony Wooden Hog.
That is a great card for Ash and his Prism deck. Again, for this exact reason, these Prism mirrors. If you have those generic 6s, it's going to make your life a lot easier.
Yeah, that's a huge tempo swing coming in because the Herald of Protection, like I mentioned, generally it's going to take 3 cards to defend. If you don't, it's coming for damage, it's making a Spectral Shield token and going to Soul.
Yeah.
So it's just massive. And now Ash is coming back in with a Herald of Rebirth.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because Ash currently doesn't have anything in his... he's not going to get full advantage if he does hit from this. So maybe he's just baiting this one out, hoping to get it blown up by Hayden.
I think one thing is here is, with all these heralds, the fact that they go into Soul on hit can become quite a big deal.
Yeah.
So I feel Hayden's sort of weighing up. He's thinking, well, Ash has already got 1 card into Soul. Do I want to be letting him get a second one already?
Exactly, and that is a huge advantage. If you can get multiple cards in your Soul, you have so many more options as the Prism player. Interesting too. Now we have got an interesting equipment set up here by the 2 players. Obviously, Ash was lucky enough to get the Halo, but he is running the Ironhide plate and the Stubby Hammers, whereas Hayden was lucky enough to get those Dreamweavers, which we'll see at some point in the game will be quite important for him. And of course, he's only got the Ironhide helm.
Yeah,
Talking of the Dreamweavers, here we go.
Yeah, so the Dreamweavers come down, so that turns off Phantasm on your card, so it cannot be blown up. So now we're seeing this Red Warmonger's Recital on a Herald of Protection coming in for 9. So it looks like Hayden's just looking to regain a little bit of that early tempo that he lost when the first one was blown up.
Oh, absolutely. He'll definitely want this to hit so he can get that card in his Soul and just get on the board with doing some damage to Ash. Because you don't want to get too far behind in the damage race in this matchup.
Absolutely, because if he'd gone in with the Warmonger's Recital without the Dreamweavers here, if Ash had blown that up with a 6-power block, that would be sort of a devastating blow.
Oh,
incredibly difficult to come back from that spot. So we'll see what Ash is thinking of here. Like, there is a consideration, if he thinks, do I want to defend it with 3 cards to fully defend it out, and then just create a Spectral Shield on his own turn?
Yeah, again, we can't really see the full range of the color pitch in his hand, but you're right, this is the decision he'll be making on whether or not he can just block out either fully or a decent chunk of it and still have cards to do something on his turn.
One really cool thing as well with things like Ironhide, the Ironhide's equipment and the Halos on Prism in particular, is you're able to pitch a blue, use your Ironhide equipment, and then use the remaining resources to create a Spectral Shield with Prism's hero ability.
Yeah.
So that's quite a cool interaction that allows Prism, to really take advantage of those additional resources. I feel the Stubby Hammers from Ashling is probably... That was the only sort of arm slot that he had.
I would imagine that not really known for running a lot of small attacks in Prism, but if something's better than nothing, right?
Okay, so it looks like he just taken the full 9 damage.
Oh.
Okay.
Ash's hand must be pretty
So here, just an
Crazy
interesting
to do
note,
that.
the replacement effects, when you have Warmonger's Recital and a Herald hits, as the player, you're allowed to choose which replacement effect you want to use there. So I feel, obviously for Hayden here, he feels it's more important to get that card into Soul.
And I think generally in the Prism matchup that would be the case unless you had a lot of cards already in your Soul and you were worried about fatigue. Oh,
Ooh, so here we see the Herald of Triumph come in with the Warmonger's Recital.
Ash goes, you know what, that move you did last turn, that looked pretty good. I'm going to try it myself.
So we can we can see in hand he's got the Stony Woodenhog and Rally the Rearguard. We can't quite see the colours of those. Now the Herald of Triumph, very powerful because it reduces the attack of defending cards of it by 1, which means that you can't just defend with, say, a red Stony Woodenhog, for example, and blow up the Phantasm. If you do, the Stony Woodenhog's going down to 5 power, and you're in for a world of pain.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think this is going to be quite a difficult decision for Hayden here. Now, like I say, these are actually, I find, a really interesting mirror matches sometimes because the tempo and the pivot turns are incredibly important. If you mistime this and, fall behind and mess something up, get your Phantasm blown at the wrong time, the game can sort of be over before you know it.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, Prism is another one, another character, much like Azalea from Arcane Rising, that the weapon itself doesn't attack. So if you get stuck with just one card and you don't have a prismatic shield or an aura out, you can't attack with one card in Prism a lot of the time. So you have to be careful about losing tempo that way as well.
Okay, so we can see Ash got that through. Hayden elected to just double block. Okay, so he did lose the Spectral Shield here, and one thing is, on Ash's side, he now has 3 cards in Soul, but sometimes you don't want to get too many cards stuck there without being able to use them.
Exactly. Again, because obviously Prism can only make one shield per turn, although we don't know what's in Ash's deck, because if he has a Cataclysm in that deck, he is absolutely sorted. Obviously, needing to pitch 3 cards from the Soul would be, and it would be backbreaking if that comes out.
So one interaction I wanted to point out here, so the Spears of Sterility, that's coming for 4 with Go Again. Now, if Ash does defend this with a 6 power card, causing that Phantasm trigger, the Go Again will not resolve. So Haydendale will not get the action point, and his turn will be over. Now, definitely a difficult decision for Ash if he wants to, if he has a 6 power available, if he wants to do that. Hayden only has 1 resource available. Okay, so he goes for it. 2 red Stony Woodenhogs.
Wow, those are going to do a lot of work this today for Ash.
Yeah, now we will see if he comes to regret that decision. Like we're saying, Hayden only had 1 resource up.
Now this is interesting. We're seeing Halo being played here.
Okay, so he's put a light card into Soul. So he should be drawing a card. Now it looks like the players have paused for a second. They potentially may be checking on a ruling. Okay, so we'll just...
Yeah, so that is a light card that he is.
Yeah, so we'll see what's happening. It looks like the players are consulting a judge. So we...
I think they're trying to... maybe they're talking about a priority window to play the Halos.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me here. So when the combat chain closes, when Stony Woodenhog defends, so I believe what they may be consulting a judge is if Ash gets priority to use the Halo, which she does.
Yeah.
So he's drawn a card from that. We'll see if he elects to make a Spectral Shield, which I'm fairly confident he will.
And this is what we're saying about the pitching of blue, getting the Halo, and then also being able to use the other 2 resources to make the shield is very, very key in making optimal plays when you do go for that Halo. And here we see him pitch blue, swing for 4 with Go Again.
Yeah, so this is when the game can start to get quite difficult, I feel, on both sides really, but particularly when you're facing down that attack for 4 with a Spectral Shield, you feel like you don't really want to trade one of your cards for just that Spectral Shield token, but at the same time you need to deal enough damage to get rid of that Spectral Shield next turn.
Yeah, I mean, and Hayden's on 12, so that's a third of his life if he doesn't block here.
Yeah, because you don't want to get stuck in this position where you're allowing your opponent to attack with Spectral Shield, and then on the swing back, defend with 2 cards, and then just come onto the spectral
Yeah.
shield again.
Yeah, and get into that loop of I'm blocking with my whole hand and never actually getting an opportunity to crack that shield on my turn with an attack back.
Yeah, so now we see. So Ash is obviously deciding here. I feel he's probably tossing up whether he wants to play that card in Arsenal or make another Spectral Shield.
Yeah.
One risk if you're making multiple Spectral Shields is if you get blown out by like a big dominated attack, for example, like Herald of Tenacity, then you're going to lose all your shields at once.
Yeah. So
Now,
Ash just chose to hold on to the cards there and set up. So
now that is an invigorating light. I can't see the pitch color, but I wonder if it might be red. And another thing is he could be
Possibly.
It could be a bit of a mind game, which would be a really cool play. Passing with one card in hand and just saying, daring your opponent, saying, "Well, I didn't use this card, so it's got to be a 6 power."
Sure. Absolutely, and this is something that Prism players have to think about. And like, you've got to get a read on your opponent sometimes.
And we're talking about breakpoints during the break, funnily
Yeah.
enough. But here we see, this is why I find these matchups quite interesting sometimes, because when you have one Spectral Shield each and you pitch and come in for 4, if you block with one card, your Spectral Shield dies.
Yeah.
And so, but at the same time here, when he's pitching to come in for this attack, I believe Hayden still has 2 resources up. So
Yeah.
if Ash is in a spot where he almost might be thinking, I don't really want to commit 2 cards onto the Spectral Shield, only for Hayden to then come in with his giant Herald as well on his next turn.
Exactly. Especially if he doesn't have a 6 to crack the Phantasm, he has to think about, what the next block, what he'll use for the next block.
Yeah, because if Ash does have a red Invigorating Light here, he may actually consider, defending this with 2 cards and then trying to blow up the Herald with his 6 power card, and then just sort of trying to walk on that shield to victory. No, but he's decided to give it the Spectral Shield. I think that's actually
Takes
fine.
3.
Well, 3 cards in Soul here. That seems okay.
There's that Solar Tide that we were talking about in the break. Again, it is that a red or is it?
Yes, that's a red.
Red.
Rising
So
Solar
that's
Tide.
5. So that's that awkward number that we're talking about. Like, if you let it hit, it's going to go into the Soul.
So here what we might see potentially is the use of the Ironhide Plate. So if Ash defends with 1 card and then pitches his other card to use the Ironhide Plate and the Prism Hero ability, that actually lets him use his cards very efficiently. So he's using 2 cards to fully defend out the Rising Solar Tide and create a Spectral Shield token. That will leave him with 2 more cards in hand to, he can pitch to then attack for 4 with a Spectral Shield and then potentially follow up with something else.
Sure. And this is the decision process that Ash is going through now. Is like checking his resources, looking at what he can afford to do and what he can't.
Yeah, because when I say that, it feels very easy for me as an observer to say, yeah, just throw away your Ironhide Plate. But it's when you're in the heat of round 2 in a big tournament, you're thinking, this is my one piece of equipment I have that can defend. If I use this now, what if I get blown out by a huge Dominate attack later? So, I make it sound easy, but it might not necessarily be the correct decision.
And also, I'm not 100% sure what his pitch is, because if he doesn't have double blue in there, it's a lot harder a decision, because...
That's absolutely right,
Because if you could make this Spectral Shield, but if you can't use it to attack with, it also feels bad sometimes as well.
Yeah, so I can see there's a rally the rare card in Ash's arsenal. My guess would be that's a yellow or a red version.
Yeah.
I almost would lean towards thinking it's yellow because the red one he might have wanted to keep in hand.
Yeah, I can't imagine it's a red one because the red one does pop Phantasm, so it's not a card you'd want to put into your arsenal in this mirror.
Okay, so he might be going for this Ironhide play.
And he's pointing at
But
Prism.
he needs to be careful here with how he's actually defending. Because I think what the players are checking is if this is the only card he's defending with. Because you need to be careful sequencing this correctly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
and
so
I think
then-
this is what they're talking about.
Yeah, I think there may be a potential judge call on this one. Because one option that he has here is if he defends with this and the Yinti Yanti, he can then make a Spectral Shield, which will bring up the Yinti Yanti thing to...
Yeah.
Okay, I think that the players are discussing amongst themselves. I think it's probably a discussion about how these defending cards are being declared.
Yes.
So we'll leave that to them.
Yeah.
So this is why it's a good example of just being very clear in your communication
Yeah.
sometimes too.
Yeah.
Yep. So here we see the cool
the-
thing about the anti interaction here is it's defending for 2, but he's going to make a spectral shield, which
Yeah.
then bumps it up to 3.
Yeah. Yeah. So the Yinti is 3, you get 2 off the Ironhide, and you get the Spectral Shield.
Yep. So there we see Ash uses resources very efficiently in that situation, and
And also, props to both players. They clearly, obviously, there was some discussion. They clearly stated what they were playing, and this is what this high-level tournament is. It's about communicating what you're doing, so no one goes, "Oh wait, you can't do that," and you have to get into that he said, she said, rewind stuff.
absolutely, like definitely, I commend both players. They're looking like resolving amongst themselves without calling a judge. It
Yeah.
seemed, and not if there is an issue, always call a judge. But both these players, both high-level players, both really great figures in the community.
Yeah.
So I was very happy to see those resolved with no
Yeah,
fuss there.
absolutely. And again, as we said, communication is the key. Just talking through what you're doing, and so both players are clear on the interaction.
And here we can see, I feel Ash is looking to put the pressure on a little bit now. So he's coming in for 4. I feel
Forward go again, and as you said, I think it's a rear guard in his arsenal, so I wouldn't be surprised if he then swings in with
Yeah.
that for another 4.
because if he comes in for 4, then 5 here. And now at this point, Hayden does not have a card in Soul. It's difficult for him to make the play that we just saw Ash make of using his Ironhide helm,
Yeah.
as well as making a spectral shield.
Yeah.
I feel there's a definite concern for Hayden here where he might be in a bit more of a protect the spectral shield mode. Because if he loses the spectral shield here, doesn't have an easy way to make another one.
Yep.
Starts to become very hard.
Yeah, and without a weapon, it's a hard thing to go into a fight with without a weapon, right?
Okay, so I think Hayden's definitely thinking this through here.
Yeah. I mean,
the best way to approach this.
like 8-8 is a key point of the game as well. Like the next person to take damage is really getting on the back foot.
Yeah, and I feel like Ash has done very well to hide that card in his arsenal. So he hasn't
Yeah.
played it for multiple turns.
Yeah, very patient.
He's definitely going to leave Hayden sort of wondering what's going on
Yeah.
with this. Okay, so he decided to take it now. If that's a yellow...
Ash still holding on to it.
So I think that might be a red invigorating light in hand. We've seen him hold this card for multiple turns
Right.
now. I can't see the pitch color, but unless that's an amazing bluff, I feel like that's a red invigorating light in his hand. So is there some slight... not sure if there's uncertainty as to what's going on. Okay, so potentially here what's happening is Ash is passing priority
Yeah,
to
and
Hayden,
Hayden wants to play something.
and Hayden wants to play something in the inside. Oh,
Yeah.
we saw a prismatic
Prismatic shield, maybe?
prismatic shield. Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we
Okay.
go. And that was the decision he was trying to make.
So the just to explain to our viewers the reason there. So if Hayden had done that in the end step, so when Ash passed priority back to Hayden, if Hayden had played prismatic shield, Ash would then get priority back.
So he could have swung again.
So he could have
Yeah.
destroyed all these shields. Okay, there I go saying he doesn't have an easy way to make a lot of shields, and
there it is. So this is interesting. I mean, it's taken him 4 cards though, so he's only going to get to swing with the one shield here. But that is going to put some pressure on Ash on Ash's hand. And now, of course, Ash having to deal with 3 spectral shields as well.
wow, there we see a very cautious blocking with that red herald of protection from Ashley. Now, it's a very, very powerful card.
Yeah.
I think his thought process might be here. He just cannot afford to play a Phantasm card, get it blown up when his opponent has 3 spectral shields in play,
Yeah.
particularly on these life totals. So if he played out the red herald there, gets defended by something like a Stony Woodenhog,
Yeah.
it feels like a bit of a disaster.
Feels bad. Yeah, it does feel bad. Another card that we haven't seen in this game, but is interesting at this point of the game, is Pound for Pound, which is a card that can often get played in this matchup if you've got the red one for Cracking Phantasm, but also if you're on lower life, you get the Dominate off it as well. So.
Okay, well, this could actually be a big tempo swing here. So, looks like Ash has, held on to that red invigorating light. Now, Hayden, I feel, has probably identified at this stage that Ash has that 6 power card
Yep.
in hand. And now he's got this 2 spectral shield just coming in over and over again.
Yeah.
So, I think Ashling is definitely going to start to feel... I feel like he would have been feeling very happy with this game right up until the point where his opponent played the Prismatic Shield.
Yeah. And it's amazing how one card can really swing a game at this stage.
Yeah, I think we were talking about earlier. Red Prismatic Shield is just an absolutely amazing card. Okay, so now we're seeing. Definitely, it could come down to the players counting up how many cards are remaining in deck, because fatigue actually is an issue here.
Absolutely, because you can't just keep double blocking with your hand because you run out of cards super quick.
You're absolutely right there. And the thing is here, there's actually a big cost for Ash here to keep holding on to that red, presumably invigorating light, and that it's a red pitch card. He's holding on to it for multiple turns, and it's actually kind of come back to burn him a little bit.
Yeah, so Ash there loses the shield but doesn't take any damage.
Okay, now we can probably see Hayden come in.
Oh, double Woodenhog to swing.
Okay, so he's coming in with a Wartune Herald. And finally, we see that invigorating light get used. But the good thing for Hayden here is he managed to get it used on a turn where it's not as bad as otherwise.
It's backbreaking, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, we're seeing the stubby hammers.
Oh, okay, this is interesting.
So we're going to see that Adrenaline Rush play you were talking about.
Yeah, there we are. Lovely, I love that play.
So I believe this is coming in for 7.
Yeah, it would be 7.
So I do quite like this play. The reason being, we're talking about breakpoints earlier. That 7 is a very annoying breakpoint to deal with here. So if Hayden chooses to defend with 2 cards, he's still losing one of those Spectral Shields.
Exactly.
I feel
or even 2 if they're 2 defense cards, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And he's probably noticed, he's seen Hayden's pitch multiple generic blue cards with 2 defense.
Yeah, those Stony Woodenhogs, as good as they are only 2 defense. So.
And critically here, Hayden still has no cards in Soul.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not quite. Oh, right. Oh, sorry, he was on higher life.
He was on higher. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So
sorry to our viewers.
So he only got the bonus from Stubby Hammer. It's not from the actual Adrenaline Rush itself.
Okay, so now we see Ash has a Prismatic Shield of his own. Now we can see a pound for a pound in there as well, but I believe that might be blue.
Yeah,
I think
it's an awkward one.
Okay, so. This has been actually, I feel, a really, really good game so far.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how swingy this Prism Mirror match can be.
Oh, there we go, the Surging Militia. So Surging Militia plus a pump is now, I believe that's a red Surging Militia. So that's coming for 7, and it's getting +1 for each card that Ash chooses to defend with. Now this is sort of absolutely backbreaking a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, it does. We do think he's got that Prismatic Shield in hand. I mean, this is maybe where he plays it to try and soak up some of this damage by not blocking with hand, but it's so tough.
Well, so this is why we see Hayden, Hayden, one of the best in the business in the game, and we've seen him, I feel, full credit to Ash as well, playing a very strong game.
Yeah.
But I wonder if, holding on to that red invigorating light, I feel Hayden might have identified that, and it looks like that may eventually come back to bite him here.
Yeah.
So I believe that's a yellow Prismatic Shield. It's very difficult for him here because defending with 2 cards here, say he defends with a, 3 defense and 2 defense card, he's still going to be taking. So that would be defending for 2. He'd still be taking 4 if.
I don't.
It's definitely a very difficult spot here. We may see him do something like play the Prismatic Shield to make 2 Spectral Shields, and then defend with 1 card from hand.
Possibly, yeah.
Even then, that might be lethal. I think it. And again, that's assuming this is a red Surging Militia. I think it is. It's just a little bit difficult to fully identify that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Hayden playing with the red sleeves does make it a
little
harder to.
I'm fairly certain it is, though. So blocking with his own Surging. So that's currently coming for 8. And it was a red Prismatic Shield. So that's making 3. So he's defending 5. That's going to drop him to 1, I believe.
Yeah. Oof.
So, I mean,
he's still alive, still in it, but
Hayden did well to get out of that.
Backbreaking.
And oh no, and he's had to pass as well. And now in his hand, he's got a Warmong's Recital and a Seek Enlightenment, both of which defend for 2. Okay, not entirely sure what's happened here. So yeah, okay. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on in this game because Hayden's drawn up for the end of his turn.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have priority or anything in this step. So
I
okay.
think it's because Ash just went straight to passing his turn. So it's actually Ash's turn, and I think Hayden was because before Ash goes to end of turn.
Right, yeah. Okay. So yeah, that was an issue for second card. So it looks like just an issue with giving Hayden a chance to pass priority.
Yeah, Hayden could have made another prismatic shield in Ash's turn there, but chose not to.
Yeah, and I think this is looking very difficult
tough.
now.
This is tough for Ash.
He's going to have to defend with the Warmongers recital and that. Yeah. Now he's only got to defend for 5 in hand. Glisten, that's going to do it. Oh, wow.
Nice play. And Glisten is a pseudo attack reaction here. Nice play. Again, knowing that Ash had already used that prismatic shield, counting on the fact that he wouldn't have another one or be able to pay for it. So well done to Hayden there. Really close mirror match, and I'm sure we'll see a few more of those before the end of the day.
Yeah, and I feel like all right, and I think that wraps up that game. Again, really, what a game, I feel. What a game. Like, I feel that it had sort of all the twists and turns you could hope for out of a Prism matchup.
Yeah.
I feel we saw some of those, I think we got to see some high-level gameplay there from both players. So, holding on to that 6 power card for Ash for multiple turns, and I feel Hayden identified that and actually played around it really well.
Yeah, and that prismatic shield on Hayden's turn, that was really well timed, showed up at the right time, and really swung the momentum back in his favor.
Absolutely, and we saw him use that. Again, it's a lot of the time like the best players. They are the ones who do the small things right and make the fewest mistakes. And I think that's what Hayden really did there. So he was on the back foot for like a large part of that game. Yeah. I feel he just sort of stayed in it. He didn't sort of make priority errors. Like, for example, that prismatic shield. If he'd made that and given sort of Ash a chance to pop all the shields, that would have been an absolute nightmare. The game would have been over. But we saw him just sort of hold off, and then go for the second alignment into the Surging Militia, which ended up being the backbreaking play.
Yeah, and this is a perfect example of you're never out of a game of Flesh and Blood until you're at 0. I really did feel for a long time in that game that Ash was on the front foot and Hayden was just hanging in there. But, things can change. As we said, you're never out. And how good was Surging Militia? This is one of the cards that we spoke about at the beginning of the tournament, and that is a perfect example that late game it is so backbreaking.
It's such a outrageously punishing card in the late game there. And again, I believe we talked about Red's Prismatic Shield earlier in the day as well, being just one of those bombs in Glisten. In Prism. And we saw Hayden had not just the Red Prismatic Shield, but the Red Glisten as well.
Yeah, and also really well played by Hayden not to. I mean, I don't know if it was that late that it showed up, but it's that thing of like, oh, maybe I'm just going to play the Glisten early and just try and attack with a big thing. But actually holding on and the patience to hold on and use it as that trick, like a Razor Reflex from Welcome to Wraith, actually use it as that finisher where now I've got him. I know he doesn't have defense reactions because of the deck he's playing. Here we go.
Absolutely, and I just want to say again, I felt both players played that game really well, but I do want to congratulate Hayden. I feel like I've been in those games before as well, where again in the structure of the tournament, it's very high pressure. You'll feel like you're walking a tightrope for like 6 turns in a row. I feel he had to make the right decision, every decision correctly for like 5 to 6 turns in a row there in order to come back into that game and win it. And credit to him for identifying all those steps and making it. And like we say with Ash there, I feel often it is the correct decision to hold on to that 6 power card in order to block the Phantasm. But I do wonder if he ultimately might sort of rue the decision to hold it on for 1 turn too many.
I think if he goes back and watches back this video, he's going to be like, oh, should have maybe used that a little earlier, but I mean, you can't live in the past.
Hey guys, I don't know if we've talked about the meta breakdown yet.
No, we
No,
have not.
well, we actually have a graphic meta breakdown,
Oh,
which
wow,
we're going to
cool.
bring up on the screen for you now. Look at that. We talked about Prism being the boogie woman of the format, and you can see almost half of the meta is Prism. And I mean, were we surprised?
Not really. I feel we did kind of think there'd be a lot of Prism.
I think the surprise in there is just how much Bolton there is.
Yeah, I am actually surprised about it too. I would have actually, if you'd asked me, I would have thought the second most popular hero would have been Chain.
Yeah, I feel Chain. I feel a lot of people. It does have that like sort of difficulty of playstyle similar to Leviathan in that, if you put your foot on the gas and like if you can't close out the game or stack your pitch really really well, you just
that's
end
a
up
good
running
point.
out of cards. But like I think we did kind of call it like Prism, definitely the Boogie Woman. A lot of people are going to play it. It's a good fallback deck if your pool isn't that strong. But my girl Leviathan, underappreciated.
Absolutely,
Underappreciated.
we were right. We were right. Definitely the least played hero, but I have a feeling that we're probably going to see some Leviathan and the EXO bracket.
I would say that breakdown is very much reminiscent that this is the sealed portion of the coin.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think come draft time, we will.
It'll be much closer
slightly
to
different,
25,
slightly
25.
different. And I think again, as we focused on at the beginning of the event, is that Prism is that go-to if you don't think any of your heroes are absolutely gas.
Yeah.
I think Prism is the default, and I think that's what we see there by just how much percentage Prism is.
You know what? I'm going out on a limb. I'm
Yeah.
going out on a 10 limb from limb. I'm going to say we're going to have at least 7 Leviathan seal
Really?
players in the top 32.
Oh, wow,
I
okay.
feel that Leviathan deck, we talk about decks having floors and ceilings. I feel Leviathan decks have probably one of the lowest floors.
Lowest floors,
when it goes
for sure.
badly, it goes horribly
Yeah,
wrong.
it does.
But on the same note, I feel
The
it is
ceiling is
I feel it's a
the
deck with
Sistine Chapter.
Yeah.
it's potentially got the highest ceiling.
Potentially, I think that's right.
I would say if I had pulled between 10 to 12 sixes in my sealed pool, and I was playing Leviathan, I would be really happy with that meta breakdown.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely.
I feel-
That is the thing, because I was just speaking to one of our good friends, Antonio. He pulled 15 sixes for his
Wow,
Leviathan deck.
jeez.
So, I mean, you're sitting there looking at that almost half the field playing Prism thinking,
Bring
bring
on.
them on.
Bring it
Well,
on, too,
yeah,
the calling.
Absolutely. That is, but that's right. And I think that, hopefully we'll be able to see a wide diversity of heroes being brought to the table here on the feature match. And we're going to try and get as many different heroes as we can here for you on stream. But yeah, it's exciting, man. Only round 2, and we're already seeing that this tournament is heating up. I've already spoken to some people who, they've already taken their first loss and they're thinking, oh, I've got to, XO. It is heartbreaking sometimes when you think all of this effort, all of this testing, all this work to come in and then lose your first round. It really puts you under that gun.
Yeah,
Although, in saying that, some people really strive under that pressure. That we saw that at the last calling.
That's
a couple
true.
of players that made money were like, I'm winning, I'm out, so I just had to keep winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, also the last calling did have a lot more rounds, but I do know from experience when you lose an early round at these big tournaments, it is really difficult. So for example, like at the first classic constructed calling, I lost round 2, and then I'm thinking, so I'm 1-1 going into round 3, and I'm like, I need to win my next 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
And it just it puts so much pressure on all your decisions.
It does, yeah.
Same thing for New Zealand Nationals when we had, I believe I lost round 3, and it was one of those tournaments where you can afford to lose 2 rounds in order to
Right.
make the top sort of 24
Yeah.
32.
Yep.
And it's true, it does kind of kick your gameplay into that
Yep.
high gear. There's no complacency, or every single move has to be correct. But I can tell you now, it puts the pressure on.
Yeah. it does.
Makes for a long day.
Oh, it certainly does. Yeah, I mean, I think that it depends on the sort of person you are, right? Some people thrive under pressure. I personally like to just win all the rounds and not lose any, so that I've got that nice buffer, and I'm going in.
Exactly, and we'll probably, and like we said, we'll be getting a few interviews going on.
Absolutely, yeah. At some point, we've got a nice feature wall out there, and I'm going to try and go out into the crowd and pull some people out for some interviews. Hopefully, we will be able to cut to those in some later breaks. Right now, we're just looking to bring you as much action as we possibly can.
Yeah, and I'm hoping the best for Levi, because I feel Levi unappreciated. She can do it. I like to consider myself a bit of a Levi specialist.
Oh, really?
Games.
Okay, yeah.
We actually played it in Team Seal last night. I went 0-3, and then
See, I
you
promptly switched deck.
To be fair, I played it and I went 2-2. So
well, there you go.
maybe
You're probably more of a Levi specialist. I think we're going to lean on Ian a
I
bit
kind
more
of
than you.
blame my teammates. They took all the
Right,
good cards
yes.
and left me the dregs
that
to
is
make up my
true.
team's deal pool. It was
you blame your
outrageous.
teammates for you losing matches. Yeah.
I just got to say, I mean, for Levi, we all wanted to win because, I mean, if you're going to sell your soul out to a demon from another dimension, you want to do better than 13% of the money. You know what I mean?
I was about to say, of those 13%, how many do you reckon pulled Doomsday?
Whoa,
How great would it be to see Blasma Fett hit the table today?
that I mean, I would love to see it happen on feature. I've got to say, I doubt it's going to happen because in constructed, absolutely, we can make it happen. But in limited, fulfilling those conditions to be able to summon a demon.
All it takes is one soul harvesting.
That's true.
And some blues, and all of a sudden that Doomsday is.
Doomsday's looking pretty good.
Pretty good.
Well, maybe we can't promise anything, but I hope that it happens this weekend. Wouldn't that be nice? But either way, yeah, I think that we are going to definitely, hopefully, see Levi make a mark. But right now, we might go to an ad break, and we'll bring you all the action from round 3 as soon as we get it.
See you soon.
right, and we are back with round 3 of the calling, and we've got some old school players for you. You can tell that because one of them is not even using sleeves.
We've got Gene Brumby on Prism and Nick Smith on Bolton. Of course, if you've played TCGs in the last 20 years in New Zealand, you would have come across one, if not both, these players. They've both been involved in numerous different games. So, this is definitely the old guard. So we see the light matchup. Of course, this is 46% Prism, 26% percent Bolton. So this is a matchup that I'm sure both players are going to play a lot over the day.
Oh yeah, and it's going to be an exciting one. I'm interested to see what these decks look like. I already see a Phantasmify in Gene's hand, and some nice heralds. I wonder who's going on the play here.
It's very interesting as a light player on when you have Halo, on whether or not you want to go first or second.
That is a good question, because the thing is that utilizing the Halo, often you want to do it on your first turn because you can use that resource and then essentially kind of get it for free because you get to draw back up again.
Absolutely, and it's different. It's different for both heroes though. Obviously, Prism can make that shield. Or Bolton can just start with the go again.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. Here we see Gene is electing to use his Halo first turn of the game. I wonder what he's going to put in there. Oh, he's thinking about it.
Yeah,
the thing is that a lot of these cards are only illusionist cards. They're not light cards. So if they do get put into a soul, they won't necessarily draw a card. But there you see, the card that's going in is actually a light card, so he will get to draw.
That is the Herald Protection that he put in there, and that was actually his only light card because the other two were, I believe it was 2 Illusionist and one generic Brandish there.
And then he's going to immediately use that to make that Spectral Shield very important, and then in comes the Spectral Shield.
Wow.
Boom.
Yeah.
4 damage. And
just a block there. Blocks 3, takes 1 early. Again, both players are going to get to draw up at the end of this turn.
I like that, but see, that's the thing about this attack from Gene. It's quite nice because his follow attack isn't going to be that threatening, but the thing is, with 2 cards in hand, it very well could have been. It could have been a big Herald, and if you're Bolton, rather than over-defending that Spectral Shield there, then you want to save some cards in hand for what you don't know what's coming next.
Yeah. And it'll be interesting as the game goes on to see if Nick has many 6 attacks, because obviously Bolton himself doesn't have that many attacks, so you really need to rely on generics.
You really do, and I like this play from Gene. He thought about pitching that Phantasmify to play the Brandish, but instead he's decided, no, I'm going to put it in my arsenal. Yeah. And I think that's wise, because you just know that Brandish is going to get blocked. You're not going to get to do any extra damage, so why not just save the Phantasmify for a later turn?
Yeah, and that go again off Brandish in a later turn is I'm sure will be key.
Absolutely. I see a red, I think it's a red Invigorating Light in Gene's hand, and those Invigorating Lights are just so good in Prism, eh? They especially when you're struggling to get cards in your soul and your opponent is defending all your heralds and really trying to prevent you from getting those cards in your soul. The Invigorating Light says, well, you know what? Doesn't matter whether you defend or not. I'm going in the soul regardless.
All right, so here we go. Lead out. First turn for Nick. Leading out with a belittle, pitching a belittle to play a belittle.
Oh, there we go, yeah,
going to go fishing for that minnowism.
Yeah, and he revealed an Overload, I believe. And I tell you what pairs really well with Overload.
yeah, exactly.
Minnowism.
Yeah.
And it's a red one too, so yeah, we're really starting off nicely here, putting on some pressure.
Yeah, and of course Belittle has natural go again. He doesn't have to use Bolton's ability.
No, but look at that, we have the Yinty Yanti block coming in. Now, of course, because Gene has the aura in play, it's going to be pumped up in defense, so it's going to be defending for 3.
Yeah. Now, another interesting thing here is Nick's got a full kit out of equipment, which in sealed is
really
so
does.
good.
Oh, there it is. It's red into red. There's the red minnowism into a red overload coming in to dominate 6. And
if it hits, it gets go again. So
And more importantly, it's going to destroy that spectral shield, which,
Yeah,
as
absolutely.
we've heard, is so important when you're playing against Prism because you really don't want them coming at you.
yeah, I like this play here. I really like. I think Overload is probably one of the most underrated cards.
I agree.
And I believe it's just so good in Bolton.
And it's especially good in Bolton because obviously, look, anybody can look at the combination of a Phantasmify plus Overload and
Yeah.
think, oh, well, that's an easy way to get through damage. But you know what? Red Overload by itself, when you've charged, is so good
Yeah.
because they don't want to give it go again, so they want to defend it. But if they defend it with an attack action, what's
Yes.
this? It gets plus
Plus
one.
one,
It's
exactly.
coming through anyway, and they
Exactly.
can't defend it with more than one card.
Also, it's a 0 attack, so it's just a lovely card to put at the end. Ooh.
Wow. That is
Zealous
a
Belting.
nice combat chain. Look at that.
It's not going to get go again, but that's not what it's there for. It's just there to put pressure on Gene's life points.
Absolutely, and it looks like he might just be taking the whole
Ooh.
5. Wow,
Wow,
that's
that is
nice.
a huge first turn. That is half Gene's life gone in the
It's-
first turn of the game.
That is amazing, and I guess Gene must be really valuing the ability to put some pressure back on because he is. I guess he knows he's got that Phantasmify in Arsenal.
And the really
And-
nice thing about that play, not a single warrior card played in that hand
exactly.
by Nick.
That's
really
the beauty, as we said.
really
all-
showing how good that those generics can be. Oh, this is a big attack. This is why he was
Yeah.
holding on to it.
That is very powerful there. Look at that, and I mean he popped the Dreamweavers, which is probably advisable considering that you just really when you're putting all your eggs in one basket like this, you really don't want to get blown out by your opponent having a 6 attack.
Yeah.
And he didn't in this case, but he absolutely could have.
Yeah. But yeah, also as we said, Gene taking 10 that last turn, he really needs this to get some tempo back.
Oh yeah, but I mean that's the thing. If Nick wants to attack next turn, he's going to have to take some damage, and this is 11 damage coming at him.
Yeah. I mean, he does have one Ironhide in the plate. He has a Halo, so on a blue pitch, he could Halo and use Ironhide this
That is
turn.
a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. He also has that Gallantry Gold as a nice bit of equipment to defend with, so he's going to be able to defend. But it's just frustrating, isn't it, when you've got Bolton, and as you said, Bolton really wants as many cards in hand as they can to attack with. Now he doesn't actually have any cards in Soul right now, so he's probably not even thinking about any big combat chains right now.
Yeah.
But
He does have a Rally the Rear Guard in his hand that I
Ooh.
can see there, so that is
Okay.
going to help a little bit with this.
I wonder if that's red. Maybe Gene made the genius move by popping the Dreamweavers there. Because otherwise that would have destroyed that Phantasm.
Yeah. And of course, no matter what, this card's going into Gene's Soul.
He is just going to take it.
Oh,
That
is a huge
11
hit.
damage. Wow.
I mean,
And then boom.
good,
well,
good game's a fast game. but
Exactly.
That's
So it was a yellow rally. So yeah, it wasn't. Oh, he's doing it. Is he going to go again? He is. He's searching up another Minnowism.
Nice, showing-
We've seen this combination be very powerful before.
and he's showing that he showed that Express Lightning,
Yep.
which is again a 0 attack, which
It
which
may have
is
even
follows
been
up
an
now.
Illuminate. I couldn't see properly, but
No, I think it was
Express?
I think it was the Express
nice.
Lightning.
Okay. Well, he's going for the blue Minnowism this time, and this is the power of this combination. Is yes, you can go and get a red Minnowism to pump your overload, as we saw last turn, but you can also go and get a resource card like a blue Minnowism.
Absolutely, this could pay for
This could
you're
pay for
right,
multiple
this could
attacks.
pay for the rest of the turn.
And the other thing that it could pay for some attacks, but the other thing that it could do, it could go in the soul.
Yeah. I mean, he's got that Halo there as well. That he could pop a Halo, put a card in the Soul, and then use the blue to go Gallantry Gold, Hatchet.
Yep. Gene's still thinking about this attack here, and he's thinking about whether to defend.
Yeah.
I mean, he is on 10 life. And he's just going to take it.
He's going to take it. That
And-
I don't mind that
I
because
don't mind that either.
Obviously, he knows that this is going to go a bit wider. So he's choosing to put a card in the Soul.
he's,
He is playing
he's
Halo.
destroying the Halo of Illumination to chuck a card in his soul.
Yeah,
and
he had the one
draw.
floating from the yellow rear guard that he pitched for
and
very
looks
little.
like he drew a take flight, which is a very powerful card.
That is interesting.
And I mean, if we see Bolton in the feature match, it's likely we're going to be seeing a lot of take flights because that card, it's like Red Bull, it gives you wings, man. But he's opted to go for the Express Lightning instead.
Putting the using the minnows,
like
that's not a bad play.
I think that we'll see that take flight going into the arsenal, which is great because it's a great way to set up a big turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Getting that natural go again. You've charged. You've turned on the Bolton's hero ability.
Yeah, and Gene's on 7, so he has to respect.
Pretty much has to
respect this.
Yeah. So we're still thinking. Here, he's deciding whether we get a nice shot of his head there. He's in deep thought about what to do.
Yeah, I mean,
it looks like a red to me. Is that it's a red,
it is red.
Express Lightning. So that's coming in for 4, which is
over half
of his life
yeah,
total.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's sort of like, and he's charged with it. So if
that's true, it's going to go up to 5.
If he chooses to block, if he doesn't have non-attack actions.
Yep, and as Kieran pointed out earlier, if you have multiple defend 2s in hand, that is a pretty rough prospect. Oh, it looks like we might be seeing a block with the Ironhide here.
Yep.
And it is the Ironhide plate. Oh, he's double checking.
Yeah, I wonder if this will be a 0 defense card. Yeah,
it is. You're absolutely right. The blinding beam.
That is that awkward. It doesn't do enough at this point in time. It just doesn't do enough. Well, I tell you what,
it just defended for 2. So.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
But yeah, that's nice because you're not turning on that charge hero, passive hero ability of Bolton's. So now he is going to be coming straight back in. Oh, that's quite rightly goes to the bottom. And now we are pitching another blue and Gene's putting the pressure right back on with that Spectral Shield. And that is the beauty of Ironhide equipment in Prism. As you saw last turn, Ironhide costs 1 to activate. Prism's ability costs 2. You pitch 1 blue, and you get to do both. Oh, it looks like Nick is wanting to try and keep as many cards in his hand as he can.
Yeah.
He knows he's possibly going to be wanting to pop that Gallantry Gold next turn. Oh, that's a nice card. That's the red Illuminate we were talking about earlier. Hits that nice breakpoint coming in for 4. It does threaten to go in the soul if it does hit.
This is an awkward block for Nick now. We know he's got that take flight in Arsenal. He's got that Gallantry Gold that he can cap as well. So he doesn't need to hold on to too much to still be able to swing back quite aggressively.
Yeah, and the other consideration I bet that's running through his mind is my hand powerful enough to just take all this damage?
Yeah.
I think I can see a Courageous Steel hand as well, which is a very good card for stealing games.
Now, but to play Courageous Steel hand, you have to have charged. So he has to maybe roll the dice, and he's taking the damage.
He's going to do it.
This is going to be a big
That
turn.
is huge, yeah. And, we're going to see.
I'm going to be very interested to see what he leads out with, because he could lead out with the Gallantry Gold.
Maybe.
Or the Take Flight.
I mean, it's potential if he's got enough blues in hand that we might even see the Time Skippers getting broken. Yeah. But it's not often you see that in Bolton, just because of his hero ability gives things go again so naturally. But it can be very good.
If he leads out with the Gallantry Gold, he doesn't need to use the Time Skippers.
True,
because both those hatchets will have +1 at minimum. So he can use the 2 cards he has in Soul, then come in with a charge card at the end of it.
I likely think that we're going to see this Take Flight as the first attack, just because it's got that beautiful go again built into it if you've charged, so you don't have to worry about your opponent trying to just take the damage and blank your attack. And here we go.
So this is the pitch.
We've got some resource cards, and it looks like that is indeed going to be what's coming out here. It is the Take Flight
with the charge. Oof.
Go again.
Crossing the line.
Coming in, but it does look like that's the blue take flight. So
It does,
it's
but
only
I don't.
2 damage.
Yeah, but that is actually, again, this is an odd breakpoint, because if he doesn't block, he
Yeah.
loses the spectral.
Yeah,
if he
that's
does, he
true.
loses a card from his hand. I like this. I
Yeah,
like
it's
this
nice.
play.
And again, if you're wanting to defend that with a defend 2, well, you're going to
Then
still lose the spectral.
Yeah, because it becomes 3.
It is nice. And here we see really the experience of these players. I mean, both of these guys have been playing since the 90s. They've played many matches.
Many
And-
different games. Two.
Oh, yep,
Yep,
there we go.
they
He points
call
out
that-
rightly that
So he
the
takes
spectral
one.
shield absorbs one of the damage.
Yep.
So Gene is going to...
Oh,
that is a powerful
That is a
card.
massive Valiant.
So it looks like that is a yellow Valiant Thrust, which is going to be coming in for 6 damage.
Yeah.
And again, you want to just defend that with 2 cards, but
Yeah.
then you're still going to be leaking a damage. And
Man.
then it could be getting go again, and I think it might
I
be
was
a
about to
blue
say,
left in his hand.
If that's blue left in his hand, he can then gallantry gold with both the hatchets. That is a massive
nuts
turn.
Well, I mean, we've heard a lot about Prism being the one to beat, and it looks like that might be what's going to happen
Yeah.
here. I mean, this is a really, really crazy amount of pressure.
Yeah.
I now, of course, Gene still does have 4 cards in hand. I
He
can't quite see.
he can make a shield later, so if
He
he's got
can
some
make a
awkward-
shield as well, so
if
he
he's
still
got
has
some au-
tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, if he's got an awkward, like a non-block card, he can pitch it to make
Absolutely.
a shield.
But still 6 damage.
yeah, I mean,
it is. He can't opt to not defend, but as soon as he does defend, unless he's got non-attack actions, that
Yeah.
Bolton hero ability is going to kick in, and it punishes you for defending.
Yeah.
That's why Bolton can be such a really good aggressive hero, especially when you're able to hold a lot of cards in hand and
Yeah.
make these big combat chains like we're seeing here.
Yeah, I think here Gene has to fully block this out, because he has to just run the risk of Nick not playing the gallantry gold and
Yeah.
attacking with a hatchet and
Yeah.
just taking that damage. I think
you're right. It looks like he might be
I think-
blocking for 5.
Yeah, I think
taking
Gene's
2.
dead in the water here.
Well,
to
we
be fair,
don't know. We don't know. We'll
but
see.
it's tough.
Oh, he is going to block for 5.
Nick gives it go again.
Gives it go again. So he's taking 2. Yep.
Yeah.
And now we will see.
Now
Is it
it's
a
awkward.
blue pitch? It looks like it is. Yep. Here it
Yeah,
comes.
here
The
we
gallantry
go.
cold is being broken. All those hatchets are being pumped up.
Oh,
Those are going
yeah.
into.
Yeah,
And it is a blue courageous steel hand.
this is massive.
Oh.
So that's coming in for 3.
That's coming in for 3.
The next one will be coming in for 5. This is
good.
and with only 2 cards in hand, I can't see Gene being able to pull it out here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's all over. He went down to 1 life
Yeah.
and managed to come back with a big enough turn. So that's coming in.
Fully blocked.
He's double
there.
blocked and then
Gives it go again.
Gives it go again, and that is all she
And wrote.
wrote. The
Comes
other
in for
hatchet
5.
swings
Good
in.
game. Handshake.
Absolutely. Wow.
As I said, these two
That
players
is
have
impressive.
played each other for
Yeah.
multiple games
They
over
know-
multiple
they know
years.
how it goes.
So some nice sportsmanship there at the end, and
Yep.
and they'll both be pretty happy with how that game went.
Yeah. I absolutely agree with you, and I know that hopefully Gene is very experienced. He won't be taking this loss too hard. He'll know that he just has to focus up here and come back swinging.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a tough day with 6 rounds, and really you can only take that 1 loss, but better to lose now than lose earlier.
Absolutely.
So I mean, and that Prism deck still looks pretty strong. Again, Nick's Bolton deck, how good were the generics in that deck?
Amazing. I mean, it looked like he had multiple multiple Minnoisms. That combination we've seen be really, really good. He's putting all of his cards to great effect, and I think that's the thing that you see. Like, even when you open a pool and you think, I don't have many class cards,
Yeah.
I don't think this deck's going to be able to make it. It takes a good player to sort of identify, these generics work really well with my Bolton deck. I've actually got, quite a good Bolton pool here, even though I might not have as many class cards. And yeah, really nice to see that and
Yeah.
take down the W.
Yeah, those belittles with the go agains, and then using the minimalisms for, you can attack pump, or as you said, use it for a resource, or as we saw in that game, he can just use that as the card to put in his soul from the charge. So versatile.
Absolutely.
And really using like the express lightning with the zeros to help with the belittles and stuff like that. Really well constructed deck and really
nice.
well thought out turns. I liked it, and it looked like not a lot of red in that deck. And,
No, it wasn't. That's surprising.
I think
You think, with Bolton, you really want all the red you can get, but you do have a lot of attacks to pay for, and being able to utilize yellows and blues effectively, and know how you can hit those breakpoints effectively is key.
Yeah.
I tell you what, Ian, I'm thinking we might go to a quick ad break, and I might
Sure
even
thing.
see if we can grab Nick to come here and talk to us
That'd
about
be
that
great.
game.
Sure
All right,
thing.
don't go away. We'll be right back. Hello everyone, we are back here with Nick, who you were just watching take his Bolton deck to victory. V for victory. I got to ask, I don't want to give anything away because your potential opponents might be watching, but I hope you have a V for Vanguard in the deck.
I do not.
Oh,
My pool actually felt really shallow,
really?
there was the option of going with what looked like a strong Levia build, but I only had about 9 6 powers, and I think that's about too short of being confident.
I agree with you 100%.
So I pushed Bolton, but there's a lot of little mini combos which make it work. So
we were just saying that. Ian and I were pointing out that the little minnowism you put to great effect. Both getting the red minnowism for the powerful dominate attack and a blue minnowism for a resource card to pitch.
Yeah.
I mean those work really well with Bolton.
It's Bolton, right? You're always going to have a lower than 3, so
Yeah.
it always works. But it's funny that little overload minnowism.
great play.
That's a bit of an in joke down with the guys in New Plymouth because Brett played it in like a prism deck. He's like, oh, this is my finisher. and I kind of looked at my card pool and I saw that I had it and I went, the ability to get sneaky damage through where there's not many defense reacts is really, really valuable. So It actually won me the game in the previous round as well.
Oh, wow,
I got my opponent down to 2, and then 6 dominate. Even if he had a spectral shield,
Yeah.
there was no way to stop enough of the damage. So I think
Absolutely.
those two together, amazing.
So your last round opponent was Prism as well?
Yeah, Prism.
It
so
does
far.
look, wow, yeah. It
Yeah.
looks like that is almost half of the meta today. So you look like you might be
43%.
playing a
Is
lot
it?
of
Yeah,
Prism rounds
43%.
to come. But
yeah.
you know what? You're 3-0 now, so congratulations.
Yeah, I think.
Come on,
Yeah,
do it.
I think the key against Prism is recognise that they can have some big attacks, right? But they're really going to be in on their spectral shields.
Absolutely.
Right,
Yeah.
and if you can keep breaking the shields, if you've got enough small attacks which force them to use cards to stop their shields breaking,
Yeah.
it really runs down their options. So I think
Absolutely, yeah.
I've got cards which I don't normally like Brandish, just because it has the go again.
Yeah. No,
And it's like 2
100%.
with the go again. I don't care if it hits or not.
Yeah.
Like, it's just drawing a card
Yeah.
because they want to protect their shield, and then you go again. So even
Yeah.
rubbish cards, I'd play Blue Brandish
No, right,
just
100%,
because
yeah.
It's great.
You just want to.
You
Put the
want that
pressure
little
on.
poke just to be
Yeah.
able to go in for, like you say, take care of a spectral shield if necessary. And then often these games come down to both players being on one life, and those little brandishes can come in handy.
Well, that's it. And again, it's a different mentality. Okay, you're going into a bit of game theory, but Flesh and Blood is a different game to every other game I've played
Yeah.
in that your resources are used in different ways. Do you pitch it? Do you attack with it? Do you
That's
defend with it? Right?
absolutely
Every
right,
card
yeah.
has. If you can reduce your opponent options while keeping your options open,
Yeah.
and that's why that turn I took that 11 Phantasm. Because
Yeah, we were
I
saying,
thought about it
what
and I
a-
thought I could block everything, but then I looked at my hand and I thought I'm probably going to swing back for more than 11.
Yeah.
And even if I only get a couple of damage through, it's going to break his spectrals, and I'm going to load up with a new hand because he's
Yep.
going to have to block everything, and I'm going to have a 5-card turn against his, against his 4-card
Yeah,
hand.
and it was surprising to me a little bit, but I think that it was, ultimately it obviously was the right decision because you managed to swing the tempo back in your favour and come in and take the win down. Now, you were saying, about the Flesh and Blood resource system. I mean, I know that that's something that built into the design tenets of the game. Every card matters.
Yeah.
You've obviously been very experienced TCG player, been playing a long time. How do you feel about Flesh and Blood? How long have you been playing it?
I've been playing since I didn't come in at the start of Arcane Rising, but
Right.
I came in just after
Just
Arcane
after,
Rising
right,
released.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, closer. Sorry. Just after Arcane Rising released, and my friends had been playing for a while, but I was still playing Magic and also.
Yeah.
Full.
Sorry.
right.
But like
I mean,
I reckon about 80% of the people have transferred over.
Yeah, there's
I mean, I don't
particularly a
play
lot of
anymore.
people.
This game has stopped me playing that. Because a few of my friends have been playing, but with COVID and my job made me travel a lot. I'd never actually sat down and played Flesh and Blood. Like
Right.
and the first couple of games, I got to be honest, I wasn't convinced.
Right.
I didn't love it straight away. I could see the strategy levels
Sure,
to it.
yeah.
But after playing a few games and getting my ass whooped playing as Azalea a lot of times,
Oh, yeah.
I realised there was a lot more to it.
Yeah.
And it's a real thinking game. Like
It is.
your cards are never dead.
No,
You're never
absolutely.
out of the game.
Yeah.
It's always about managing and resource. It's
Yeah.
wonderful.
I like to
the
see, yeah.
mental challenge and is exhausting, but it's
Oh, yeah.
it's really worthwhile.
Well, we'll give you a break because I know that it's going to be a long day and you've got a lot of rounds ahead of you if you're going to make this top 32. So
Oh yeah, I'm probably going to
we'll-
scrub out from here, but we'll see how it goes.
We'll hope to see you back on the feature match at some point. We're going to go to another ad break, but then we'll be back with round 4. Stay with us.
Cheers.
Alrighty, well, we said we were going to have special guest commentators for you, and we have our very own Carol Ruskovitz coming to
Thanks
join
for
us
having me, Callum,
from
thanks.
Session Blood. And his, I don't know if you know, but Carol is part of a podcast with our very own Kieran, who is going to be joining us in a second. And it's very, very informative about all of the all things Session Blood, basically. Carol's also judging today, aren't you, Carol? Taking a round off.
Yeah. So I've been judging for the first 3 rounds. It's been smooth so far. I feel
Nice.
like most players know what they're doing, which is really nice.
Are you sad you're not able to play this one?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I am too. I would love to be out there personally.
Yeah, limited is definitely my format. I love it, and it's just great. I feel like it really kind of sets people at the same level. You know, you open packs, you get what you get, and you have to make the best of it.
Exactly.
So I
It
really
really
like
does, sort the wheat from the chaff, I think. Like, constructed, it's a great format, and, but I feel like you can go online, you can find a deck list, you can copy it, you can go to your armory and beat people. But this, it really puts the deck building abilities to the test.
Absolutely.
So, that's what I love to do personally. I mean, I've been known as a little bit of a sealed specialist, and here we go. Here is Kieran, the other member of Session Blood.
Wait a second. Got my co-star on today. Yeah, I was there. Well, I mean, if we're getting the band back together, it's a good thing. I brought the hat, so.
feels like
Come
home.
in,
Feels
come in
like
more.
home.
All right. So, who would've
So it
thought?
sounds like we are getting our round 4 pairings up momentarily. So we will find out who we've got for you, and then Kieran and Carol are going to do the commentary for this round.
And this is a really pivotal round because if you're 3-0, if you won your first 3 rounds,
Yeah.
this pretty much, not 100%,
Not 100%,
but
but
it could
pretty much
guarantee you a
guarantees
spot
you a
in
spot in top 32, yeah.
It's great.
Absolutely. And I mean, something I wanted to mention earlier is it's interesting because obviously, you're going into your round 4 and you think, if I win this, I'm in the top 32, that's great. But if you go 4-2, yes, you are locked for top 32, but you're still dicey for top 8. You cannot lose another round.
Absolutely.
That's the thing. So it's like, yay, I've made day 2, I'm in the draft portion, but a lot of the players will be looking to not drop any rounds because they just want to keep live for that top 8, because that is when the real prizes start to kick in.
Exactly, because even if you go, say, you go 4-0, then you drop 2 games to make the top 32, you put a lot of pressure on yourself in drafting that situation.
Oh, yeah.
I think seriously, like super competitive players out here, they're here to win the whole damn thing.
They are, yeah.
There ain't no
Absolutely.
second place.
Nah.
No one remembers who came second to the calling.
Love the reference.
I'm trying to remember and I can't. I just can't.
All right, well, I think we're pretty much very close to kicking off the next round, so we
All
might
right.
just go to a very, very brief ad break,
Yep.
and then we'll be right back with the action. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be an amazing round.
All right, we'll see you soon.
Oh, yeah. All right. We have a Bolton mirror.
Yeah, so we've got a Bolton mirror in a pivotal round 4. So we've got Noah Knuckle on the left here, playing Bolton, and Yang also playing Bolton. So Noah's actually from RC Crew in Sydney. Big shout out to RC Crew Games. A great supporter of Flesh and Blood from very early on in the piece. And Yang's an Aucklander local, playing at Shuffle and Cut, another great LGS in Auckland. And okay, so a Bolton mirror, like, and a Vestige of Soul. That's the first thing I'm seeing
That's
here.
pretty interesting. I feel like the Vestige is it's a great card to pull. It looks beautiful. I feel like it just acts as a blade break one in this scenario, just because it's really hard to gain an advantage with it. But here we go. The action is happening. We have strong start from Noah, trying to put as much pressure as possible.
And it seems okay. They're just using, Seeker Horizon to effectively strip 2 cards from hand. So trading 1 card from his deck for 2 cards from Yang's.
Could be a long-term strategy if he decides to really push it and go more for card for card value rather than life total.
Absolutely. And one interaction I'm seeing here on Yu Yang's side is with those Ironhide equipments and the Blood Drop Brocade, there's a good interaction there. Okay, and we see a red Take Flight, very powerful card of Bolton.
Yeah. And a Pitch Blue, giving him 2 resources to follow up with potentially some other attacks.
Yeah, so Charge is now active. And one interesting thing with Take Flight is sometimes if you're not going to block a card, this is kind of the one to not block. Is that correct? Because it gets going in anyway, so you don't need, by blocking it and giving that extra power. Sorry, the other way around. If you're going to block a card, you don't mind blocking this one. Because if you pump it up by 1 attack, you're not sort of risking turning on Bolton's ability.
Absolutely. And I actually did a similar play last night where I went Take Flight into a Hatchet, and I fully forgot that if my opponent doesn't defend it with an attack action, I can't pump it. So that is a good point. Like if you're gonna defend anything, this is really good attack to defend.
Okay, nice.
He's checking out that sweet cold foil. So one thing to note in this matchup is how good non-attack action cards are, and Bolton is actually a hero that has quite a few 3 defense non-attack action cards, and those are actually pretty good in this particular matchup.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's very good in the mirror, it seems, because, if you're able to block with these non-attack actions, you can turn off that hero ability to go again.
Yeah, and sometimes it's really hard to get that defend for 3 while your opponent is charging. So here we have our opponent most likely planning out his next turn, seeing what he wants to defend with, what he wants to keep for the next turn. So, yeah. Taking 4 points of damage here.
Just one thing, sorry, we'll fix this up for you. Obviously, we had the round number incorrect. This is round number 4.
Valiant Thrust. Now, this card is insane when you have lots of charge cards. I believe this is a red coming in for 7 points of damage.
7, it's so much damage.
For 1 resource, which is really strong.
And because it's pumped itself from the charge heroes, Bolton's hero ability is now active.
Yeah. This is a really powerful play here, and what a way to start the game.
Yeah, a red Take Flight into a red Valent.
4 points of damage into 7, and he does have that option to give it go again and follow it up with a Hatchet.
Yeah, and it would be really interesting to see how both players utilize those cards, in Bolton Soul. Because in this situation, like he does have the option to give it go again, but it would take that card from Soul. So we'll see if he wants to trade up the damage. Okay, so we see a block for 6, so he a block for 7. So he will still be taking 1 here, I believe.
Yeah. So that usually defending with the Gallantry Gold is an indication to your opponent that you're going to use it. So we'll see if he's going to utilize it.
Okay, so it looks like there was a slight sequencing issue there. Sometimes the players are okay with it. Like in a technical rules perspective, we don't know, but the good thing about Flesh and Blood, I find the community is they're very good in general. If they kind of see that was your intention, he may have announced it and just forgot to remove the card.
Yeah. So it was close enough to the defending window that attack reaction was fine there.
And there we see coming up with that non-attack action. Yep. So
he thinks it's getting pumped, but it's a non-attack action.
Exactly what Carol referenced earlier. So that seems like some pretty good tempo very early on in the piece.
Yeah, so dealing 5 points of damage, getting rid of a battle worn, and leaving your opponent with 1 card in hand is really powerful. So yeah, we see our opponent just we see Noah just pass there.
And is that an exude confidence I see?
Ooh, that's pretty spicy.
And that's very cool in Bolton as well, because obviously you can, pitch to pump up the power to give it go again.
Absolutely.
And no cards in Soul currently, so that's sort of that trade-off we were just talking about before, when you use that Bolton's ability to maybe just get 1 extra axe swing in. It is a bit of a trade-off. It does restrict what you're able to do.
Yeah, so we see, yeah.
A Seeker Horizon here. We've seen quite a few Seeker Horizons, I feel, in the feature area. I feel maybe that card was a bit of a sleeper hit in a way.
Absolutely, it's really good because it gives Yang that ability to utilize his whole hand, even though it might seem like not the greatest value in terms of using a whole card to give your attack go again. But see, now he utilized all 4 of his cards. Yeah, so strong follow-up attack, basically saying, hey, if you don't defend this with 2 cards, I'm dealing an extra point of damage. And another great interaction with Bolton there, if your opponent doesn't defend, if you do get that +1, if you do have cards in your soul, you can give it that go again.
Yeah, we were actually talking earlier, cards like Surging Militia, cards like Stony Wootenhog are like very good in Bolton because of this. So,
Absolutely.
So interestingly, he's used that, but it's still going to come through for 1 damage.
Yeah.
And is that?
So-
and we've seen him pitch a V for Vanguard, so that's a card to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
It
Could be an interesting strategy. He's Noah has been defending a lot. Maybe he is going for that. Defend, set up for late game, and then do a powerful turn at the end.
Okay, yeah, because we just see, and that's the thing, when you come on with weapon attacks, and they're defended, by a card from hand, that's, not card advantage in some of your typical senses, but it's, you're trading 0 cards for 1 card from their deck, and over the course of a game, that can stack up.
Yeah, so we see that, Yi Yang is going for that very aggressive play, whereas Noah has been playing quite defensively. Maybe he is going for that fatigue strategy of utilizing his cards in a way that makes sure that Yi Yang uses as many cards as possible, and that could be an advantage later in the game.
One of those things of, I'm just going to trade,
As Yi Yang switching gears, he's pitching the Exude. Maybe he's saving it for later. That card is insane at the very late stages of the game.
Yeah, no, I wonder if it looks like, so he doesn't have the card to reveal to belittle. It looks like he may have a yellow Courageous Steel hand.
Yeah, so that belittle's coming for 3 with go again.
Trades for a red Express Lightning, he'll be happy with that, and a red Sony Wootenhog.
Another one.
Now that card, it feels like that's been a powerhouse. We've seen that many times on stream today, the Stony Wootenhog.
Especially the red one.
Yeah, having
Very
that
powerful card.
blowing up Phantasm is also very good. And it gets the triple block.
Yeah. So Yi Yang, in terms of card advantage, he used 2 cards to gain 4 cards from his opponent. And he's pitching that Exude for later. So maybe Yi Yang is realizing that late game is going to matter in this matchup.
Absolutely,
But now he
yeah.
has another 4-card hand. Let's see what he does with this one.
Now, if he has a Minimalism here, he does have that Overload in hand, so be able to play the Belittle to reveal the Overload, to pick that Minimalism. That might not necessarily be his play. He does have to cross the line as well, but he's got the Illuminate as well, so he's got a lot of options here, I feel.
Yeah, definitely. All right.
Because if he has something like
pitching.
a red Minimalism, this could be a pretty good turn.
Absolutely.
So we see the Belittle come down.
Let's see if he has that, if he's going to reveal.
Oh, it's a blue across the line. I really like that play. So he's hiding the Overload.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's maybe like a small thing, but the thing is, like we were saying earlier, often in games, the players who do really well and succeed are the ones who just do all the little things right and make very few mistakes.
Okay, so it's a blue belittle, and I'm pretty sure he retrieved a blue Minnowism, if I'm correct. I'm not sure.
May
Maybe
have
it was
been yellow. Because this will, he does now have the option of going sort of the Minnowism into the Overload, getting that hit, and then coming in again with the hatchets.
Mm-hmm. Let's see how this plays out. All right. and he decides to go for the cross the line, and he will be charging here.
I actually quite like that. So you still get the bonus in the minnowism, but I was about to say Yang has been struggling to get cards back into Soul.
Yeah.
I feel that's actually switching gears a little bit. So instead of coming in for 5 with Dominate and potentially go again and coming with the Axe, I feel like he's identified that he's 5 life ahead here. This cross line's coming for 5. It's probably going to force a block. By doing this as well, he turns on Bolton's hero ability, and he allows himself to sort of set up for a future turn.
Yeah, and he has that option, depending how his opponent defends, to give his cross the line, go again, and swing in with a hatchet.
Yeah, and it will be interesting because that was sort of the similar math last time on if he was going to do not. He did choose to last time. Will be interesting to see if he decides to go with that same option this time, or maybe just hold on to that card in Soul.
Yeah.
Which that's one thing I really like about Monarch as well. There's outside of your traditional pitch resources, we also have things like your cards in Soul for both Prism and Bolton, almost an additional form of resource.
Yeah.
And then your cards that you can play from Banish Index, like Chain and Leviah, how many 6 powers you have in your graveyard for Leviah. There's just a lot going on.
Absolutely, and it's in a game that it's very rare to be able to save your resources. You have the potions, the kind of the traditional way to save resources for later turns.
Yep.
Bolton is great at that. Just the idea of the Soul, or having things banished, as you said, is just lets you strategize that tiny bit more.
Yeah, and the Blood Drop Brocade as well, just while we've got a break in the action, I feel like that's... actually, no, sorry, we're going into defense step. We'll come back to that later. Oh, no, faked out.
No.
So that's coming for 5 currently. So he has charge.
Yeah, so...
Maybe that was a blue minnows. I may be wrong there. Okay, so he's chosen to come in again with the axe. So just keeping the pressure on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting decision, to be honest, because do you want to just go aggressive? It's like, I think this is a pivotal point that you have to decide whether you want to go on more of an aggressive strategy or more of a setup kind of strategy.
Yeah, because when you charge cards, that's not free. That's a card from your deck. That's gone. It's not coming back. So we may see Noah going for that strategy you're talking about, because if he's using 2 cards to defend one of Yi Yang's attacks, but Yi Yang is constantly putting cards into Soul and using it for go again, maybe ultimately
maybe it'll pay off.
Yeah, he's happy with that space.
So another 4-card hand for Yi Yang. Can he keep the pressure on?
And as we see, Yi Yang's been sort of in the, had the temper for a lot of this game, but if we look down to the life totals, he's only ahead by 2 life. And I feel this is one of those games on this where you feel everything's going great, and you kind of look down and you're like, well, I've actually used a lot of my powerful cards at this point.
Yeah. One thing to note is that Noah did use his 2 kind of equipment blocks.
That is true. That's a really good point.
Yeah, well, Yi Yang still has those 2 pieces of Ironhide.
And there have been some pretty strong cards put into Soul. So we saw Red Overload and now a Yellow Rally the Rearguard have been put in Soul to charge up. So now that's it's an interesting spot. Is he going to just keep on trying to push through while Noah defends, or is he just going to try and set up now? Yeah, so we'll see if Noah potentially, because 2 damage, it's not representing a lot of damage here, but maybe Noah's actually potentially...
Is that a blue Express Lightning?
I believe... Actually,
I believe it's a blue.
I believe it's a blue, so it's coming for 2 currently. But it'll be... I'm looking forward to seeing what Noah, his sort of decision-making process here, because he may even decide he wants to bait Yi Yang into continually actually charging these cards. So his block is actually saying, all right, if you want to, use Bolton's hero ability, go ahead.
And if this game progresses like this, we will get to those super late game stages. So right now, I'm getting excited to see that V for Vanguard come back into play. Okay, so we just see no defense declared. The Express Lightning did its job.
Oh, and then the Red Express Lightning. So that's the second one we've seen, because one was defended with earlier.
So I'm expecting a big turn from Noah here. He's got 2 cards in hand.
And wait a second, sorry, and Yi Yang's side, is that a second Exuded Confidence, or is he...
He did shuffle his deck, so it went... There's a chance that it's the same one.
Oh, okay, was there a shuffle effect?
Yeah, he belittled.
Oh, right, of course. Good point. I was like, wow, 2?
What a sick pull. So here we see... Yeah, so that's
So
that
yeah.
was actually a big win for Yi Yang because Noah took some damage. He kept a card in his arsenal and 2 cards in hand, and all he got from that was 4 points of damage.
Yeah.
Here we see some deck counting. Maybe they're starting to think about that late game stage.
Yeah, because we're talking about Noah trying to fatigue out Yang, but we don't know, like, each player may have a different number of cards in their deck as well.
Yeah.
So we do see Exude Confidence, so it's got that set up with the card in Soul. It's difficult to see what pitch his cards are at the moment because, you know, we could see him look to set up that Exude and pitch multiple cards for this huge attack and then follow up with, like, the hatchets. But again, it looks like there might be 1 or 2 blues in there and a yellow. No, but going for the...
Oh, which one is he gonna pick? Oh, he's unsure. But that cross the line is going to be coming in for 4.
Yeah, the plow through is quite strong, but I think he's made the decision that the Exude is very good. So okay, so it looks like he had 2 yellows in hand, so he's got 1 resource up currently.
And that's the kind of conundrum that both players face. Do I defend with an attack action card and give... See, they rather just take the damage.
They don't want to give the other player a go again. Yeah, because
and it leaves them with those cards stranded. And I feel like that really showcases how powerful those plus X to attack are in Bolton.
speaking of...
Speaking
Oh,
of the
this is...
combo. I really like this card combination, especially in those red-yellow pitch. So we have Seek Enlightenment and Surging Militia. I feel that it's a really powerful finisher. If your opponent's really low, they don't have that option to just take the damage, and whatever card you defend with, it pumps up that Surging Militia more and more. And right now, no matter what, Noah can activate his hero ability, give that go again, and he still has 2 cards in hand. So this is coming in for 7.
Yeah, and if it hits, it's going to Soul as well.
Yeah.
And he's got the Gallantry Gold of active.
Oh.
So, well, not active, but available. So,
this could be a very powerful turn.
Yeah, Yang does have to be careful here because there is this temptation to say, I've got tons of life, it's fine. Okay, so he's decided to...
Very smart choice, I'd say.
Yep.
He's using those equipment blocks which don't pump Surging Militia. So even though he will be taking some points of damage, he's really minimizing the effect on Surging Militia.
Yeah, so he's going to take 3 damage here.
Yeah.
And then we'll see if Noah really wants to put the pressure on with the Gallantry Gold.
Okay, so this is coming in. It's a scout coming in for 6. This has not been played from Arsenal, so that won't have go again. But
Okay,
yeah, let's see if Noah remembers that Surging goes into his soul.
I'm not quite sure why he was laying down his cards on the table there.
So the effect happens no matter what,
right. Oh, right.
and
The
the
front
go
line scout, of
again
course.
is,
Yep.
is optional.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was like, this is an interesting psychological move.
Got him.
Check out what I got.
Yeah. Oh man, he's just looking at that Exude. Do I drop it down? Oh, it's such a pretty
I mean,
card,
he's
but-
certainly got to be worried here because, based on the current board state, you know, if he just if he takes the 6 damage and goes to 2 life, that actually really puts him at risk of like a forced block onto a Gallantry Gold turn coming up.
He's doing it. I think he really likes. So he did remember to chuck that Surging Militia into his soul, and I'm expecting a really powerful turn from Yi Yang here. He took a lot of damage.
Yeah, because if he
from Noah's attack.
If he gets this Exude off with Go again as well, this because I feel we talk about pivot turns a lot. I feel these last 2 turns are like the big turns of the game.
Yeah.
If Yi Yang can't capitalize on his hand here, and I'd say strip like multiple cards from Noah's hand, it's going to be very difficult for him to get back in this. Because I feel like in Noah's spot here, he does have the option, if possible, to defend with 3 cards in the Vestige and then use a blue to go the Gallantry Gold.
Okay, so we see a Bolt of Courage, which I believe is a yellow pitch. Very interesting. This goes into his soul.
I feel that's risky here.
I mean,
because
it lets him draw a card, yeah.
I feel like this is a bit of a risky play because if Noah elects not to block here, you're putting...
Yi Yang is spending a lot of time with that Exude in his hand. He's just trying his best. Okay, so this allows Yi Yang to use his hero ability.
Yeah, it does here, but he has put sort of all his resource cards, it feels. So he's put the blue and the yellow card away, so the Exude can come down for 4, but it's not really threatening enough at this point, I feel.
Yeah. I feel like in this game state, you kind of want to be threatening lethal because you're giving the opponent options, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And no, like with the, players sort of play to a particular game plan, and Yi Yang may be thinking, like, I can put this down, get my opponent to 3, and then, still potentially have options to play around it. But I wonder if he may have considered that something like the Exude Confidence pitching that blue Surging Militia, then he'd be able to give it go again.
I believe the Surging Militia was a yellow, so...
okay, that may not have worked in that case.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Noah is in such a good position here. He still has Blade Break 1. He can afford to take this point of damage. He still has his Gallantry Gold.
Although one consideration here is he may consider blocking for 1 because Red Courageous Steel Hand would be lethal. So if
interesting.
Yeah, so if Yi Yang, Noah may be going through his mind here. So Red Courageous Steel Hand, he knows Yi Yang has charge this turn. He knows the encounter in his arsenal for 2 turns now. Courageous Steel Hand gives +3 to an attack if you've charged this turn, any attack. So he's probably thinking like, I don't want to just like lose on the spot to this.
Maybe that Blade Break 1. He's holding that chest equipment. Like, is it worth it just in case Yi Yang has that attack reaction?
And I feel it might be. I feel like if you're wanting to play around things here, if you feel I can do this huge Gallantry Gold turn next turn, potentially with a follow-up as well. Although in saying that, he does only have 1 card in Soul, but we'll see.
Okay.
And the thing is, actually, to give some credit to Yang, that may have been sort of a bluff he was going for. Saying, like, potentially I can get multiple cards out doing this.
Yeah. Let's see how good Noah's turn is here. Ooh. He just wants to strip as many cards as he can. And the red version of this card just means that he's basically saying you better have some 3 defense cards because this is... you're kind of forcing a 2 or 3 card block. If all Yi Yang had was two defense cards, he would need to triple block this, and it allows Noah to set up, get a card in arsenal. He still has the Gallantry Gold, and potentially just do a huge turn next turn. All right.
Ooh, and he gets 3 cards, and that's a red belittle and a red 2 red belittles and a brand edge.
Wow.
I feel Noah's got to be pretty happy with that.
Absolutely. Yeah, and so, Yi Yang is keeping that 0 cost attack just so he can do something on his turn.
Yeah, and
Let's
I feel
see
like
what he goes for.
I feel like the walls are starting to close in a little bit on him here.
Yeah. Overload coming in for 2.
So one good thing is this is going to... the Overload is going to force a block, most likely, because if it hits, it does gain go again.
Yeah, this is definitely an attack that Noah has to consider because if he drops down to 2 here, then any 0 cost attack, most 0 cost attacks could threaten lethal, so even a pitch and hatchet. So yeah.
And both players are starting to run very low on cards left in the deck here. I feel from having a little look there, it looks like Yi Yang mapped it down to his hand plus about 4 cards.
Is this the V for Vanguard turn? We'll find out. I think it's coming up.
I think it's coming.
It's
very close.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I feel like you constantly feel the pressure in the Bolton matchup, because in the Bolton matchup as well, like if you're not able to put here we go. It was a V for Vanguard turn, so I'm gonna stop talking.
Now this is getting spicy.
So V for Vanguard, so it gets +1 for each. So your attacks, this comment chain, get +1 for each light card that you charge. So it looks like he's charged 1 card here. So this is coming in for 4.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it forces a double block because if you block it with if you defend it with a 3 defense card, then Bolton's Hero ability turns on, it's lethal.
Yep.
So I feel like this is going to be very, very difficult to deal with. He's only used 1 resource. He has 2 resources available. He's able to give V for Vanguard go again. He'll be able to give his Hatchet go again.
And this is a prime example of thinking ahead.
Yep.
At the very start of the game, you could just see Noah under so much pressure, and then he calmly pitched that V for Vanguard, which I feel it's a sign of a great Flesh and Blood player, is to not only think about turn 1 and 2, but think about turn 7, 8, or plus. So, yeah, we're going to see a very powerful
And this is
attack.
now coming in for 3. This could be lethal, I believe, because this is coming in for 3. The next hatch is going to be coming in for 4.
Yeah. And here we go. Bam. And he still
And
has
that's
the
it, and he
gallantry.
extends the hand.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like that was a great Bolton mirror.
Yeah.
And I feel like Noah has gone and he reveals the red signal item in there.
That's,
So
yeah.
I feel Noah did really well there at sort of like you say, playing the long game.
Yeah.
He was sort of pitching his cards, sort of waiting patiently, blocking out to preserve its life. I feel if you preserve your life early, it allows you to be flexible later on with your gameplay.
Absolutely, and something that if you want to improve your game in this particular format, which is sealed or draft Monarch, I've noticed that paying attention to your early pitches is key, because it often gets to this game state when both players are really low on life, and it gets to that stage where you draw the hand that you pitched very early. So props for Noah for playing this one out. It looked like he was getting hammered early on, and then he just played the long game and
Exactly,
got the
and
win.
he came up with that V for Vanguard. Anyway, well, that was an amazing game, and we've actually got, we're actually going to move over to Callum, who's got an interview lined up for everyone here. And, it's a mystery guest to us, mystery guest to the viewers. But, stick around after this interview. Obviously, we've got 2 more rounds of sealed Swiss today, and then we'll be moving on to the draft section.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks for sticking with us, everyone.
All right, thank you, guys. Well, I have managed to find someone very special with me. I have Lynette Natras. And who are you today?
So I'm Lady Bergamot.
Lady Barthamont,
Should
the
have done a
brute
session
mentor. And I got to ask, are you playing as your pupil?
Yes, I am playing Brute today. I got an amazing Brute pull of 19 cards.
Oh, wow. And is she behaving herself?
No, blood debt is a cruel thing.
It really, really is. Did you open anything good in your pool?
So I got cold foil, time skippers, and the beast within in foil, and a Runeblade majestic foil as well.
Oh, so at least you got some nice cards to make up for it. So, but you're looking absolutely fabulous today. You've been a long-time supporter of Flesh and Blood. How long ago did you start playing the game?
So I started playing in Welcome to Wraith. One of our friends, they were having I think it was a Welcome to Wraith actual event, and I went and I learned to play afterwards because unfortunately I was working, and I've been playing since 2019. So yeah, I've been playing for a while.
It's longer than I've been playing. So, hey, thank you very, very much for talking to us, and good luck with the rest of your tournament, and have a fun weekend. And I look forward to see what other amazing costumes. I'm sure you've got other ones planned for future events.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to see any of my content, I've got a YouTube Fabled Hero NZ, and I've got Blackjack's notice board on Facebook.
All right, well, there you have it. We'll go back to the booth, but there's a lot happening out here, and look forward to the rest of the day. pressure is getting high. We are about to go into round 5 soon, and it's already, I'm seeing a lot of Prism and a lot of Bolton at the top tables, actually.
Yeah, it's we saw a Bolton mirror last round, and I feel it's quite fitting. We're coming down to the pointy end of the tournament, and the game was won with a V for Vanguard. Piercing through,
absolutely.
I feel the tournament's heating up, so I might have to switch from my long sleeve to my short sleeve. I'm not even playing and I'm sweating. It's just been a great day of Flesh and Blood all around so far.
It is. I mean, look, let's take some time to talk about this. At the last calling, you and I were both in the top 8, weren't
we? We were, and I think everyone had a good time. Not quite sure how that went, but it was a great day of Flesh and Blood. Callum actually knocked me out in the double elim.
Yes.
And it was fine. Listen to a friend, it's no problem. Don't hold a grudge.
Clearly he doesn't. Maybe, actually, that's something I wanted to bring up. Both my fellow commentators have Flesh and Blood related podcasts, and I haven't been invited on either of them. It's really strange. I don't understand why that would be. It's
not a big deal. It's just that we tend to just invite top players or
right.
good community figures and stuff like that.
Sure, yeah. The people really want to hear from.
Yeah. So one day maybe we'll
Not
see.
Me.
Okay. But speaking of top players though,
yes.
At the moment, so. Now, we talked about it last round, how it was a critical round. Because it was kind of like a win and in for people.
Almost. For the top 32, definitely.
Not guaranteed, but pretty much on the map.
Reasonably, yeah.
This round, though, is certainly absolutely critical. I feel like we may, I'm not exactly sure who we're going to get on, but we may have sort of 2-3-1 players coming up. But either way, basically, if you're 4-0 or you're 3-1, this is still an elimination game.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And I've seen that there's a lot of strong players at the top tables. I know fan favourite Cale McCreath, he's X&O. So, he managed to come back. He was telling me about a turn where his opponent went spill blood into the Vanguard, into swing with both hatchets, and he still managed to win the game. So hopefully we'll get him on. We'll hopefully get him on for a feature later on. I think Matt Rogers, I've seen him up at the top tables. There's a lot of really strong players up there, so it's going to be exciting. There's a lot more great Flesh and Blood to come, and then we'll get into the draft portion. And
I'm really looking forward to draft.
I am too, and hopefully might even be able to get a very special guest over to the booth at that point.
Yeah, we might.
Maybe.
We can't give any hints.
No, definitely not.
But he's a bit of a character.
He is a bit of a character. He's a bit of a creator, some might say.
Some might say. But yeah, I suppose one thing, like we've mentioned sort of throughout the day as well, next round's not only important for people looking to lock themselves into the top 32 or effectively avoid elimination, because this format is effectively double elimination.
Yeah, pretty much.
But like we said, players are going to be looking forward to, looking ahead to the overall rounds, sort of win and loss you need to make the top 8.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not a mathematician.
Nobody has ever accused you of that.
No one has never. But effectively, in order to make top 8, I believe from looking at the numbers, crunching the numbers, 10-2 basically gets you there.
Okay.
9-3 is a bit of a minefield.
Then it comes down to breakers, doesn't it?
Exactly. So, if you're going into... I feel like if you're going to the draft section at 6-0, that allows you to effectively go something like 2-1 and draft to make it.
Which seems doable.
It's difficult but doable. Or you could go 3-0 and then have a disastrous 1-2 or something.
Yeah, that's true.
But on the other hand, even one step down going in at 5-1 means you have to go 5-1 and draft.
That's a lot scarier of a prospect.
Exactly. I mean, that means you have to win a draft against the best of the best, and you still then have to 2-1 and
that for me is where we're really going to see who got in there on the basis of the skill and who got in there because their sealed pool was broken.
That's some tough words.
I'm just saying. Obviously, everybody who makes the top 32, we're rooting for you, and I think you're great. But I think that it is possible to coast a little bit if you open a broken pool and maybe get into the top 32 based on that, and then you sit down to do your draft and you realize, wow, actually I'm not as versed in this format as I thought I was.
In fairness, that is true. Like we say, if you make top 32, you've played pretty well throughout the day.
Yeah,
but obviously in sealed, there is a bit more sort of inherent variance than something perhaps like Classic Constructed or Blitz, for example, because you kind of play with the cards you're dealt in a way.
Yeah.
when it does come to draft, like we said earlier on in the day, it's sort of a whole different animal.
It is
like
completely. I mean, all the different skills. The draft format and the sealed format, it's so funny because you're using the same cards. It's a limited format. You think they'd be really similar, but they are very different animals.
Yeah.
And you'll see the draft decks will be a lot more powerful. And there'll be a lot more of a diverse range of kind of heroes, I think, as well, as we notice. Oh, I thought that might have been the round pairing announcement, but it's actually somebody's lost their deck box. So if you've lost your deck box, please go and claim it. I think it's a blue one.
Yeah, so we're really in the flesh and blood here. This is a classic card game thing. I've lost something, we'll go and get it. But yeah, the draft, because I know there's a lot of players in the community who have been practicing draft as well.
Yes,
and
a lot.
I feel like you can practice sealed as well, but it's sort of.
Yeah.
You're limited somewhat to the pool you're dealt. Whereas draft, there's a lot of things like signaling going on.
Oh, absolutely.
And sort of, do you stay open? Do you commit early?
Yeah.
And the thing is, there are, similar to some other card games, like there are sort of certain bombs, I feel, in draft.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But I feel like, I don't know, to me it's kind of interesting because, like, in a way, I feel like one card is not sort of game-breaking to the point as much as, like, some of the games. But in the same way, quite often in drafts, you might be able to go through your entire deck. Like we saw last game, for example, where Carol and I were commentating, the V for a Vanguard, Noah pitched it early, played a very patient game, knowing he'd see that card again, and then set that up for late game.
Absolutely. I think V of the Vanguard is definitely a card that if I opened would make me just slam, not worry about, staying open, just go, right, I'm taking Bolton and I'm going to try and force it because that card is so powerful. We had a recent Pick One, Pack One videos, which you can find on our YouTube channel, where it was interesting. We tried to simulate the top 8 draft of a calling, and I think both you and I decided to stay open rather than slam the bomb soul reaping. But I'm questioning that.
Yeah, I believe me, you and Carol even because there was a red pound for a pound versus a soul reaping, and like you kind of see that, and you go like, who are these morons commentating?
I mean, especially when James slammed it in about 13 seconds, I thought, well, maybe I did make the wrong.
It did make me question my choice a little bit because I feel it's pretty good when these Pick One, Pack One videos come out. I always go back and watch them, and when there's that little thing at the end that, like, if I pick the same card as James, I'm feeling pretty good about myself.
Good.
But yeah, for this one, but that's the thing. Like, I think that illustrates those Pick One, Pack One videos that there's, for a lot of good players, they actually have different approaches to drafts, and they rate different cards differently. There might be some more sort of aggressive players who like, I'll lock in very early, and I'm just going to force this and cut it off. There are players who like to sort of stay a bit more open, take things like the generics or good light and shadow cards. So when we saw cards like the Soul Reaping, the reason I feel we passed it, or we took something else, is because there's also cards like Red Seeds of Agony in that pack, and I believe something like a Red Rift from Reality.
Something like that. It was like an Ebon Fold, which is another powerful shadow card. And
that's the thing, when you're drafting, you're thinking, okay, if I take this great card, but then the players to my left, and then the player also to my left, a second left after that, are also getting these good cards, you get a little bit worried.
You do, and I have found in Flesh and Blood, it is very easy to have what we call a train wreck draft, which is the absolute disaster scenario where you start going into a hero, you think, oh, it's great, I'm getting all these good cards, and then all of a sudden the good cards dry up because someone on your right or on your left is taking all those good cards. They're in the same hero as you, and that's where signaling is so important, and being able to read signals and potentially pivot and be disciplined and muck a whole pile of really good cards to go into their hero that is open, because you can tell. And
I think another interesting thing. Another thing I find interesting. Sorry, we're just hearing a few announcements. We're trying to keep it
round 5 announcement might be going up now.
Another thing that will be interesting is the role of hate drafting as well. Oh, okay. I think we just had the feature match announcements. We're going to round 5.
That is a spicy one. I didn't hear the first person, but I did hear that Kieran Carnegie is going to be in there, and he's a player from Wellington, New Zealand, and he is very good at this game. So it's going to be interesting to see.
And I believe the other player will. So we'll get the confirmation of all this, but we believe the first player is from RC Games as well, from Australia.
Fantastic.
So they've obviously got some great talent over there. We had a 4-0 player, from Noah last round. Now we've got another one probably in the upper tables. Should we just cut to a quick ad break?
We're going to go to an ad break, and we will be right back with round 5 of the Calling Auckland. Don't go away.
Can't wait.
Just say the top tables. Alrighty. We can hear in the background that is the round 5 announcement, and we have a very nice matchup here. It was bound to happen eventually. The Prism player, it's your worst nightmare. You just don't want to sit down across from a Leviah.
Yeah, and finally, I knew it was going to happen. Although I'm a little bit torn because we got Leviah, who I feel is unappreciated, I want to win, but we've also got a player called Kieran, and that's a pretty cool name. So.
I believe that's Kieran Prime as well, isn't he?
It did. We had to have a playoff one time, and he beat me. So
so he has that.
Another good thing is we have
title.
sort of a New Zealand versus Australia playoff. So Roy Lai is another player from RC Crew. So. Like we're saying, a lot of talents are coming out of that store. And Kieran Carnegie is a New Zealand player from Wellington, our capital city, and a noted wizard player in the Arcane Wrestling game.
He is well known as a Wellington wizard. Oh, and he turns over the full suite of Ironhide.
Wow.
And Halo, I mean, honestly, that is probably my ideal equipment setup if I'm playing Prism. I mean, I've got the Halo, which is what I want, and I've got the triple Ironhide. I mean, Dreamweavers are nice, but Ian and I were talking earlier, and it's potentially you do even want the Ironhide instead. And that is just, I mean, the ability to pitch one blue card and defend for 6? Dream.
So we've got Leviah, so we got Roy on the other side with Leviah. Only 2 bits of equipment, but does have the important one with the Who's. So we see right off the bat, the Halo of Illumination is just cracked to put a card into Soul.
Yep, and as we've seen in our Prism games earlier, that's something you see a lot when you have Prism. The first turn is often the turn they want to use the Halo of Illumination because you're gonna get those resources back. Yep. I also want to take note of these very, very sexy resource counters that Kieran is using there. I think that. I don't know where he's got them, but they're very cool, and we need to see if those can be made available, because I want to use those.
Yeah, so... Okay, so we see the Brandish come out here. Now that's quite a cool play. So if Brandish hits, it actually does mean if you make a Spectral Shield, it counts as a weapon during your turn, so it will get the bonus.
Yeah, that is very good. I mean, it is the first turn, so it's likely that, Roy is probably just going to want to block it, but... you never know if he's stuck with a lot of 2 powers. And as we said earlier, of course, Leviah does have a lot of cards that don't defend that well. And in fact, I can see two defend 2s in his hand. Right, so he is going to let that hit. He's going to take 1 point of damage. Oh, and then just the big Enigma Chimera coming in for 7 here. It looks like, or is it a red maybe even for 8?
It may be, and
that's the power of Leviah, though. The Phantasm was broken.
And as I like to say with the Chimera, the kitty's got claws. That's
I will just also note my favourite flavour text in all of Flesh and Blood so far. You don't think it's real? Try petting it.
Yeah. So I feel Kieran's actually going to be fine enough with that trade. So he's got rid of a 6 power.
And it was a very, very good card as well. A Writhing Beast Hulk. Oh.
Yes.
But you tell you what it has done. It has fueled up that graveyard of the Leviah player. Obviously, when you're playing Leviah, you want to get as many 6 power cards as you can in your graveyard.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was actually a wise call. I mean, not making that Spectral Shield token.
Yeah.
It means, because if he made Spectral Shield token turn 1, it does actually force him into like full blocking cards. Okay, now we see the Brandish, and actually played kind of the other way around. So I think that's just kind of a respectful gesture to let your opponent read it, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, is it also saying, hey, you're new, you might need to read this card.
I know, it just looks like it's...
It's interesting. I kind of like it, It's good. I would find it very courteous if my opponent did that. I think it's great. I know what this card does, though.
The Brandish followed up by the Void Wraith. Kieran's just blocked that out fully.
Here we see the classic play. I'm going to keep a card in my hand. I'm not going to put it in my arsenal at the end of the turn. So obviously Kieran is thinking, well, that's very likely to be a 6 power card.
Okay, and we've got some great cards available. So here we see a Dread Screamer pitch. So the Lunatic Plunderer, very, very good, I feel, because not only is it a 6 power plus card, but that on hit allows you to banish a card from your opponent's soul.
Yes, and here we see Kieran only has, he's already got, he's got a Blinding Beam in hand which doesn't defend. I think that's a Rally the Rearguard. Oh yeah, that is. So that's nice. So he's going to be able to, in fact he's got 2 copies of Rally the Rearguard in his hand. So he's pitching and discarding. So that's only going to leave him with 1 card, but he has fully blocked that attack, and his soul is still intact.
And one thing is that he's managed to keep that Blinding Beam around. So that blue Blinding Beam, I feel, is going to be very important, particularly in this matchup.
I think it may have even been a yellow. I'm not sure. I didn't see it, but yeah. And here we go. Zealous Belting. Look, it doesn't have go again, but that's okay. He's just trying to put on a bit of pressure here. And that is the thing now. And it looks like Roy is very much thinking about blocking this up, because as we've already established, when you're playing Leviah, you really don't want to be taking damage early, because, man, those Blood Debt turns later on start to hurt.
Yeah, we're seeing Roy here, he's managing to stock up his graveyard reasonably well. So he now has 2 cards of 6 Val plus in that graveyard. We've seen Kieran, I feel he's definitely respecting Roy's potential burst damage here. So he's blocked up absolutely everything and taken 0 damage so far. And I wonder, because with Leviah, you are reliant on your graveyard to get a lot of your big turns off. So it is kind of an additional resource there. Okay, so he decided to double block that. I wonder if he's looking to potentially play a long game and outlast them.
Yeah, absolutely. And might just be a meat axe. Oh no, here we go, the Stony Wootenhog. And I really like this play. It's pitching one of your class cards, one of your brute cards, which banishes cards, to play a generic card. Because I tell you, once you start banishing cards from the graveyard, you do not. Oh wow, we got a Nourishing Emptiness. Unfortunately, there are attack actions in Kieran's graveyard, so that does not have the dominate effect and the +1 intellect on hit trigger. But you see Roy having to read the card there. It is a Majestic. It is one of the kind of generic Majestic key cards of the set. And in fact, as you'll notice, it is the playmats that our players are playing on, as Nourishing Emptiness is the art for the Calling playmat.
Yeah, I'm very happy we got to see that on stream. And now I feel that's just a great card all around to have. I mean, worst case, it's a Brutal Assault.
Which is never a bad card.
Never a bad card. And yeah, so I believe Roy actually blocked with a red Boneyard Marauder last turn. So he's continuing to put those 6 power plus cards into his
Yeah,
graveyard.
stock
Now,
it up.
it is an interesting trade-off because the more cards you do with that you aren't, blowing up Phantasm with, it means they're harder to use later on. Actually, one card I've just noted is Memorial Ground is what Kieran
Ooh.
pitched. Now, that looks to be a yellow Memorial Ground.
That is really spicy. You know what? There is a lot of use for that card, especially even with something like that Belittle that it is in his graveyard. Being able to bring that back, late game. To be
Yeah.
able to construct a turn where you have multiple attacks, that are threatening different breakpoints is really nice.
And also cards like Spears of Sterility, which can be real powerhouses.
Yeah, that is an absolute house.
So we see Kieran starting to look at the graveyard now. I think he's wanting to check how many 6 power cards
Yep.
are in there, which is a very good idea.
Yeah. And he's looking in through his own graveyard as well.
I think he
And
might be
here we
counting it
go.
up, and he's probably just looking at here like, wait, how are we going on trading card for
Yeah,
cards? Because I've been
that's-
blocking a lot. Like, I don't want to... Because one thing as well with Levia, you actually have a lot of very strong attacks. So see, it's another
there
Smash
you go.
Victory.
Smash with Big Tree. Best card name in the set, hands down.
But yeah,
and-
if you're consistently trading 2 for 1 here, as in cards from deck,
Oh,
then
yeah.
it can start to become a problem.
Oh, absolutely. You really do. I mean, yes, you might find yourself, I'm at a high life total, I'm feeling pretty comfortable, but then you start to look at your deck and you go, I'm running out of cards pretty swiftly.
Yeah, and if both players run out of cards at the same time as well, Levia actually does have a weapon that deals damage.
Exactly.
And, we're probably getting ahead of ourselves a little bit here, but these are probably things the players are considering
Yep.
at the moment.
Oh, here we go. We have a Spectral Shield being made, and it's coming in. 4 damage.
I feel he showed really good discipline there, just holding on to that for basically as long as possible.
Absolutely.
Funnily enough, he ended up blocking out everything anyway.
Yeah.
But I think with limited, particularly playing at Slavia, who has a lot of 6 power plus cards to block out your heralds, it's probably quite difficult to actually get cards into Soul for Prism.
Absolutely.
So I feel like you don't want to just be banishing cards off willy-nilly,
No.
then finding you don't have that opportunity to get those Spectral Shields in.
Yeah, and that is often the way that you're going to beat Levia as a Prism, is forget about the big heralds, which can be broken really easily. You're just going to ride those Spectral Shields to victory. And, they can often come in handy, especially if you can get that kind of snowball effect that you have, which means that you can get multiple kind of Spectral Shields in play. They really help out when, the Brute player tries to go for, like, say, a big Dominate attack. Suddenly it's not as, threatening because you've got these Spectral Shields to absorb the damage for you. And I find often when I'm playing the game of, defend with the Spectral Shield, it doesn't have to last all game. It's once it gets a few chips in, it's done the damage and you can let it die.
It's pretty good. Now I can see the Warmonger's title coming on the rally for Rearguard here. I think one unfortunate thing is for Roy is that seems to be coming for 6.
It's
so we
a
talk
blue
about
rally.
so we talk about breakpoints a lot, and 6 isn't really a breakpoint in the sense that
No.
2 cards that defend
No.
for 3 can defend it.
Yeah, as you can see, Kieran's happy to defend that for 6. The Yinti Yanti again getting buffed by the Spectral Shield. Great card in Prism, almost as good as it is in Chain, where it basically becomes a wounding blow. But yeah.
And speaking of
Ooh,
breakpoints,
there
there's
we
a pretty
are.
good one, the Rising Solar Tide. So it'll probably get 2 cards, which I think is pretty respectable here.
Yep. And, that looks like is a nice little pound for pound in his hand. I did notice there was a Zealous Belting in his arsenal. We talked about that earlier. Fantastic card in Levia. Allows you to have those turns where you're just putting on a lot of pressure with multiple attacks.
Yeah, and I can see a Deadwood Rumbler in his hand as well.
Ooh,
If that's
right.
a yellow or a blue, that's going to turn on that Zealous Belting and allow him to throw out sort of multiple attacks in
So
his
do
turn.
you think perhaps Roy is considering maybe now's the time that I'm going to take some damage? Or
Potentially, I feel he is concerned about giving Kieran another card into Soul, because at this moment he's really controlled that really well.
He has, yeah.
So he's got 1 Spectral Shield. He's thinking, well, if I take this damage, do I really want to give him another card in Soul? Because then I have to go through this huge process to get rid of the shield, only for him to then get another one.
that is true. Yep. And that is often
But
how you find the Prism player will fall, as if you can make sure that you keep that soul clear.
But
So-
yeah, it is. It certainly is a difficult one. And also, I've just had confirmation that both these players are 4-0.
Oh,
and
that is-
so Levi is really carrying it for the team here.
She is, yeah. The Shadow Heroes. Because I did have a walk past the top tables earlier, and I did have to say it did see a lot of Prism and a lot of Bolton. But you know what? That doesn't matter as long as you can get to those draft rounds. It doesn't matter how you got there.
Yep. Okay, so we do see Roy elect to take 2 damage there.
I like that, and you know what? I like that because now I reckon we're going to see a pretty nice turn coming here.
Exactly. Because I feel at a certain point you can't play 2 defensively in this game.
No.
Because if you just continuously block up with 2 cards, you're kind of thinking, well, how am I going to break this shield?
Yep, here it is.
And there we see the Zealous
red
Belting.
Zealous Belting.
So that's coming in with Go again for 5.
Yep. So I would be very surprised if that Spectral Shield is going to live this turn. Or if it is, at least he's not going to be able to attack with it on the swing back. Oh, and there's the smash.
Now, is that a yellow?
I think it's a yellow smash, so 6. Oh, but here's the equipment coming to play. Oh, there it is. Okay, he has kept that Spectral Shield alive. But as we said, now he's got no cards in hand. He's got nothing to do but pass the turn back. And potentially now's the time for Roy to really start to turn the gas on, as we said.
Yeah, I feel like this is a crucial turn for Roy here because we
he's
can see both
counting his
players
deck,
counting out
yeah.
their decks, and
There's
both
not a
players are
lot
actually
yet.
both players are running relatively low.
But I tell you what isn't running low, Roy's Graveyard. It is
Ooh.
stocked. Oh,
Sorry, can I just say the Dread Screamer there? No,
and a Writhing Beast Hulk. In
and
fact,
there are a lot of 6-power cards in that graveyard as well.
oh yeah, this could be a big turn coming from Roy.
Now, I'm not sure if that's the blue Dread Screamer that we saw him pitch earlier, or if that's a different one.
I think it looks like a red to me, personally. Yeah, that's a red.
And as we see, like as we saw last game, might be thinking, why is he pitching a red Dread Screamer? He's pitching,
Oh, that Adrenaline Rush coming in for 7 here. Talk about breakpoints.
and we can see again. This is a really good example. The players from RC Crew, I feel like they've picked up this whole sort of pitching and stacking your deck really
absolutely.
well. Because here we see Roy stocking his graveyard full of 6-power cards, and now he's setting that up so he's got the potential late game turn of Dread Screamer into Writhing Beastol.
Absolutely, and I mean I feel like a less disciplined player might have thought, all right, now's the time, I'm going to go for it, but he's like, no, I'm going to put these on the bottom of my deck. They're going to come around at a crucial turn later on, and I mean this Adrenaline Rush here is, you can see Kieran's sitting there thinking about it. I mean, it might be a time for Kieran to think about potentially taking some damage, and yep, there we go.
I suppose actually just looking at the resources, how they lined up there, I feel that that was somewhat potentially of a forced decision there. If he has 3 resources available, it is a lot better, but nonetheless, not to take away from his decisions, because I feel like he's been consistently doing this all game, setting up these pitches for late game.
Oh, okay, there's the Rally the Rearguard, some damage coming back. But yeah, I mean,
I feel like Kieran is starting to get concerned about the cards remaining in his deck at this point.
Yeah, potentially. And I mean, the Rally the Rearguard, it is an attack for 6, which is nothing to sneeze at, but it is just raw damage. And looking at those cards in Roy's hand, I see a blue Overload, which is a nice resource card. I see a Pulping, a Dread Screamer. He's got some goodies in there, and he might think about, now's the time, take some damage and swing back.
And if you'll notice, Roy has not banished a single card from his graveyard this entire game.
He has not. And you know what else he hasn't done? He hasn't used any of his armor yet, so he still has that available to defend with if he wants.
I believe this may be the blue Dread Screamer in his hand that we did see earlier, because I think he pitched it with a blue Pulping.
Oh, yeah. I can't tell here from the angle of the card, but yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. Because, at this point, the life totals, both players are pretty healthy, but you can see they're really...
Deck. Yeah, he's just fanned it out.
So he's got about 8 cards left. What this means as well is that he is about 2 turns away from getting back to his red Dread Screamer and his red Writhing Beastol, and that's definitely going to be on his mind, I feel.
Absolutely. Okay, so he's decided to take 4. The blue Overload goes in the bin. And here we go. Oh, we've got some sweet ones coming up. And I feel like
Kieran's really starting to run low on cards as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He does have that card in Arsenal, though.
I feel like this has been a really good example of a high-level game, because the thing is as well for Kieran, he is, I think, fully aware that he needs to put enough pressure to strip all these cards down.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, that's the thing, is that often I think watching these games in the beginning, you can think, oh, it's not too much going on. But then, when you get down to these later turns, it's when it really starts to all heat up. We just have a red rally coming in again, a perfectly fine attack, but again just raw damage, and that is going to be coming in. He would have potentially been thinking about maybe wanting to hold that in hand, I think, as well, because you know what, it does pop phantasms. Although we do know that there is that blue blinding beam in there as well coming up.
That's a good point, and it's probably roughly around the same area. And I think one thing is here as well is that Roy is, you know,
Ooh,
I feel
okay.
he's wanting to set up because that's a blue Dread Screamer in Arsenal, I believe.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's nice.
So-
Even though it's a blue, it's still attacking for 4 with go again. That's
So we saw
nothing
him
to
block
sneeze
last
at.
turn, so he's really looking to build up these like big turns towards the end. So he's got that convulsions, that pump there.
Yeah, well, that is, I mean, convulsions from the bellows of hell. What a card name.
And the thing is, yes, this is coming in for 4, but it's not threatening lethal or anything.
Yes, but he does have a card in hand and a card in arsenal, so there could very well be something coming back here. Or were you referring to the Dread Scream?
No, sorry, I was referring to Kieran. So like he does potentially have a follow-up attack here.
Yep.
But one thing, like, so we see that Hungering Slaughter Beast that you mentioned that he pitched earlier to save for the late game.
Yep.
And I feel like Roy might be going for a strategy.
here
I
he is.
think that's good. I think he.
Ooh, yeah, that's going to get popped. He's just thinking about what he wants to use. And this is the interesting thing, because yes, he can just defend it with one card, but it's annoying for him because he wanted to save that card. That Graveling Growl would have been great to play like a double turn where you go Hungering Slaughter Beast into Graveling Growl off of one blue. You know, that's using your hooves of the Shadow Beast.
Yeah, so it looks like I feel he might be going for Convulsions into Slaughter Beast turn.
Oh.
I think what he wants to do here, I have a feeling his strategy is to force out sort of 2 to 3 cards from Kieran's hand, and then he knows he's got the Red Screamer coming up next turn.
Yeah.
So I think if he thinks I can force out 2 to 3 cards from Kieran's hand this turn, then I can force out 2 to 3 cards from his hand next turn, that might actually be enough to strip the remaining cards left in his deck.
That's true.
I've really enjoyed this game, I've got to say. It's been one of my favourites of the day.
That's why we love to see Levira on the stream. She
And just
always
like-
makes for super, super interesting games.
And Roy here is, I feel he's sort of, it's a bit of a masterclass. He's doing it really well.
100%.
Now, actually, one thing is he doesn't have the resources to actually make that play we're talking about.
You reckon? No, I can't quite see the colour of the pitch cards in his hand. It looks like that Convulsions is blue. Looks like the Pound for Pound might be blue.
I mean, he could be going for a Dread Screamer into Pound for Pound.
Oh, okay. He's going for Pound. That's interesting. Interesting here. Oh, that
so I got
is
the blinding
very
beam.
nice.
One thing about the Pound for Pound, it was a breakpoint there. It was going
Yeah.
to force 2 cards out in order to protect it, and I
Yeah.
think he knew that.
That's good. So he's kept that card in hand. He's still playing defensive. The discipline on this man with 2 cards in his deck, that is pretty incredible. And Kieran only has 1 card left, so this could be another moment of taking 4 and then potentially
So,
stripping
so we can
cards.
see Roy here has got 2 yellow cards in hand, that Hungering Slaughter Beast and Deadwood Rundler. So he wants to, I think I can see what strategy he's going for, but I feel he may end up falling just short.
You think?
We'll see, because he has enough resources to go
he
for the...
He has taken it. And now is this a 0-cost attack in Kieran's hand? Because he's thinking about arsenaling it. He's not sure. It might just be, no, he's decided it's not worth putting in its arsenal. He's looking at his deck. His deck is actually looking a lot healthier than Roy's. I'm wondering if he started with more cards in his deck.
Potentially, because I'm just looking at Roy's hand here, and it looks like he has access to playing the Dread Screamer and the Writhing Beast Sulk.
Yeah.
But I just wonder if it is going to be enough damage.
I'm worrying whether he should have blocked with his hooves of the Shadow Beast, because he's going to be wanting to use that pretty soon. And it always feels bad when you have to, use equipment that you haven't defended with, because I feel like you've missed out on...
That is true, but with the Dread Screamer, because he doesn't have the
resources.
resources to use it, I think he might be looking to use the Dread Screamer this turn and then the Hooves of Shadow Beast to get that double attack turn.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, here it comes.
Well, he really needs to hit a 6 spell here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem when you're playing Brute and living that Brute life. Here
he really
we
just
get to
fans
see.
out the cards.
But there are his graveyard is stocked with 6 powers. All right, here we go.
You're number 1.
Oh, there, no. Oh, the last card was the Boneyard Marauder. Otherwise, it would not have worked.
Okay, and I think the thing Kieran needs to be careful here, and this is probably weighing on his mind, is how many cards do I have remaining in my deck, and am I able to make this trade-off of just blocking out the damage, and then basically blocking out the damage and then being able to still win with the remaining cards left.
Yeah, I mean, there is that temptation. Oh, he looks like he's going for it.
So he's lost a Spectral Shield.
Yep. But the temptation is always there to try and just defend everything that Leviah does and hope that they die to their own blood debt or just by not running out of cards in their deck. But, that is when we see the potential of the Leviah player to just push through huge amounts of damage with big dominate attacks and things like that. Oh, there's another Dread Screamer. Is he thinking about going into a Ravenous Meat Axe swing after this?
Oh, because that Writhing Beast Hole actually may be yellow. I think it was when he pitched it earlier.
Right, of course.
So if this hits, again, it's not going to represent lethal, but it can strip a...
Oh. And there is... Oh, I couldn't see that.
I think they might have missed. Did it hit a Void Wraith?
Oh, it did. It missed.
Yep.
The Void Wraith is not enough, so this attack does not have go again. That may have been crucial. And yet, he's blocking for 2. He's taking the other 2. And
Two
now...
cards remaining.
2 cards remaining. He's got the Writhing Beast Halt. It doesn't have go again. Oh.
Wait, have we missed something?
Maybe it did. Maybe he did banish a...
Oh, wait, no, the Dread Screamer is if you have... Wait.
Oh, it's... I'm not sure. I'd have to check the wording on that one, but I guess we'll just presume that managed to go again. Now he's looking to sort his cards in his pitch zone. Yeah, we'll just find out there. It may have... regardless...
We probably just missed something there,
Yeah.
so our apologies for that.
It is a bit confusing. It's hard to tell what's going on when, for example, we've got this Boneyard Marauder, which is, I guess, the only card with blood debt in the graveyard, in the banished zone rather. Maybe they.
Yeah,
I think they are realizing now, and they have got the judge over to. Yeah.
So we'll let the judges resolve this.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I think it may have.
It is, of course, difficult when the pressure is on and you're in the feature match area. And
there are different because Dread Screamer does say if a card with 6 more power is banished this way, it gains go again. I believe there may have been a mix-up between that and cards like in Bolson, for example, where it says if you have charged this turn.
Yeah, exactly.
And there may have been a thought that it says if you have banished a card with 6 more power this turn.
Yep. No, that's unfortunate. I guess we'll
leave this one to the
judges and we'll let them figure it out. But that is something that is good to point out. It's kind of good this came up in a way because these things happen, and
it is actually quite critical to this.
It's absolutely critical to this game state. It hopefully we'll be able to rewind, but sometimes the thing is,
I suppose on the ruling sense, I suppose. We'll have to leave it to them.
Yeah, we'll leave it to the judges and we'll see what they say. But sometimes I know that the reason why I say this is it's so important to make sure that you're doing everything correctly is because sometimes, say they hadn't caught it when they did, it may have just been too bad, unfortunately. You've gone too far past the game state and it can't be rewound and things just have to have played out as they were, despite the fact that they didn't play out, in a strictly legal sense.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like Colin was saying, it's... under very high stakes, very high pressure. The players, so I think they're just trying to figure out what's going on here and see if they can identify. So the good thing is that they knew which cards were pitched. So I think they may be looking to see if the game state can be rewound. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
Be a bit unfortunate because it's otherwise been a great game.
Yeah, it really has, and that is a shame. It is puts a damper on it, but it does look like they are going to attempt to rewind here, which is good. So that would mean that the blue Dread Screamer was the last attack, and so the Void Wraith would not get played. It would remain in his banished zone.
Yes. So it looks like they have managed to rewind the game state.
Thank you to our judges for sorting that out.
Thank you to our judges. Not sure if there's sort of any failure to maintain game state or anything. Well, again, we don't have the audio there. I think they're just checking that everything was done correctly, and they're doing a bit of a rewind to figure it all out.
Absolutely. This is going to mean that he can put a Hungering Slaughter Beast in his arsenal if he wishes, but Yep, in fact, there it goes, and it looks like they're going to, they're going to proceed on. And I'm not sure what's going to happen for
So
Kieran
feel
here,
critically, this is the last 4 remaining cards.
Yep, these are the 4 remaining cards, and they are good ones. But it's just going to depend a lot on what Kieran can do to pressure this turn. He's got the Memorial Ground, which is going to put another card in his deck. Okay, we've just found out from our feature match area, both players are actually getting a warning for failure to maintain game state, and they've rewound the game state to the last legal game state.
Okay, and I did just see that the Memorial Ground did put the Spears of Sterility back on top, and this is going right down to the wire here.
It really is.
It looks like Kieran has 2 cards left in his deck, and I feel like Memorial Ground, its most important function was almost to put a card back.
Yeah, exactly. It's even if you're just putting one card back, that can sometimes be the difference between winning and losing. And it seems like such a sort of insignificant effect, but it can be really, really, really crucial.
And the thing is that Who's of a Shadow Beast is, I feel, Roy's been very disciplined about leaving it to the last moment.
Oh, absolutely.
If he can get off something like the Hungering Shadow Beast here, banish a card, use the hooves to get an action point,
Yep.
he might actually be able to force multiple cards out, up to 3 cards out from Kieran's hand.
Yes.
At that point, it's actually very difficult for Kieran to win this.
It really is, because of the fact that, yes, he's got more cards in his deck, but he's going to have to use them to defend, and then he's going to have nothing to come back with. He's just going to have to draw up again, and then he'll have to use those cards to defend. And
Yep.
you can kind of get somebody into like a death spiral almost, where their life they're forced to defend with cards to protect their life total, but that means that their deck is fast running out. And here we see he's taking his time. Roy knows that this is the most crucial turn of the game so far.
And one thing as well is Kieran still needs to get through 3 damage, but Roy has those hooves and he has the Ironhide Helm up. Like there may be some consideration to just, can I defend my way out of this? As funny as it sounds.
Potentially, absolutely. God, I will never forget when I learned that lesson of being able to defend, deck somebody out despite having a lower deck myself. I was playing Dorinthia and I was just attacking, and my opponent was really scared of an attack reaction, and they just get defended with 3 cards a turn, and I just kept pitching the same card, and I only had about 2 cards in my deck, and they had about 12. And yet I still managed to beat them in the end because they just were so scared of dying.
One thing I do want to mention as well is the Blood Debt. So there are 2 cards in Blood Debt for Roy.
That is a very good point.
So I feel like
that's not what I expected to see at all.
I do kind of understand this play because so Kieran has Impenetrable Belief, which maybe Roy recognized as well.
That is a very good point. But now, I mean, this is he could just take all this damage and then... But, I mean, the thing is, the cards in Kieran's hand aren't the best cards to attack with, from what I've seen. I mean, he does have an Adrenaline Rush, but he's on a higher life total, so that's not going to be the best. It looks like an Impenetrable Belief. And, he's just going to play out the Adrenaline Rush anyway, but that's only for 3.
It does force out a card, which is, cards are in short supply for both ways.
But this is the point where we could see a block with Hooves and Helm. Yep, in fact, it looks like that's going to be exactly what it does, and he pitches the card, so that card is staying in his deck.
And now Kieran's down to the last...
He's down. He's out of deck. Oh, no, he's got one card
he's not.
left.
Okay, I think... Ooh, accidental reveal.
Oh, well, that's all right.
Okay, I think I actually miscounted the number of cards, so...
Okay.
He's a little bit further than I thought, but it's still very, very close. I mean, if Roy can strip these cards from Kieran's hand, I'm not sure he's left with enough cards to win.
Yeah.
But in saying that, Roy only has 3 cards plus Arsenal left, so...
The critical thing is he only has 1 card now in his Blood Debt, and he may have considered that in terms of playing the Void Wraith last turn. Oh, here we go.
Wait, so this is a... Oh, I wonder if that was a misplay.
That's not just a misplay, but that's actually something we might need to call a judge about as well.
Because that's a draw.
It's supposed to go to his hand, and then he's supposed to
discard a
random card. Yeah, a random card. We might see if we can get the judge to stop the game state. Hold on one second.
We'll just we'll check on this because.
Kieran is just heading over to sort things out now, because one thing about Deadwood Rumbler is you do have to draw the card to your hand and then discard it, rather than just putting it straight in the graveyard, as we saw Roy do there. Yep. So I think we're going to see that happen again, and now we're hopefully we'll see if those players they may get another warning. But yeah, as I said, look, the lights are bright and hot, and now we have the 50-50. So. Right.
Good spotting there, Colin.
Yeah, no, well, it's good that we got that sorted. I mean, look, we are really down to the wire. The nerves are high. This, as we said, this game is really to lock you for.
Oh, okay, and that's probably the card he.
I guess the thing is, yes. I guess the thing is, he was thinking it didn't really matter because he knew both the cards were not 6 powers, but you do still have to do it the right way.
Because in Writhing Beast Hulk actually. Is an attack that can banish stuff.
Absolutely. Whereas Convulsions can pretty much only pitch for the axe. But here we go.
I feel like the frontline scout is actually.
The frontline scout might just do it. Here we go, because I know that pulping can't defend.
Yeah, and looks like he's
going to be forced to defend.
He's scouting out the win here, and I think that might be.
Whoa! I think that looks like they have conceded. Oh, yep, the game is over. Are we going to have to get confirmation on who actually won there?
Yeah, just to confirm, generally concessions, are not allowed. But in this case, we do have a judge at the table. The judge would be observing the game state and would have sort of noticed that there was.
Yeah, there we go.
No way for.
Yeah, it looks like I thought that was the case, that Levi was going to, unfortunately, get that thing down. But man, what an incredible game! It was so close.
Wow, that was great. Now. It eventually looked like Prism, just kind of not really ran away, but it fizzled out a little bit towards the very end.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate. Roy, he really had it almost set up perfectly, I feel, and just didn't manage to execute those last few turns maybe as well as he would have liked.
I feel like he fell just short at the end. I could see what he was setting up towards. It would be interesting to know the number of cards each player was playing there.
Absolutely.
Because it did look like Prism maybe had a few more cards.
Yeah, it might have started with a few more cards, and of course, that is the thing to note, that if you start with more cards in your deck, then you've got more cards to defend with, more cards to attack with. But of course, you are watering down your card quality.
Absolutely.
But that is the thing that to note about this game is, in other TCGs, it can be right to play the absolute minimum number of cards that you can in order to, really maximize your chances of drawing the most powerful cards in your deck. But in Flesh and Blood, you're pretty much always going to draw those cards. It's very rare that you don't see all your deck in a game.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the thing. Like, in some cases, it may actually be correct that you do run 30, but it's definitely not like a hard and fast rule.
No.
Like, not at all. Like, it can depend on the matchup. It can depend on like what type of deck. Like, they're playing like a very red line prison deck, or they're playing a blue line prison deck. I'll switch up the number of cards in my library based on this. So. Yeah, it's definitely a case where, we've talked about pile decks, for example, as well.
Yep.
If you're playing a chain deck and you've got Dread Scythe, you might say, I'm playing 41 cards or whatever.
30 cards does not qualify as a pile. It's a very small pile. You need at least 35 to 40 cards to qualify, I think, as being a pile deck.
Because in Arcane Rives Limited, that was like one of the infamous decks, I feel, was the Viserai pile. And that's when I played it one time. I just took, it was very simple. You take all your Viserai cards, all your generic cards, and you put them in a pile and shuffle them up. I was playing 43 cards, but anyway.
You were one of the only ones who torpedoed without playing Dash, didn't you?
The only Viserai,
yeah.
Oh, right, the only non-Dash. But anyway, back to Monarch, because that's what we're playing today.
Talking about.
What a game!
It was absolutely fantastic. Even though it did get a little bit mixed up at the end there, with, as we say, both players, you do get nervous, you forget a few triggers here and there, but it did come down to the wire. And I was sad because I was really rooting for Roy. He had all the tools. I feel like there was probably a way to win that game, but it's so difficult.
I mean, if there was, I probably wouldn't have figured it out. But to be honest, but I think we got to see a very good example of Levi playing a disciplined game and sort of structuring the way they go about things. So, like we mentioned, there was not a single card banished from that graveyard for the first many turns.
No, absolutely.
And it looked like I feel. Kieran would have been feeling the pressure a little bit there as well.
Definitely.
Because,
I mean, like you said, there was a point where it really did look like, he was going to have to defend with most of his hand and then, pass back, draw up, and potentially defend again.
That's the thing, because at a certain point in the game, like, the life totals always matter, but at a certain point where, it doesn't matter how far ahead on life you are if you can't finish off the other person.
Exactly, yeah.
Particularly in these matchups where one player has a damaged weapon and the other one doesn't.
Yes,
Uh,
that is
so
true. Because Prism,
yeah,
she's fantastic, but she doesn't have a weapon.
Yeah, so
she uses illusions as weapons.
the iris of reality.
Exactly.
But that was a good one. I'm really glad we got to see Levia on stream.
Absolutely.
I'm hoping we get I'm hoping we get at least one Levia.
In the top. Oh, no,
Yeah,
well, I feel
I did say there'd be 7. I'm starting to doubt myself a little bit. But I'm pretty sure
like that's necessarily going to be the case. But then she was only 13% of the field, so that would have been a tough call regardless. So, look, we're going to go to an ad break now. We'll have the last sealed round coming up next, and it is going to be a nail biter. So be sure to stay tuned for that. welcome back. And we are in the last round of sealed here at the Calling Auckland. And we have 2 players here who are on a 4-1 record. So this could very well be the difference between making top 32 and not.
Yeah, that's right. This is the tight end of the tournament, Callum. It is win and you're in, lose and I hope you've got a classic constructed deck for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And so as you can see here, we've got Nick Anderson on the left from Auckland with Chain. Nice to see Chain at the top tables again. And we've got Jed Lawless on the right with Prism. Now, Jed's from Nelson, I believe?
Yeah, Jed is one of the Nelson crew that has come up. He's a good player. I was lucky enough to hang out with him and Marnie and that at Nationals last year. And
nice.
yeah, but both these players are good, consistent players. So it'll be interesting to see how this game plays out.
Absolutely.
Nick Anderson, of course, quite well-known ninja player. So is really likes that go wide style of play. So that's probably why he's lent into Chain.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And so this should be a good matchup. Of course, a Prism versus Chain matchup is nothing's guaranteed in this matchup. It really depends on how the Prism player's playing. Because I've noticed that Jed hasn't shown his weapon yet.
There we go. I was about to say, I thought that
that's
maybe... Whoa,
it.
here we
go.
That's
the
why Luminaris versus the Dread Scythe. Both players hiding their weapons because they didn't want to reveal that they were packing the Majestics.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be interesting. So expect to see Nick on that... just that heavy fatigue plan. I don't think he's going to go too hard because he's just going to try and chip away with that arcane damage that the scythe does.
Yeah. Oh, the other way. There we go. Yeah. So that's the thing. And the interesting thing to note is that Jed doesn't even have the Halo of Illumination or any Dreamweavers. So he's got no way to prevent arcane damage besides his spectral shields.
Yeah, I would imagine what we're going to see here from Jed is a lot of Heralds trying to get that go again off the Luminaris.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is an incredibly powerful effect to be able to bash in with your Heralds or with Go Again. And it looks, the only way to, you see Nick's reading
now
it
realizing what he's about to run into.
So the thing to note that when you, with your Luminaris in play, when you,
oh, what a first up play.
Oh my gosh, Nourishing Emptiness dominate. It looks like Nick's going to draw 5 cards for the next turn. Although, I'm actually amazed that he lost a game.
See a Blinding Beam in Jed's hand here. He may be tempted to pay for that just to forego some of the damage.
Yeah, potentially.
Because he's also got the Ironhide Gauntlet, so he could pay for the bind and also block
Even
too.
then, I still don't think it's going to be enough to prevent Nick from getting that 5 intellect for his next turn.
Yeah, I think that is a foregone conclusion here.
And that's so brutal.
Yeah,
from Nick, just baiting his opponent into blocking up because you think, it's the first turn. I don't want to leak too much more damage. I've already taken 1 arcane. I'm gonna overblock this Dread Scythe, and then boom, Nourishing Emptiness.
I mean, this is such a great opening hand from Nick here. Yeah, you see him paying for it. It's red in his hand, so he can only pay for the Blinding Beam. He can't also do the Ironhide. Oh, that is a tough opening turn. 5
damage and 5 intellect for the next turn. That's pretty incredible. And I mean, we are in for a really awesome game here, I think.
I think what Jed's hope here is to be able to get a couple of Heralds. Hopefully Nick doesn't have a 6 to crack the Phantasm and he can get back and try and force some pressure on Nick's hand from some big hits.
Well, there's at least 1 Herald. Of course, Luminaris says that if you have a card with yellow pitch in your pitch zone, then your illusionist attacks get Go Again. So
yeah, I don't know. That's not looking.
No, that's not a yellow though. That's a blue. But here we go. Warmongers into a Herald of Triumph, that Herald is particularly hard to defend as it gives all action cards defending it -1 attack.
So well, I mean, this is solid, but he's not going to get the Go Again from Luminaris, but it is a solid
It's a solid bit of damage.
Pressure, and I mean Nick has 5 cards, so he can block with 3 here and still have a decent 2-card hand.
That is true, yeah. I mean, that is the power of the Nourishing Emptiness. I mean, you see the playmats that they're playing on. There's a reason why this art is so important. It's that the card is absolutely incredibly powerful, especially on the first turn of the game.
Yeah. Now Nick here has some decisions to make about what to use in his hand, what to try and keep. I mean, to be fair, Nick can just block up here. Like he's
Oh wow!
Oh, he is looking to use his armor.
He's
pitching
really...
a blue, no, pitching a yellow to pay for the Iron Hides, and then the one battle worn on the Aether Weave.
This is really interesting because, yep, so he's still going to get the card into his soul. He could choose to put it on the bottom of his deck, but I think most Prism players would definitely prefer it goes in the soul.
Yeah, especially with Luminaris as well. He'll want to try and get some shields out so he can start chain gunning that away.
Okay, nothing good to banish with the Soul
So
Shackle. Yep.
Yeah.
Just a Tremor via Rathiel, which is probably the hardest card name to say in the set. But yeah, you saw Nick deciding to take some damage and keep 4 cards in his hand.
Yeah.
Come back with a big turn.
Oh, this is big. Seeds followed by a Brandish.
Oh, right.
This is good, and this is such a great card with that scythe.
Oh my god, yeah. This, I mean, it's making the scythe attack for 4, another breakpoint on top of already dealing that one undefendable arcane damage. It is a real threatening attack, and not to mention this is coming in for 3 itself.
Yeah, and this is what we were saying before, is that depending on your card pool will depend on how you play. So just because Jed was sitting down opposite a chain, he probably wasn't 100% sure this was the style of gameplay Nick was going to come in with.
Yeah, he might have thought that he was going up against a much more aggressive build with a Galaxy Black, but instead...
So Jed looking
nice.
to play... That is solid. That's going to put the Yinti Yanti up to a 3, so fully blocked because the Spectral Shield is an aura, so Yinti Yanti gets that +1. That is a nice play. I like that play.
I do like that. However, it is likely that now Nick is going to... Oh, yeah, here we see. Cracking the Aether Iron Weave, give himself a couple of resources, and coming in with the Dread Scythe.
Yeah, so the Dread Scythe, the Arcane will pop the... Yep, that is something that's happening.
That's what that's what I was saying earlier about when you're playing against Chain. They just have so many ways to pop those Spectral Shields. Really hard to keep a Spectral Shield on the board, which is good for Nick.
Taking the damage there. He's got a Herald in his hand, but I don't know if that Stony Wolfenhog's a yellow or not.
No, I can't tell. And even if it is, it's unlikely that he'd have enough resources to play. It is yellow, so this Herald will have go again. But is there something for
Well,
free?
I mean, he could have Illuminate or something in the arsenal.
Oh, I think that looks like a Seek Enlightenment. I only got a brief flash of it, but
quite possibly.
Yeah.
But you know, Nick doesn't know that. So
no, that
I mean,
is true.
So basically, what Jed is presenting here is that there is a possibility that he can attack again with that Arsenal card.
Yeah, absolutely. And Herald of Ravages deals arcane damage, itself. So he's saying, "Hey, man, you're gonna hit me with some arcane damage. I'm gonna hit you with some
what goes
arcane
around
damage."
comes around.
Absolutely. And I think the thing to what I was saying earlier about Chain being so good about shooting down the Spectral Shields, it's really lucky for Nick in this matchup because Luminaris means that if you can build up a few Spectral Shields and you get one yellow pitch card in your pitch zone, then suddenly all your Spectral Shields become little machine guns that you can start pinging your opponent with every turn.
Yeah. Oh, this is a big block
wow,
here.
That is. He doesn't want to get that card in the soul.
But you look at that. That is it goes to the discard pile.
And this is what we were saying. The thing with the Dread Scythe is all you need is one blue, and you've got yourself a really threatening attack. So that's why he can afford to defend with 3 cards from his hand. And I imagine he's just going to pitch a blue card here.
Yeah. I mean, he's got that piercing Shadow Vice, which isn't really overly worrisome for him. He is up on life.
Yeah, I mean the interesting thing is he it's a shame. He probably kind of almost wishes he'd kept another resource card in hand because the Dread Scythe does turn on the piercing Shadow Vice.
Yeah. So we'll see here.
Making a soul shackle.
Oh,
okay.
I like this.
This is interesting actually because he made a soul shackle, but then he played a card that the soul shackle
Doesn't
work on. So
Yeah.
it's going to be interesting here to see.
Now he's just signalled that he's chain's
Yeah,
got to go again.
pushed his chain. I don't know. Well, we'll see. If we might need to get the judges on standby because if he tries to play another card after this, then they're potentially.
Yeah,
need to get a judge.
Quite possibly Nick is just trying to set up the soul shackle for the following turn.
That's true. That's true.
So we'll wait. We'll wait and see.
Yep. But if we need to, we will have the players on standby. Yeah. Okay. Yep. No, that's fine. He was just making the soul shackle to build up the soul shackles.
Yeah.
Nick's a very experienced player. I didn't expect that he was going to make that mistake, but good to have people.
Here's a big turn. That's the Seek Enlightenment followed by the Herald of Protection.
Now note that there's a blue memorial ground in his pitch zone, so this attack won't have go again.
Yeah, but still, it's coming in for. What colour is that?
So the blue, I think that Seek Enlightenment is a blue, which would be +1. So, and I think that the Herald is yellow, so that would be a 7 damage attack, which is a nice breakpoint.
That is big.
And Herald of Protection, honestly, one of the most underrated heralds, I think, because people look at the heralds like Herald of Ravages, whether it's arcane damage, or Herald of Tenacity, where it's dominate, and they think, oh, these are the really aggressive heralds. And Herald of Protection, it's like, oh, I don't want to protect, but making a spectral shield just for free,
and especially with the Luminaris as well, is very solid here.
Yeah, looks like Nick's gonna defend this. But even if he defends with 2 cards, it's not going to be enough. It's still going to go into the soul.
I mean, unless of course he has rear guard there, which
true.
Possibly
it is
he's
possible.
sitting out.
It doesn't look like he has one in his hand. I can see a Consuming Shadows, I think.
Yeah, he's
and
doing
an
the
Arcanic
shuffling,
Crackle, a Seeds. Well, I think the problem for him is that he's got a lot of Defend 2s in hand. Yeah. So even if he defends with 3 cards here,
it's still
may not be enough. He may have to defend with his whole hand, in which case he'd be taking more Blood Debt damage on the remaining turn. Oh, yep. Oh no, the Arcanic Crackle defends for 3. So there we go. It is going to be fully blocked. Yep, and now we're going back to Nick. So 2 more cards. Oh, that looks like an Unhallowed Rites, which has Blood Debt. So there's some more cards to be able to be played from the Banish Zone.
Yeah.
But now what's interesting is
if
we've got a card for 3 and a card for 2.
Yeah.
In his Banish Zone.
And he's only got one. He's only got one pitch.
A card that costs 1 and a card that costs 2.
So
he's got a blue pitch.
Okay.
So then he'll be able to play both, which would be nice, I think. I mean, he wouldn't be getting full value out of that Piercing Shadow Vice, but it would just be nice to get the cards out of his Banish Zone.
not take the Blood Debt, because, I mean, while he is ahead on life, this is definitely a matchup that you don't want to be leaking points.
Oh no! Instead, he's just decided to go in with that Scythe.
Right.
He's cutting down some wheat. It is.
I mean, really, we are looking here that technically it's 8 turns Jed's clock if he just swings with the Scythe every turn now.
Yeah. So he's definitely taking the point of arcane damage. Hopefully they will reach that soon.
Jed's just.
Yep. There's the one. And it is important to note that a player that gets dealt damage by Dread Scythe cannot gain life on their following turn.
Yeah, I mean, not as huge in the seal, because really it only affects. But I think Bolton's the only one with life gain in this format. Yeah. But definitely it's something to think about for tomorrow's ProQuest and Classic Constructed.
Absolutely.
Where I definitely think we will see some chains being played. So.
For sure. I have noticed that chain has been making a pretty large impact on the Constructed meta.
Yeah, a lot of people are trying to break that.
Trying to break the chains.
Break that chain, exactly.
Breaker of chains. We'll find out who earns that coveted title. When the meta develops more fully. But yeah. For now, it's really exciting. I can't wait till we get to see some constructed stuff happening.
So that's interesting. He's looks like he's got a Rise Above in his hand.
That is nice. It's a nice defense reaction here. Will he be using it? It looks like he's going to. It's always interesting when you're playing the Rise Above, when you don't need. Oh no, he's just decided to pop down an invigorating light and take the one.
Oof.
Okay, so
maybe
Nick
that
takes 2 points
I
of
think
blood
that rising
damage.
light may be a yellow. So. Oh yeah.
Oh, the rise above.
The rise above.
It
Maybe
looks like it could be
yellow. Maybe that's why he held on to it.
Might be, yeah. I guess we'll see. Or maybe he wants to put it in his arsenal.
Oh, this is very nice.
Such a nice card in Prism, because when you're playing with these heralds, there is always the danger that your opponent's got a 6 power in hand and is going to pop your Phantasm.
Yeah, and so Jed's got that information. The Phantasm is safe at the moment.
And it's also just a little, like we said, a little go again attack for 3.
Yeah,
that's can't be ignored.
Yeah, exactly. Every little bit counts in this format.
Yeah, and also one of my favourite arts, I think, in the whole set as well. It's kind of creeps up on you. You don't really realise, at first you just think, oh, there's the scout, but then once you kind of look at the background and the shadows and what's going on, the horrors that they're witnessing, I think it's just a really creative way to kind of portray that card.
Yeah, nice there. We get a block there from Nick. Oh, there we go. This is the yellow militia into the yellow Ravager.
Yeah, Herald of Ravagers again.
Yeah, and so this is interesting because we know what's in Jed's hand. Nick doesn't.
No.
And
he might have thought that there was another attack coming, but no. Instead, it's just the rise.
Oh, swing and a miss.
Yep. No, nothing doing there for Nick, but he's keeping those blood debt cards on top, which is good. You want to always make sure that your blood debt cards are visible.
And again, Jed took 2 damage last turn, so now he's on a 6-turn clock effectively with
that's 6 swings from the Dread Scythe, and it's done.
Yep. So unless he can start making some spectral shields, he really is. Really at quite the
at the mercy of that scythe.
I almost feel like Jed's deck doesn't have quite enough yellow to really get full value out of the Luminaris, because it just feels like he hasn't managed to really get that 2 big swings in a turn.
Yeah. Absolutely. Of course, it can just be the way that kind of thing has panned out. I mean, I don't think he was planning to sit down opposite a Dread Scythe.
Yeah, no, exactly.
But yeah, that is the thing. I feel like a lot of the things you want to be doing when you get Luminaris in your pool is you want to see how many spectral shields can I make, because then you really get to go to town. And obviously, you do want to have a large number of yellow pitch cards. This is really interesting for me. Nick's just chipping in with a little 2 attack.
And I don't think he made a Soul Shackle here.
No, he didn't. He's been very disciplined with the Soul Shackles.
I think obviously Nick's probably very much realising how small his deck is, and wants to make sure while he's got the advantage that he doesn't put himself in a position where he's just going to deck himself out before.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And
this is an interesting shot here. It is go again for Jed. He currently doesn't have a weapon. So Nick can this hit without taking the disadvantage of the +1 to the weapon.
Yeah, it is true, but that's the thing. There is always potential. That,
I mean, because like if he follows up with a herald that then goes to his soul and he can make a weapon.
Yeah, I don't think he'll quite have the resources for that yet, but it's still just a go again attack for 3, which is really It's what he needs to be doing at the moment. He needs to be putting some pressure on, and putting the onus back on Nick to be defending.
And I think it's more the fact that he needs to be putting pressure on Nick's hand, not just his life. His actual hand is really what's keeping Jed in this at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. And it does look like, once again, I think that there's a memorial ground, and there's a memorial ground in Nick's hand. That card doesn't block.
Yeah, this is interesting.
So
I mean,
it's got the Yanti I can see, which is good. It's going to block. It's going to defend for 3. There it is.
Yeah, that fully blocks because, of course, Soul Shackles are auras. A lot of people miss that. Oh, that is a big one.
Chimera coming in. It looks like a yellow 7. one. So that's 7. Oh, Nick's just going to take all the damage. He's decided. And of course, the Enigma Chimera, it might seem like a herald, but it's not. And so it doesn't go to the soul.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's
wow!
Look at that.
Big.
That's a banishing the what is it that called? The Dimensional Gateway. It's a great Majestic. So it looks like Nick's chain pull is just really, really fire.
And also a Bounding Demigon.
Well, yeah, that's that's the important card to note there, because that Bounding Demigon is actually, I think, a really sort of underrated chain card. You know, it doesn't look as sort of flashy as, say, like a Riftbind, for example, where you can really, you know, stack up those non-attacks and make them really big. But the good thing about a Bounding Demigon, it costs 0.
Yeah.
And when you play it from the Banished Zone, as this is a red version that we can see, it's coming in for 4 damage, which is really, really, you know, really nice when you've got, you know, the ability to give it go again and then potentially come in with a Scythe after that.
Yeah.
Oh,
so is that a shadow? Oh, that is a tech card in this matchup.
I wonder if he's just going to be... So I think the Spew Shadow means it's a yellow, so I think he can target a card with 1 or less.
1 or less.
Which it looks like... I haven't looked at the rest of his, you know, his Banished Zone, but it looks like he's just choosing the Bounding Demigon, which means, you know, it would be able to be played from the Banished Zone anyway, but it's attacking a light hero, and that's the key part, so it is going to be getting pumped up.
Yeah, so what this does, it turns on Bounding Demigon because you have to play a non-attack action first, plus it's going to give it the +1 as well as the bonus from...
the +2 from the Spew Shadow.
So +1 from itself, +2 from the Shadow.
I think 6, potentially.
Yeah.
And he's just double checking. He looks very tentative to kind of put it into the combat chain, but slowly but surely we are seeing it going to be laid down, and there it is, yes. Okay.
Yep, so it's coming in for 6.
Yeah.
Which is lethal.
Yep, coincidentally, is Jed's life total.
Now, does Jet still have that Rise Above
He does. He's got
arsenal?
The Rise Above in his arsenal, which is, you know, going to be very, very important.
Yeah.
However, of course, you do have to pay for that, regardless of whether it's...
You can pay by putting a card on hand, or...
It looks like we've got a judge call.
Yeah, I think they're just
confirming with Spew Shadow and Bounding Demigon there.
How much the actual bonus is. Yeah.
But I think I'm not sure exactly what they're discussing. It may be about you know, I'm sure Bounding Demigon can be targeted by Spew Shadow. It's just about we'll see. We'll find out later what they were talking about. But it looks like that is coming in for 6 now. So now it's going to be up to Jed. He's got that Rise Above, so he can defend. It looks like he's got a nice Herald and a Blinding Beam in his hand.
Yeah. So he could now. So what he could do here is he could use the Blinding Beam to pay for the Rise Above.
Yep.
If he doesn't want to negate.
Ooh, and there's some nice cards in his hand. He's got that Out Muscle and a Surging Militia, which, as we know, when you're on 5, there's nothing you want to see like less than a Surging Militia.
What, does he have a... no, this is going to be where the awkward pain for the defense here and still being able to use, because of course Out Muscle does cost 3. Surging Militia costs 2.
Yeah, he does. The thing is that he does know that most likely the Dread Scythe is coming in after this, so he's going to be taking at least 1 point. So I would be thinking that he could, because the good thing about the Rise Above costing 2 is that if you pitch 1 blue, then you can play the Ironhide Gauntlet that he's got alongside it. However, it doesn't actually look like he's got any blue cards in his hand. No. I think that Blinding Beam might even be red.
Yeah. So he could use the alternate pay cost
of putting
the Blinding Beam on top.
Oh, he's putting the Surging
Militia.
Well, that's
that
nice.
Is interesting.
He wants to keep that for next turn, and he takes 2, and now we are getting into dicey territory.
Yeah.
The low life. Oh no! So Nick is valuing his life total as well, and he's coming in with an Unhallowed Rites. Because he's dealt arcane damage, he gets to put a non-attack on the bottom of his deck. And he's chosen that Seeds of Agony because
really good.
Every point of arcane damage matters when your opponent's at 4.
Yeah.
Oh,
here we are.
The free.
Blinding Beam.
That was very nice. So, of course, the Blinding Beam, because it's targeting a shadow attack, it doesn't cost anything, and it's essentially like a defense reaction,
effectively, here, yeah.
So he's on 3, and he's got some cards in hand.
Oh, that is
nice as well.
Interesting move, yeah.
Memorial Ground. putting an attack action back on top. It looks like that might be a yellow memorial ground, so he's looking for a 1 cost, and that's the unheld rights he's got there at the top. Yeah, he's going to put that one back on top.
And of course he will draw this in the end of turn.
Yeah, he's going to draw it. It's interesting that he's decided to draw it rather than using the memorial ground to, set it up so that it can be banished with the Soul Shackle. But here we go. That is a War Tune Herald. But that is crushing. He had the red pound for a pound.
That is clutch.
That is in. There's a Rift Bind, a Ghostly Visit, and another pound for pound. But man, that's absolutely not what Jed wanted to see there. He really needed that War Tune Herald to strip some cards away, but instead Nick was able to defend with 1 card, and now it looks like he's going to be able to put some pressure right back on Jed. And
so he's only got 3 cards to work with, but that's probably more than he needs here, as long as his pitch value is okay.
Well, he only has 3 cards in hand to work with, but of course you look at that banish zone, you see the blue Ghostly Visit, the red Rift Bind.
Oh, all right.
Oh, Seeker Horizon, nice.
Seeker Horizon, paying the alternate cost.
Now, there is.
This is interesting. So, do you think he's going to leave the Riftbind and then maybe play the Ghostly Visit out?
Yeah, I think he's going to play. I think he's going to play potentially both.
Or both,
depending if he has a blue or a yellow, because both those cards only cost 1. So that's a yellow.
That is good.
So there you go. He can play the Riftbind as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to get major value from it, but he's not going to take damage.
It doesn't really matter that much. Each of these attacks, even though they're not for that much, all he wants to do is strip cards at this point. Because if he can prevent Jed from coming back with a powerful attack, then he can just wait until he's got those, arcane damage cards like Seeds and the Dread Scythe. And
this is interesting.
He can just chip away.
So how much is that Riftbind coming in for?
That's just coming in for 3, because I'm pretty sure he didn't play a single non-attack action this turn. But
that's really unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. And now Jed, it might be that his only hope is to, try
the problem is now that on 3 life, this is where you can just swing with a Dread Scythe. And that's
and
the
Seeds. So, we have a Piercing Shadow Vice. That's the card that he pitched last turn, and he was setting it up, which is very nice from Nick there, because, once you get that arcane damage through, it means that the Piercing Shadow Vice gets pumped up. So I think, this is getting close. But one thing that you notice, Nick is out of cards in his deck. He's going to have the cards that he pitches here, but he's running out very, very swiftly.
But he only needs to do
3.
So he's got 2 arcane.
He's got 2 arcane on board. It's about can he get that final point in, and I mean hopefully even just swinging with the Dread Scythe twice might be able to do it.
Jed here is in an interesting position as well. He's got a Stony Hog which blocks for 2.
Yep.
It's hard to tell.
He does have that Ironhide Gauntlet available still, and it looks like he's got a couple of Heralds.
And a
or is it maybe
Tremor?
even that's a? You know what that is? That is a. I think that's. I can't quite tell because he's keeping his. Oh wow! That's an Arcanic Crackle. This looks like it might be the end, because that is 2 arcane damage, and now the Dread Scythe is unstoppable. And he's looking at his hand. Yeah, it was an impenetrable belief in his hand, which can defend for 4, but it's 4 physical damage. It's not going to protect you against arcane damage. I think I can read from Jed's body language here. He knows it doesn't really matter what he defends with, because what's coming in is that Dread Scythe, and that is going to be unblockable. There's not even a way that he can make a Spectral Shield to stop it. And all Nick has to do is put that scythe on the stack. There it is. And the hand is probably going to be extended. There it is. Wow, what a powerful deck that Nick has. And he has managed to secure himself a spot in day 2.
Double Majestic weapons going into the last round. That is amazing.
You couldn't have asked for better. And that shows you the power of both of those things. Unfortunately, we didn't really get to see the power of the Luminaris come to play there, but I bet you that's done a lot of good work for him over this tournament.
I'm sure that's how he's got to where he was. Got himself in that position to win it in, but Nick...
it's not guaranteed that he's going to be knocked out of day 2 here, depending on when the loss was that first loss that he had was taken. It's possible that this was he was already locked, but that was an epic match, And we hope that you are going to enjoy much more as we go to the draft portion of this event.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Hopefully we'll get a breakdown of the top 32, just the matter of what made really 32 would be really cool.
We'll find that out for you.
But yeah, draft. Now this is where the day shifts gears now.
Absolutely.
And of course we're doing one pot of draft tonight.
Yep.
And then followed by one tomorrow, and then top 8 after that. It is a long day.
It is a long day. And speaking of long days, we now have to take a break because we have to turn the room around so that we can get some draft tables set up.
Absolutely.
But while that's happening and while the players are drafting, we're going to bring in a special guest, and they're going to talk about a little bit about draft strategy. So we're going to go to an ad break right now, but don't go away because we will be back. We might even have a very, very special guest on with us when we come back. But
all right.
See you soon.
Stay tuned.
hello again, welcome back, and look who we have here, the man himself, Mr. James White.
What a welcome. Thank you very much, Callum.
No, of course. I mean, wow, the sealed rounds are over, and I have the standings here in my hot little hand. We have a lot of big names in the EXO bracket. Matt Rogers, Kiki Labarde from Wellington, and Kieran Carnegie, the Wellington boys, bringing it today.
Very strong showing from those Wellington team, and I mean, Matt Rogers, the guy just doesn't know how to lose.
Absolutely not. Of course, if you're not familiar with Matt, the guy that
you probably haven't watched Fab before.
He went 13-0 at Nationals one year.
That was off the back of like a 40 odd game winning streak during the Road to National season. The guy is just as good as it gets.
Ben came fourth in a 6-man armory event the week afterwards, but so he's not infallible. I'm just saying.
That's the thing. I feel like there have been a couple of people who were starting to doubt Matt a little bit because his results hadn't been as strong recently, but clearly he's putting those haters to rest now. Looking down into the 5-win bracket, look, we've got Kale, Eddie Kim, Sam Payne, Jason Long. These are all really
usual names.
Players. Yeah, Aaron Curtis, last callings runner-up.
Yep.
Adam Little, another
Little
strong
Adam
player.
Yeah.
Henry Moore at 5-1. We saw him, in
round
the very
one.
first round. And we've even got Rohan Khanna, a good friend of mine and a fantastic player. He lost his first round, was feeling really dejected, and then managed to come back to 5-1, make day 2.
Wow.
It's lots of really, really great players in this top 32 draft, and even these people down here with 4 wins, they're still in with a shot. All it takes, if they manage to go 3-0, 3-0 in 2 drafts, then they'll make top 8.
I mean, this is basically a game of 2 halves. We've just finished the first half, getting through that sealed deck portion, and a lot of people say, the real tournament's just about to begin. So making the top 32 cut, it's all on the line now, and
it really is.
Time to step up.
Oh, absolutely.
Play some real Monarch Limited.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, the draft format. So the judges are rearranging the tables as we speak, seating the players in their draft pods. The packs are going to be dealt out. It's going to be interesting what you're going to see here on screen. You'll notice that all the cards are stamped. Well, that's a security measure that we've put into place, isn't it? Because you need to make sure nobody's adding cards from their sealed deck to their draft deck.
Yeah, indeed. Look, I think it just adds a lot of integrity to the tournament.
Absolutely.
Just having those stamped draft packs. It also means that that if there were any irregularities with the booster packs, that sort of stuff is flushed out. Although it's very, very, very rare, but you just don't want the top cut of a professional level event to be held up because a pack is missing.
Yeah,
blah.
absolutely.
So it's just that's just add a bonus. And look, you also get these sweet stamped cards, just as like a memento. I was here today at the Calling Auckland.
That's what I said. Like, I mean, can you imagine if you pull a Fable and it's stamped? That's going to be like the only one in the world, right?
Yeah,
right. That's going to add value to it, and you can show. I not only pulled a great card, but I did it at the when it was really meant to be.
Yeah, and you had to make the top 32 to get that stamped card.
Exactly.
So it's just like a nice little sort of badge of merit.
I absolutely agree. And so what we're going to do now, I actually have a pack for us because while the players are getting to draft, we unfortunately can't show you the draft portion because we don't want to, show anybody what people have in their deck. But I have this, I'm going to show the camera there, pack of first edition Monarch right here, and this is actually one of my personal packs, so if we open any goodies, I get to keep them, all right?
Well, let's open the library on camera.
Yeah, exactly.
You are the master of the pack one, pick one. But, so
since we have James with us, I thought we might just do a pack one, pick one live.
On the spot.
We will see what this pack holds and what James would take if he was one of the players sitting down to draft.
Like, I hope it's as easy as the last one that we did, the top 8 one. Just the snap, boom, done.
All right, here we go. I'm opening it up, and we get the token out of the way. And all right, here we go. I'm going to lay them out for you, the viewers.
This is like a Rochester draft.
Yeah,
bringing back some memories here.
Yeah. In fact, I'm just going to do this to make it easier. Boom. All right, now we're getting into the... Oh, I've pulled a foil Rouse the Ancients. I mean, that's a very nice card for me, but is it the first pick?
Okay, well, this is an easy one. Boom, done. Thank you
Really?
very much.
Oh,
Seriously.
So you're taking the Glisten.
I'm taking the Glisten from this pack. I don't even have to think about it. This is definitely one of the cards that I like first picking a lot in this format.
Okay, so when you're first picking the Glisten, are you looking to go straight into Prism?
Absolutely not. Like, this card just blows people out when you're playing Bolton.
Right.
Particularly, like, if you are going second in the game and you open this in your in that first hand cycle, and like you're going to dump some counters on your weapon at the back end of your opponent's turn, and then just get so much momentum in the game.
Right.
Or you just kill people. Like, there just isn't like many attack reactions in this format. You only have this this what is it, the Steel Hand Courage?
Yeah, Courageous Steel Hand.
That's the one. And it's like, it's face up. It's like you can only play the card if you've charged. So it's like either it's on or it's off. So your opponent, they can play around it if that effect is in play. Whereas this one here, you can just be like, trundle on him with my hatchet, all dejected, and then you're just like, bang, thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is you can actually split it over your 2 hatchets, right?
Yeah, totally.
That is true.
You could put it on the first one to give it 3 when the +1 to be able to give it go again.
Yeah, true.
And then you can put the rest of it onto the next hatchet as
well.
Come
Totally.
in for 6 or something.
Honestly, this is an easy first pick for me. Very happy to have this in my Bolton deck, like really happy. And obviously, if you can draft the Prism, Spectral Shield, Glisten deck, I like that deck.
That is a very powerful deck as well.
Yeah, I mean, you've done a lot of winning with that deck.
I have done I've done a fair amount with Prism. I'm not going to discount this Rouse the Ancients, though. I had that in my Prism pool at our team sealed, and I was playing. When you're playing Prism or when you're playing Levia, specifically, I think this card can be set up some extremely powerful turns. Of course, and being able to pitch for 3 is really nice. But it does defend for 2. It's going to be a hard one for me. The hooves, I think, also could be a consideration.
I mean, let's talk about it. What if this was passed to us, and I was sitting to your right, and I took this.
Yeah.
So what are we taking?
My first pick was, I don't know, generic pound for pound. What would I think here? I think I'd be
generic pound for pound.
Yeah.
Over the Soul Reef.
I knew you were going to bring that up too. Go and watch our latest Pack 1 Pick video. You'll know what we're talking about. But I don't know. I think I do love a generic pound for pound, and if I took that first pick, which I think is a defensible pick, then I don't know. I tell you what, I love this card as well. Valiant Thrust is so powerful. We already saw it, on camera earlier, coming in, and I think it was a yellow too, coming in, to present like a lethal attack and a critical turn. It's just so much extra damage. +3 is great, and then the fact that you can then give it go again with Bolton's Hero ability. It's hard. Probably not as high of a pick as one of these two, but I think I'd notice you'd taken a rare. Honestly, I think I'm probably just value drafting the foil Rouse.
Yeah, but this pack was passed to me. Like, the cards that stand out to me in here are these two.
Yeah.
I'm a sucker for Seeds of Agony, big time.
But absolutely.
I think like if I was looking to draft Chain, or I was still sort of on the fence, I'd take this Ghostly Visit because it's really good in Chain.
Nice.
It can be it's a fine card to have in your Levia deck as well. But I do like this. If I had picked maybe a 6 power card first up, or just a card that was like solid for Levia, I'd be taking this Hooves. Like, this lets you do disgusting stuff.
It really does.
I mean, it's interesting because, as you said, I would have stepped straight into doing the Hooves here myself. And I've noticed that I tried to stay open with a lot of drafting, and then my last draft I actually decided that I was going to go first pack. I was just going to start signaling that I'm taking Brute, and it actually shut the rest of the table off. They were like, all right, well, because you don't want to be the guy fighting with the other guy playing Brute and not getting the 6s, and so it really worked out in my favor because I just could pick up all that great Brute specific stuff late. It meant I get something like this that is so important early.
Oh, absolutely,
and it just really, if you're the sole drafter of any of these classes in a draft,
you're going to have an incredible deck.
I mean, it is a risk. I mean, but if you're a Brute player, you're used to playing risks.
You are
right?
used to taking risks.
Totally. Look, I think when it comes to this top 32 draft, we're going to see the emergence of Shadow. Like, we just come off the back of the sealed portion. the 2 light heroes were all over the top tables, especially
they were pretty
Prism.
dominant.
But
over 60% of the field were light heroes.
Really?
Yeah.
In the top 32.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
no, I'm not sure about the top 30,
you mean you're talking about the
but
metagame,
overall
sure,
in the metagame.
I think it might have even been more, 60% potentially. Yeah.
Just and that's, to be honest, to be expected. I think in sealed deck, particularly with a big field, there's a lot of risk aversion to the shadow mechanics. It is what it is.
Absolutely.
But when you are drafting, you have a lot more control over the composition of your deck. Just the synergies of the shadow heroes, they're just so powerful.
So good. Yeah.
When you're drafting a good Leviathan deck, you don't need to be the only Leviathan drafter on the table.
No,
it's
all,
absolutely fine for 2, or even like I've been involved in some draft pods that have had 3 Leviathan decks, and they've won the draft pod, but you kind of expect there to be sort of an even chop of 2 of each heroes at the table, and the shadow heroes. I like drafting shadow in this format personally.
You do.
I like drafting shadow.
It is.
I do.
It is. Well, James, I know that you're a busy man. You've got judging responsibilities and all sorts of things to do. So we won't keep you too long, but hopefully we might get you to come back and commentate around.
Yeah, I'd love to.
That would be awesome.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks very much, mate. We'll go to an ad break.
Callum, just look over there.
Yeah. All right. All right. We'll go to an ad break. We can hear them drafting away, and we'll have some draft magic for you soon enough. So stick around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you for your patience. The draft are complete, and the players are constructing their decks as we speak. Registering and constructing, I should say, and there's been some spicy stuff happening. You were watching, weren't you, James, as the players were drafting?
Yeah, I was watching a little bit, Pod 1 in particular. I can say that our feature match for the next round is going to be the unbeatable Mr. Matt Rogers. And
excellent.
He has quite something of a deck.
Yeah?
Yeah, he was the only Leviah drafter in Pod 1. Too much risk aversion, I tell you. Like,
this is what I was saying. This is what I was saying when we did our pack one, is like if you can go in, and if you're the only person drafting class on the table, you are at a massive advantage.
And that's the thing. I mean, Matt, we know, has been playing card games for a very long time. That man knows how to read signals.
He does, yeah. Like the first few picks, he was drafting shadow cards. Like he took the Eben Fold, I think, second pick.
Nice.
Solid second pick. Yeah,
absolutely. And he read the signal and he committed, and his deck looks hot.
Well, we won't go into too many specifics about it until we see it on the stream.
Sure.
But yeah.
What I was going to say is that Matt has been drafting Chain in the lead up. I've done a number of drafts with him, and he is very much on the shadow side. I mean, he is very good. He can switch to any of the four, but he definitely likes shadow, and so it doesn't surprise me that he took that Eben Fold or took that shadow cards early, and then was happy to go either way with the read he got from the table. I'm looking forward to seeing him actually put it down on the table and see what he can do with it.
Oh, it's always a pleasure to watch him play. Although he's going to have a tough opponent, I hear.
Who's he playing?
From what I've heard, and this may not be right, but I think he's playing Kiki Labard, who is another XO at the table. So he's coming up from Wellington and managed to actually top 8 the PTI at the last calling, which was another sealed event. So clearly very good limited player as well.
Very, very talented Pod 1. Some of New Zealand's finest in that pod. We have Roy Lai from RC Crew out of Sydney as well.
Yeah, nice.
So a lot of talent there.
Yeah, going back to Kiki, he also was in the finals of Rhodes event when it was down in Wellington. A very solid constructed player. So I'd be very interested to see how he plays draft. I would imagine he's as solid in draft.
Oh yeah, they are absolutely constructed and limited player, absolutely.
But gentlemen, I can tell you that it's not just all the Matt Rogers news story here.
Yeah.
There are rumours floating around that one of the drafters in one of the pods opened Library and Cold Foil Eclipse.
Wow.
Oh my god.
This is what I'm saying. So that's the library with the stamp. So that's right now at this very moment in time, that's the most exclusive card.
Right. I mean,
Monarch.
101.
I gotta say, I would be tempted to think about doing the hero play and passing it. But if it was pack one, pick one.
It was pack one, pick one.
Really?
Yeah,
wow.
pack one, pick one. So look, just draft a light.
I've just got to say, I mean,
because doing the bigger hero thing and playing it.
That's true. That's true.
Right, I'm all in on my yellows, and I'm going to play this.
Let's be honest. I mean, the card it costs 2. It does not defend. It doesn't pitch. It's a symmetrical effect. It's definitely not the most powerful card in draft by a large format. I would say that there's probably many other picks that you could take over it that would be defensible, but it takes a real strong will to be able to not take it.
The fact that it's probably you could take it. Not make top 8 and still make more money than some of the people.
Who knows what we're talking about? But that's the thing. Like, it is a shiny card, but I tell you what, top 8 do get some shiny cards as well.
They do.
And for some, it's not about the value of the cards; it's about the winning and the respect.
Exactly. It's priceless.
Exactly.
I mean, bragging rights.
Exactly.
If we know anything about Flesh and Blood played in New Zealand, Oh boy, bragging rights.
Absolutely.
Pretty big thing. Racing to 100k. 1,000x.
But that's
well, we're still
Still
racing
way
to
off 100k. Yeah.
Not that far, but definitely a lot of players that love their reps, and you can make a name for yourself. You can be turned into a meme, as the Saw has shown. You can be known around the world, and this is where you want to do it, on the biggest stage.
Yes, I tell you what, the Saw would have taken the library.
Simon
Optimus would have taken it. I think I'd like to pass it just to see the look on the guy next to me's face.
Turn around and give you a kiss, mate. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But that aside, I mean, it is really, really, really starting to get to crunch time now. The players, they've drafted their decks. They're stuck with what they've drafted. We're in the deck construction portion. If you're sitting there and you've had a bit of a train wreck draft, is there anything that you can kind of do in deck construction to salvage that at all, or is it?
More than half the battle is won on the drafting table. I think it's can be pretty hard to salvage it, and if you've chosen the wrong hero, if you're one of 4 drafters of a class, like being one of 3 is okay. Like you can win some games being
absolutely.
1 of 3. But if your deck has some crack baubles in it, if it's that bad, then it's going to be tough.
We all love the card crack bauble. We do not want to see one in our draft decks.
And of course, the other thing is, this is the time of day that mental fatigue is going to start kicking in. We've been here since early morning. 6 rounds of Swiss. Now another 3 rounds tonight of draft.
Yep.
With the possibility of 3 to 6 more rounds before you come out the winner of the calling. There is the mental part of this game is you cannot underestimate, and this is where the top players that have put the time in and know the cards and know the lines that they want to play. This is where they're going to shine.
Absolutely.
Because when you're in that sort of haze of mid-afternoon, you definitely want to have that almost reactionary drive with your cards.
Yeah, you just want it to be second nature almost, right? Like when you've played the format enough, a lot of the times things do become kind of second nature. And the thing with what you're saying about mental fatigue is absolutely right as well. I know that it can often be difficult when you've playing long rounds again and again. You might not even have a chance to go get some food or anything like that. I know I like to have lots of muesli bars and fruit and water and stuff on me at all times to make sure that I'm fueled. I got everything that I need. If I don't get that time to run out and get some food, then it's fine, because we don't have time for lunch breaks. These are long days that these players are playing, and like you said, that fatigue does start to build up.
Yeah, totally.
And another thing as well that I find often is, as well as the mental fatigue, you often find that there's this like adrenaline that starts to build up when the pressure keeps mounting, and you're making it further and further through the tournament, and each round is the higher stakes than the last. You got to remember, we are playing a very, very intense mental game with almost zero physical exertion. There's nowhere for that kind of built-up energy to go, which is something that I always like when I'm in a top 8 situation or something like that. I'll often just go for a jog around the venue or do some jumping jacks or something, just to kind of let it out. Because you think about professional sport, you've got that adrenaline, but it's fueling your body. It's kind of helping your heart race and pump. But here you're sitting down and your hands are shaking, your legs are going, and there's nowhere for that energy
we've
to
definitely
go.
Seen
That's a good tip.
We've definitely seen some shaky hands on the screen. So that pent up excitement, adrenaline definitely kicks in, and it's a matter of knowing how to deal with it, how you personally deal with it, whether it's like yourself, you go and do a lap around the venue, or so a lot of the time you'll see you guys just put on some headphones, chill out to some music in between rounds. Definitely, I know our colleague Alan likes to, when he drafts, he likes to put his headphones in, put his music on, sort of just blinkers into what he's doing. So
hopefully he's not doing it while he's
Putties up.
But yeah, absolutely, it is. It is something. I mean, I agree with the music. I like to put on some headphones and yeah, whether you're chilling out or jamming out as well, can kind of, again, anything that helps you kind of shake it off. We are about to see the players that we are going to be seeing in these later rounds. Generally, the experience does shine through. I mean, Matt Rogers, he's definitely no stranger to this feature match kind of situation. He's been, in many high pressure card game situations, and he generally likes to come out on top. So it's going to be exciting to see him when we get this feature match underway.
I mean, I think that plays into a little bit of deck choice for the sealed portion of the tournament as well. Some of these high level players, like, you do have to manage your mental stamina to rise to the top. And
100%.
like, for example, I mean, it takes work to win with any hero in a game of Flesh and Blood. But some heroes require more mental energy. For example, Chain, especially in sealed deck, you really gotta just get the absolute maximum value out of each of those cards, and often it requires setting up pitch stacks and managing the number of hand cycles to get down to the your kill stack.
Absolutely.
And it requires so much mental energy to focus on what you pitch. Remember what you pitch, the order, how many hand cycles and banish soul shackle cycles you need to plow through to get to that your kill turn, essentially. And it burns through a lot of mental energy.
It really does. I mean, I got the chance to speak briefly with Nick Anderson, who we saw on stream playing Chain earlier, and he was telling me, it was such a tight game, and he really had to pull it all out there. And that luckily he managed to clinch it and get himself into this draft section. But that's the thing now. You've got to put all that behind him and focus on the draft and let it all kind of go back.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good point about you have to let go of sealed now. You have to not think about the mistakes you made in sealed, not think about your deck from sealed. You're starting afresh, possibly a new character. Like, I mean, that's another trap where after a long day, if you're sitting down and you've played Chain and then drafted Chain, and then you're waiting for a card to show up, and then you're like, oh, actually that was in my sealed deck, not my draft deck, and that's why it hasn't shown up. All that sort of stuff are the slip-ups that can cost you a spot in the top 8. So again, it's about refocusing, recalibrating, and looking forward. Basically, this is a new tournament, and you got to play it like it's a new tournament, especially if you're in that 4-2, low 5-1, because you can't afford losses. So you've just got to play like every match is a must-win.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think that's a great point that you bring up. Just having awareness of what is in your deck. Flesh and Blood more so than other TCGs, with regards to the fact that you do see every card in your deck in nearly every single game. So just having just awareness, and again, particularly if you're playing Chain, you got to play so many lines towards the cards that you're going to banish, and you're going to piece together, out of your banish zone. You've got to know what's in your deck. And for example, a tip that I would suggest for players who are playing at this level is for the draft pod. Deck construction and registration, you get 20 minutes. Typically, you can build a draft deck very fast, fast. You've drafted your deck. It's a matter of sort of shaving, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 cards that could be in your deck that probably just don't get the cut, and that process can be done in sort of 2 or 3 minutes, literally, and maybe it takes 5 minutes to register your pool. Then you have maybe anywhere from sort of 10 to 12 minutes of this allocated time. That you should be using. You should be shuffling up and just drawing some hand cycles and running through some goldfish games just to build in that awareness of this is what's in my deck, these are some of the lines that I can piece together. Get a feel for actually I have this many blues in my deck, and sometimes you draft a deck and you just don't have that many blues. You need to be valuing those blues, particularly on the first turn, if you have some options of maybe doing less but passing by retaining the blue in your hand. You need to know how your deck is configured to make those decisions.
You've got to get to know it. I mean, that's the thing that you see in Constructed. There's a lot of the time we see people having great success, because they know the hero inside and out intimately. I mean, you look at Cal McCreath, who's in the top 32, Guardian player, played Guardian his whole career, basically. He's probably the most experienced Guardian player we have, on the planet, but he can't play Guardian here, so he's going to have to get to know his deck. I mean, he can play Guardian, without thinking about it. But that's very important, like what you say, is that can you play Prism without thinking about it? Can you play Bolton without thinking about it? And if you've just created your deck, you have those 20 minutes, like you say, you want to get to know that deck.
Absolutely.
You want to get close and personal. You want to
Absolutely.
every card
And if it's not shuffling it up and sort of goldfishing, you should at least just spend time, have your deck laid out and look at it. Really identify the lines that are going to take you to victory. Like, how does my deck win? That's a question that you should always be asking yourself. So then you can evaluate your blocking decisions, your defending decisions appropriately based on these are my key lines to actually win the game.
I also think in Monarch another thing that is very important is, as you said, how am I going to win? But also, how am I going to start the game? Because I think more so in Monarch than any of the other sets, knowing whether or not your deck wants to go first or it wants to go second is actually very important. So I often I've sat down and people are like, oh, just default to, I'll just go second or I'll just go first, and not really think about it. And like as a brute player, I often in other formats liked to go first because I had the ability of maybe getting that big intimidate turn and doing a lot of damage. But if you're playing Levia, of course you want to go second because you want to actually block up that first turn and fill up your graveyard and get that going. So I feel like Monarch is really, as you've been saying in your interviews, that it is the full game that we are realizing now, and there is a lot more micro decisions in each game that are super important to the outcome.
Totally. And just on that point, Ian, if you are sitting down and you're facing off against Levia, you really should consider just passing on your first turn so they cannot defend.
Yeah. If you can make a prismatic shield or something.
I'm going to go and make sure that our next feature match is all ready to go. I'm going to leave you to it. And,
very good, thank you, Callum.
We'll be back with it shortly.
As I said, totally right. That first turn is important. So, if you were going to sit down at the table, what of the four Monarch here? I know you'll play whatever you get given, but in your heart, what hero do you want to draft? What hero do you want to see a big bomb from in your first pack?
I think Chain. I like drafting Chain the most, and I like drafting Prism the least by a lot. And I'm really happy to draft Bolton, Levia, or Chain, but. All in all, if I had to pick one, it would be Chain.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I've known James a long time.
A long time.
And Chain, anyone who's played against James in any card game would understand that Chain is very much James's wheelhouse of style of deck.
Yep. Lots and lots of little synergies and interactions, and squeaking value out of bad cards like Seeds of Agony, right? Like the card just sucks me in every time.
Right. Yeah. It's amazing. I really with Monarch, I've been really excited about the light and the shadow. Obviously, as you've talked about in other interviews and stuff, this is a realization of sort of the full game. Like Welcome to Wraith was an intro to the melee characters. Arcane Rising brought in Arcane, and now we're moving into really stepping in forward to it. I want to take a moment though and step away from the calling, because we do have another event tomorrow. We have the first Pro Quest. It is Classic Constructed, and it is really the first big event that we're going to see the Monarch heroes in Classic Constructed. What do you think? A lot of people are gonna try these new characters, or do you expect people just to adapt what they already know? Like, what would you like to see from the Pro Quest?
Honestly, I think that people are going to turn up with what they know best, largely because the stakes are quite high.
Yeah,
there's a PTI, a Pro Tour invitation up for grabs, and they are going to become very, very relevant quite soon.
Like once you guys learn to wash your hands properly, we're coming for the world, and it's gonna be an amazing time to be a Fab player. So
totally, and there's the gold legendary up for grabs as well. I think it's the skull cap, right? The gold skull cap for the PDI.
I believe
for the Pro Quest, yeah. So like the stakes are high. I think there are people actually going to just turn up with a deck that they know best and that they feel gives them the best competitive chance to win the tournament.
Sure. But I mean, also, as we were saying, New Zealand, there's a lot of people who like to put their stamp on a game. There's going to be a Bolton player out there. There's going to be a Prism player. There's going to be a Chain player who wants to be the person to win the first ProQuest with the new player. And
totally.
Have people talk about, oh, you're talking about the XX Prism deck, or that person. If you can make your like we said with Kale and Guardian synonymous. This is a way to make a name for yourself.
Totally agree with you, Ian.
I can't interrupt you guys, sorry, because we are going to have to go to the feature match because we have Kiki and Matt ready to start. So
all right.
We're just going to see if we are ready to go over. Right. And
Just very quickly on that, Ian, when I say heroes that people know best, we've got to remember that there's been a ton of new players join us with Monarch, and the Monarch heroes are the heroes that they're going to know best.
All right, Kiki playing with Bolton as we expected. Matt Rogers playing with Levia. This is going to be exciting. I mean, a good Bolton deck is so powerful as well.
It sure is. It's like Bolton starting the game with a soul. What's going on here? Is it like?
I think they don't want to give away. They don't want to give away what their weapons are. Like we saw this in the last round of Swiss, where both Jed and Nick had the majestic weapons, so they really hid the fact of what they were playing until the last possible reveal.
Yep. No, that makes sense.
Now, I will be very interested. I mean, I would imagine Kiki is running the hatchets here. It would be a bold play to bring in Raiden if he pulled it, but they.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, Ian. There was a draft that I did not so long ago, and got all excited about opening a Raiden in like Pack 2 or Pack 3, and ended up, not playing it.
I feel
the
like
hatches are just solid. They're made for limited.
I feel like there are a few cards like that are a little bit of a trap for new players in draft in this format. So, but as we've stated, both these players are very good, and I wouldn't imagine them to fall into those easy traps. But it's going to be interesting. Let's see what equipment gets brought up.
You know what? What do we got? Yep, here we go. Hatchets. And we got the Gallantry Gold.
Oh,
solid, but yep.
A little
Matt
bit.
Rogers, the full set, and boy, that's a good set.
Oh man,
I love Blood Drop Brocade when I'm playing Levia. It's so powerful when you're going Dredge Screamer, and you if they let their Dredge Screamer hit, it gives you that 4th resource point off a blue pitch to then swing them with the meat axe. It's just
so good. And the meat axe, obviously, if you have the 6s. Coming in for 5 on the meat axe can really put a lot of pressure on your opponent.
So we've got to remember, this is a matchup with 2 undefeated players. Both of these two sitting at the top of the standings, 6-0 after Swiss. So this is interesting. So
Kiki leading out.
Yeah. Even though I don't like attacking into Levia on turn 1, you can't pass up the charge. You've got to charge on turn 1 if you have the chance.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if Matt just blocks with more than 1 card here, even though he doesn't have to. But yeah, he just wants to fuel that graveyard potentially.
So it looks like pound for pound in his hand. Hungering Slaughter Beast.
I wouldn't be surprised if he blocked with 3 cards here, but let's see what he does. I was lucky to have a sneak preview of Matt's deck after he had drafted it, because we already selected him for the feature match. So I do know that he has a lot of Deadwood Rumblers, so he can sort of play that slow, doodly game for those first few turns, which Levia really likes to do. Just run out the big Deadwoods to put the pressure on and just slowly build up the graveyard. Yeah,
there we are. So we see double block there, pound for pound, and was it Unholy Bell, I think?
he blocked there, so...
Matt's deck looked very, very aggressive there. Sometimes you get these Leviathan decks that are focused on more of the recursion plan.
Yes,
so your Void Wraiths, your Ghostly Visits, your Hellform Beyonds and so on, and recurring them with the Otherworldly Bellows and the Dread Screamers and so on. But
sometimes you just got to swing with a big tree.
Yeah, this Matt's deck looked very, very aggressive.
Oh, here we are.
Not much of the recursion going on. Levi loves these Zealous Beltings.
Yeah, so we were talking about this earlier. It is one of those really under the radar cards that just makes Levi so powerful. Also really good in Prism decks as well.
Absolutely.
Getting that go again and then being able to swing with another big attack is super solid.
Certainly.
You see Kiki there taking 4, holding on to cards because expecting something big to come after the belting. And this is one of the interesting things about the Bolton in the early game. You're kind of trying to hold on to cards so you can charge as well, but there's only so much damage you can take. Here we are, coming in with the Meat Axe, gonna random discard.
The odds of Matt's deck is just stacked with 6s.
Oh, there we are.
That's not one of them.
That is a blue Dread Screamer, which I mean, I like that card. Like solid blue pitch. You know, late game it can give you go again, which is also super solid. Unfortunately, it does mean that the Meat Axe is just coming in for 3 here. Kiki trying to decide whether or not to hold on to the hand. Already taken 4 damage. Kiki does have a take flight in there, so we'll be wanting to go wide next turn, hopefully.
Yeah, what else is in there? The second swing, it looks like a Minnowism.
Possibly, yeah. It's a bit hard to tell with the way Kiki's holding the cards, but... I
don't know, the hand just doesn't look that impressive to me.
No.
I'm surprised that he didn't want to defend with anything on the Zealous Belting. Second swing, a good blocker.
It is a good blocker. Again, I feel like second swing is one of those cards that people hold on to going, how good would this be if I get to attack with it? But really, pitch it, block with it. You know, that's a solid. Those are solid options with those cards. Yeah. And here we go. This is that take flight we were talking about. Pitching the Minnowism, charging the Soul.
Yep.
And
that's fine.
left.
I mean, like Kiki's line there was probably he had 1 card to expend on that hand, and he just wants to take flight into Hatchet.
Sure.
And that was the line, but.
I mean, also the fact that he's charged here does make the blocking a little bit more difficult for Matt. But Matt, of course, still fully on 20, has some life to deal with.
Yeah, Matt has no 6 power cards in the bin at the moment.
Yeah, and that is a bit of a worry.
I mean, he does have multiple Dread Screamers in his deck, and they're going to be key for his game plan.
Yeah.
So
this hand looks interesting too. He's got, it looks like an Endless Maul, a Hungering Slaughter Beast. Possibly, is that a Frontline Scout?
It looks like the Scout, doesn't it? A blue Scout.
Which is an awkward one to get into your hand. Obviously better from the arsenal.
It's a fine blue.
Yeah.
You really like blues with go again for Leviathan.
Yeah. I mean, and it does have defense, which some of the bigger trees don't. So at the end of the day.
You can get caught on these game states where you do have blood debt and you have less than 3 cards in your graveyard and the opponent just stops attacking.
Yeah.
To deny you from defending to get back up to 3 cards.
Yeah. That
is when the cards with go again are vital. Cards like Frontline Scout, cards like Blue Warmonger's Recital and so on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even Brandish. Brandish is a great
Brandish is incredible.
A great card.
Yeah, Blue Belittle and so on. Next time you're down at your local armory event or skirmish and it's a limited format and you're sitting across from Levire and they've got all the momentum and the big blood debt stack in the banish zone and they've got less than 3 cards, try not attacking. See how they feel about that. It can be a very, very good strategy.
Of course, maybe not do that if they still have their ebb and fold.
Yeah, sure. Just starving Levire of cards in graveyard is a real thing.
Yeah, and you see that often. People get excited. They may do an unholy bellows, followed by like another hungering slaughter beast or something, and get rid of 6 cards, and all of a sudden that graveyard looks very anemic.
Yeah, indeed.
Kiki just leading out with a hatchet here.
Matt is still on 20 here. You know,
yeah.
He's sort of taking it slow and steady, but without any of these big flashy plays. But that's a big life lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's also that mental game too. When you look across the way and you're like, oh man, it's 3rd or 4th turn into the game and I still haven't done any damage to him. But
but here we go. This is nice.
Ray of Hope.
Ray of Hope.
That is
so
solid.
strong. You know, just those cards just tucked under that Bolton hero card. That soul as it builds up. That's power. That's power right there. That's 2 action points.
Yeah, absolutely.
As
I mean, especially with Gallantry Gold.
Here we go.
And there we are. That's, you know, when that second swing comes off, it's pretty good.
All right, yeah. So that's an 8-power hatchet coming in.
Yeah.
Yep, they really should have tidied up that combat chain though.
Yep.
That hatchet of mind is back in that weapon zone right now.
Right. Matt now thinking about how he blocks.
Guardian of the Shadow Realm in his hand there.
Is this the time he wants to use it though? Again, like his discard pile is actually a little light on the 6s at the moment. So
I don't know if he has any in there.
Yeah. So like he may want to block with one of his 6s, at least one, if not 2 of his 6s here, just to start filling that up. Because I feel like he's whiffed a couple of times with that meat axe now. So
yeah. Here we go.
There we are. All right, that's a big block, and that gets at least 1 6 into the graveyard.
Slow and
meat
steady.
axe again.
Again.
Blue dread. Oof. And this could hurt Matt here. Like he is losing a lot of his blue pitch early, and that is one thing when you're having to try and turn off your blood debt and pay for things that you often only have a couple of cards, and if you're stuck with a bunch of red, it can get very dicey.
Yeah, it's been pretty harsh. Like not only is the meat axe staying at 3 power and he's losing his blue pitches from his deck, but the graveyard is just getting bigger and bigger with those 6 power cards.
And that means that when those six the red dread screamers come, they may not get the go again. There is definitely a chance he can whiff on them, and that's heartbreaking.
I think Matt also had a number of otherworldly bellows in his deck. I feel like he probably is thinking that he's going to need to tidy up this graveyard with a number of otherworldly bellows before he starts pushing into the Dredge Screamer plan.
I think so.
And that's a really good thing about the otherworldly bellow. It really just mops up this kind of muck, right?
Yeah.
Even cards like that, Convulsions from the Bellows of Hell.
Yeah.
That's solid.
Well, it's solid when it's going to give something dominate.
Yeah, but... all right,
I wouldn't be surprised if that Convulsions goes into the pitch zone this turn to try and close out the end game once that graveyard is tamed.
Yeah, as we said, he has been a bit unfortunate hitting those blues, so...
No, it's going to get defended with
that.
Blocks.
It is the red one as well, yeah. Oof. Now all of a sudden going from, 20 v 12 now down to 13 v 11. It is a big swing back in Kiki's favour here. 11 all.
Oh,
here we go.
Here come the big trees.
Oh, that is a
Soul Harvest.
That is interesting.
Soul Harvest.
Now, what does he do here? Do you reckon he has to filter out something that isn't a 6 that probably doesn't have blood debt just to try and make his graveyard a little bit stronger when he does go for it?
I think so. You take something like the Frontline Scout,
or
just try and clean it up a bit.
Yeah. I mean, possibly the do you think about the Guardian?
Like, you take the Guardian if he thinks his next hand cycle is going to be defend with 3 cards. He's still got an arsenal though. Like, you really want the empty arsenal if you're going to bring back the Guardian.
Yeah,
to put it in the
totally. It is.
I mean, that would cost him a point of life as well because it will banish it and you get pinged. During
I mean, I guess also here the thought process is maybe he puts a 6 and goes with the Hooves here, but he doesn't really have a great follow-up
that I can see. Points. I think, there we go, Frontline Scout.
Yeah,
we called
that's solid. That's solid filter.
Losing that Soul Harvest, that's pretty rough.
Yeah.
It's like, that's the card that's going to clean up a lot of your graveyard,
right.
Like,
yeah.
Although I wouldn't be surprised if the vast majority of Matt's cards with blood debt, they do have 6 or more power.
Of course, yeah.
But he does have a couple of those Dredge Screamers in there, so it definitely would have been nice to have Soul Harvest away those blue Dredge Screamers.
Again, but I mean,
and the Guardian.
As we're saying, he's hit so much blue that he may just not get he may have just never got a hand where he could pay for that Soul Harvest and get full value out of it. Because it is a 6 cost to pay for it. So
yeah.
And he's
his
lost
deck did
a lot
have
of
quite a lot of. He had some really high quality blues in his deck. There were a number of Deadwood Rumblers.
Yeah.
Blue Deadwoods, which obviously a fantastic card being a 6 power blue.
Yeah, of course.
So I don't think he wasn't skimping on blues.
Right. All right.
Leviah likes some blues. Like you want to get, blue, the Screamer into the Brocade.
Yeah.
Or even like the pitch 6 double Screamer into Meat Axe. So he has multiple Screamers and
Screamer into Growl, Graveling Growl for
absolutely.
one.
Like you like blues.
Yeah. Yeah, there are definitely a lot of great lines that one blue can set up a big turn for you. Kiki here now looking. Now this is a big chunk of life that he has to defend against.
Yep, the big trees. They ask the question.
That's right. I am Groot. I see that he has a brandish in hand. He is pitching. I think this is the best idea. Although, I mean, there is something to be said about trying to catch the Leviah player on a hand full of zero defense. So here we go.
Yep, I like
Gallantry
this.
Gold.
Yep.
This is solid. A blue gets you 2 solid attacks.
Absolutely, like Gallantry Gold. That is what Gallantry Gold does. It is the defend with 3 cards, blue in for 7.
Yeah.
1 card hand, 7 damage.
Yeah.
At the cost of 1 soul.
Yeah.
It is such a great play if you are either on the back foot or you're presented with a big singular threat like the Deadwood, and you can just get 3 cards in there.
Matt just taking that, coming in for 4. What's Matt's hand here? It's like, it looked like a pound for pound. Sort of. Matt's now looking at how many sixes are in that graveyard. And
the odds are not good.
Trying to make his decisions. Yep, using that battle worn. So Dread Screamer. Maybe Matt's thinking that he wants to go off next turn.
I mean, the safety net that he has here is that ebb and fold. If he plays the Dread Screamer and doesn't hit a 6 power, and he has a 6 power in his hand, he can then use the ebb and fold to banish it.
Yeah.
Triggering the hooves to continue his turn. Obviously, that's pretty awful.
Yeah.
But it's better than just
Plan B.
Screamer with.
Yeah. Oh, just blocking with the hooves.
All right, here
so
we go. This is going to be exciting. Show us what you got, Matt. Show us how it's done.
As Milli Vanilli once said, it's all or nothing. All right, leading out.
Here we go. Let's clean up that graveyard.
Yep, this is solid.
Yep.
And definitely he wants some 6s to stay in the graveyard here, so he gets a better chance of hitting the go again off the Dread Screamer.
I haven't observed how Matt likes to do his random.
I think he just
I'm a fan of being
it.
like, okay, there's 13 cards here, pick 3 numbers.
Right. That is the Endless Mole. That is Convulsions.
Oh, he had a... Does he trigger the hooves? Not yet.
I think now he's double checking just to make that decision.
Hitting that that maul was a little bit upsetting.
Yeah.
Really wanted that 6 power left in the grave for the Dread Screamer.
This is gonna be, he is looking for that big turn.
Yep, good spot, Judge. Get that bellow in the bin.
Yep, absolutely important when you're continuing along this chain of events.
It's gonna be. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Kiki is hitting all of the 6s with these cards that don't care about it. I'm pretty sure that was the Deadwood, wasn't it? That he hit, yeah?
I think so, yeah.
Kiki is picking well.
So now these decisions about whether or not to crack the hooves become more important. I mean, Matt's really stamped saying, this is the turn I'm going.
We've got +7 pending on the pumps here, so whatever's coming, it's going to be big.
That was a blue pound for pound that he or is
yep,
it?
We've got a blue in the pitch there.
So we've got one
resource
floating.
One resource floating. So what have we got? We've got the Soul Harvest. Is that the only 6 power left?
And he still has the Ebb and Fold. Pitching again.
He's going
Dreads.
for it anyway.
Alrighty.
All right. Kiki, you've done it. You've done it
caught
twice.
again.
Picking the 6, are you going to do it again?
Yeah, making sure that those all the cards are in the graveyard for the pick. All right. Oh,
he did. Oh, we had the Marauder there as well.
Yeah.
Well, Matt is going to be very, very happy.
So Blood Debt turned off. Go again.
And 2 resources
Two resources,
floating.
so...
And the old Screamer coming in for 13.
13, yeah, and that is the important part. 13. Kiki on 9.
So if the Medex does well off the back here, you know, we're looking at 18.
Yeah, and I just feel like it's the Medex's time, right? Like it's whiffed so many times this game that it's gotta be.
It looks
it's got to be Medex time.
Yeah, Kiki's hand looks like it defends for 10, I think. So this has the potential to reduce him to 1.
So it looks like we could get a 3-card block here. 3 or 2 cards. Kiki really pondering hard. Oh, 3 cards. Going down to 2.
Oh, so
now here we are.
All right, second chance, seal players.
That literally was flip a 6 and 1.
Yeah. That Medex has been blunt today. It's more like a butter knife, butter axe. Matt just can't catch a break.
He can't. Every flip has been a blue card without 6 power.
So Kiki just drew up. We're back to Matt's turn. A lot of blood debt there for Matt. I mean, he does still have the even fold.
He's got the get out of jail card.
Yeah. I mean, as long as he's pulled a 6. I mean, you'd hope with the way the Medex has been whiffing that he has pulled the 6.
Yeah,
but
I saw a slaughter beast floating around there.
There we are.
So I think we're not going to see death by blood debt today.
That's a yellow Dread Screamer, and this is the even fold. All right. Not mad at that. It turns off the blood debt.
Turns off the blood debt.
And it looks like he is
I believe
calling to...
I think he may be...
Now, an interesting point here that Matt's actually... he's gone against tournament policy. He hasn't sleeved his cards all in the same colour, so this could be... yeah, there we are. Sort of changing.
Actually, the policy doesn't require you to have all of your cards in the same color. What it requires is that when selecting these cards randomly from the graveyard, that it is done in actual random fashion.
Right. So here we see him change out the sleeves.
So, for example, if those equipment still have white sleeves on it, that it, like, obviously not spreading them on the table and picking 3 cards, right? Like rolling a dice or something similar to that. But yeah, look, it's good practice to just have your cards in the same sleeve if you play Levire.
All right, so we've seen the even fold, we've seen the hooves cracked, so we've got 2 action points. Kiki on 2. This is going to be a tough turn for Kiki to survive.
The last one was impressive. You know, when Levire does her thing, she does it big.
Absolutely. anyone who's had to deal with a toddler having a tantrum knows how powerful a Via can be when in full flight. Matt now being very deliberate, as he always is. Hal, here we go. This is big.
A rumbler.
Slaughter Beast. Get it.
What's getting the chop? An even fold?
Hooves, even fold, yeah, something like that.
Some garbage.
Yeah, there we are. Hooves is gone.
Yep. So Matt still does have that action point.
Going to one. Kiki, hopefully, maybe he's hoping that the meat axe was going to work, but there we are.
And that's game.
Good game.
Well done, Matt Rogers, navigating a very clunky graveyard there.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this is the interesting thing, right? We expected Matt's deck to be all gas, but like he honestly had to play around that meat axe, really being almost against him. It was like Kiki and the meat axe were against him in this game. But no, good to see. Good to see what happens when the plan A doesn't always go. That you need to be able to adapt your plan B. And Matt Rogers really shown that he had a plan B for when the meat axe didn't hit. He showed the turn that he used the Dread Screamer of how he used the bellows to sort out his graveyard before going for that go again.
Cleanup.
A lot of cleanup, and that's what sometimes you have to do if you've gone that late and you've built up a graveyard that doesn't have a lot of sixes in it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, I missed it. What happened, guys?
Well, mate, we had about 100 card graveyard with not many sixes in it, and we had a turn with double otherworldly bellow to just like clean that mess up. Dredge Screamer came in over the top, and
then the meat axe only swung for 3.
Kiki managed to hit the 6, and then Dredge Screamer, boom.
Yeah.
There we go. Well,
on the way through. Yeah, it was a good game.
That is awesome. Methodical Matt Rogers takes down another one. And we will be going to an ad break now and then coming back to you with more draft action as we go into round 8 of this tournament, the second to last of day 1. So stick with us.
Thank you.
And thank you.
All right, so we're Team Session Blood. Carol and Kieran are back for round 8.
Yeah,
and
let's do this.
We have, these are all super important rounds at this point. This could be the difference between going into, being still in contention, going into the second draft on day 2, or being out of the tournament altogether.
Absolutely.
So we've got, it's great to see Levi. So I feel like Levi has been sort of a bit of a powerhouse at times in draft.
Yeah, I watched a game from before where Levi just completely destroyed with all her dominate attacks. It was amazing to watch. About this matchup, I do want to mention that Sam Payne has been playing Flesh and Blood since way back. I remember his name popping up back in the original Roads to Callings for 2020?
Yeah.
And Jason Long is a known top 8er. He's top 8'd the Calling 2020. He's top 8'd the most recent Calling in January of 2021. So this is going to be a great game to watch.
Yeah, I know Jason also made the top 20, 24 or something of New Zealand Nationals. So definitely, and I believe he's ranked in the top 5 in the world on ELO. So this is going to be a really good game, I feel.
Yeah.
And I feel like Levi vs Bolton's matchup, we haven't seen a whole lot of... actually, I mean, we did see it last time on stream. That was the last game on stream.
Oh, yeah.
But as far as going to Sealed, we hadn't. But.
Yeah, the things to note, I think, is Levi is one of those heroes that actually has non-attack actions that defend for 3. I think it's quite a crucial kind of card type for this particular matchup because it does allow Levi to defend those charged up Bolton attacks.
Yeah, and I had a look at the sort of breakdown of numbers for the drafters as well, and it's actually across all the top 32, it's been a relatively even split. So I believe we had something like 10 Boltons, 9 Prism, 8 Chain, 7 Levi, like roughly those numbers, give or take
even.
1 or 2.
Yeah.
So I feel that's a sign of quite a healthy format. And we see Jason just get right to work leading off with a red engulfing light.
Yeah.
And immediately we see what you mean, the Unwieldy Bellow coming in to block that non-attack action.
Yeah. So Sam, did a great job at stopping that attack. It is important to note that those non-attacks will fill up the graveyard and make it harder to hit those crucial 6 power attacks. But yeah, great start from Jason. He achieved his objective. He charged his soul. Then that's going to be ready for next plays.
Yeah, and for those who are just tuning in as well, you can see the cards that have been stamped with the letters LSS. So that's just a little bit of tournament integrity.
Yeah.
So, to ensure nothing's tampered with, to ensure everything's above board.
Yeah. So here we have Lunatite Plunderer coming in for 5. I believe it's a blue one. And that's just yet another card for Sam that does not have that 6 power. So I'm interested to see how it plays out, whether it's going to affect his later stages.
Yeah, and the Lunatide Plunderer is quite a good one because it's coming in for 5, but it does almost force that 2-card block here because that ability where it will banish the card from the opposing hero's soul is actually very strong against Bolton, I feel.
Actually, yeah, you're right. If it hits, it also banishes itself. So it won't hit the graveyard if it hits. So it does put Jason in a bit of a pickle. Does he want to protect his soul, or is he going to drop 2 cards, potentially 2 cards, to stop this attack? There we go.
Okay, so he's just taking the 5.
Yeah.
And that is interesting. I feel that's quite a big hit, losing a card from Soul as well. Bolton is, I feel, quite reliant on getting those cards into Soul to enable these sort of really big go-wide turns where you're throwing out multiple attacks.
Yeah, so I'm expecting a big 5-card turn here from Jason to really put on pressure.
So we see him open up with the Belittle, revealing a blue Express Lightning. So it's going to allow him to search up a Minnowism.
I believe it's a blue one, which is just a great way to generate your pitch values in hand. Search up for a blue, a Minnowism, and there's another pitch 3.
And so just looking at the equipment here as well, it looks like both players have a pretty good set of equipment. So we've got Levi, Sam Payne on Levi. It's got the Who's the Shadow Beast, absolutely critical. The Ebb and Fold, also amazing to keep yourself alive, draw cards. And the sort of lonely Ironhide Gauntlet. And Jason Long, on the other hand, we see the Halo of Illumination. Again, really good for getting cards into Soul. And the Gallantry Gold, which is, I feel, very good at enabling these sort of big finisher turns with hatchets.
Attacks. So yeah, here we saw that Sam decided not to defend the attack, and he took 3 damage. All right.
Yeah, so we might see an early Halo. This would make sense because he does have a ton of resources in hand, like the Blue Minnowism and the Blue Express Lightning.
Now, it is important to note that using the Halo of Illumination, putting a card into your soul does not count as charging. So even though he did get that extra card in the soul, the charge is not enabled. And here we see that big pitch.
Okay, so we see the red plow through.
Yeah. And this is a great setup by Jason. He knew that he was going to enable his hatchet, so he needed to find a way to get a card into his soul to enable it to get go again. And I believe he still has one resource up.
Okay, so it looks like that's been fully blocked out at the moment.
He does have a courageous steel hand, that attack reaction.
Okay, so it looks like he is going to decide to use that charge. I mean, at the moment, I feel Sam's probably feeling okay with this. The Halo of Illumination's gone. He hasn't taken that much damage.
Yeah, so defending the hatchet did actually pump the hatchet because of the plow through. So I believe, I guess it wasn't really relevant, but yeah, gives Jason the option to pump it if he needed to.
Okay, so we see an Express Lightning with no charge here. Okay, so it looks like he wanted to hold on to that Courageous Steel Hand.
Yeah.
I guess that does make sense because it's, if you charge, that Courageous Steel Hand really enables you to instantly use the card you've charged and then sort of continue on with your turn to give, using Bolton's hero ability to give go again.
Yeah, so Jason did have that option to keep the Express Lightning in his hand and swing it with Hatchet, which would have achieved pretty much the same outcome there.
Okay, so Sam Payne just getting him with the axe for 3.
Yeah, it's Jason is trying really hard to create these powerful 5-card turns, but Sam's doing a great job at stopping these attacks.
Oh, I see another belittle. Okay.
Wow, and this is the Munchkin.
The March of the Munchkins.
The Munchkin card advantage right here.
I love it. That's my little nickname for like belittle and Minnowism, the March of the Munchkins, and it's coming down today.
Look at that, just a free 3 pitch. Insane value.
So this is coming for 5 guaranteed go again. I suppose the question is whether he'll be able to sort of efficiently use these additional resources that he's gathering up.
Yeah, hey, that little Munchkin has a shot to go back on the bottom of the deck, so we might see it later on.
Okay, so it looks like there was a blue Express Lightning pitched, I believe. So it may give him, it does give Jason the option to potentially throw out like the Brandish into a Hatchet swing.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's trying to force Sam to basically drop those cards and defend these attacks. They do have some beneficial on hits, so it is very, very tempting to strip your opponent's hand with those. And yep, Sam opted to just keep his life total nice and healthy. Brandish attack, yeah, basically Jason's trying his hardest to put on that pressure, getting those Munchkins in there, but
yeah, I can see Sam did actually get 2 additional 6-power cards into his graveyard there.
Yeah, Sam's actually doing a great job at...
There we go.
See, look at that, another 6-power in there. So he's fueling his graveyard throughout this whole process. He's threatening attacks with the meat axe, and he's actually getting a lot of damage through. So he's actually setting up a nice scenario where he can utilize those cards that banish stuff from his graveyard to set up those powerful hits.
And does give him a bit of flexibility. So the Warmongers into Surge Militia, now that is a big swing.
So I'm a huge fan of this combination. I love it. I do feel that it's exponentially better the lower life your opponent is. I guess that's true with any attack, but this one in particular, gives Sam that option to be able to take that hit. He would drop down to 7 life, and that Surging Militia would go on the bottom. But at the same time, you effectively all the cards in your hand have 1 less defense. So.
I feel what Sam has done here with the strategy by blocking out and chipping away with that meat axe is he's bought himself time and flexibility to go off with a really big turn.
Yeah.
So we can see he's got the Unworldly Bellow in hand. I can see at least a Lunar-type Plunder there.
Mm-hmm.
If he was to block this for 1 and take 7 damage, he drops down to 8. So he's... Okay. So he's choosing to block for 4... verse 9?
5, yeah. So usually I find when you block if you're defended with something like the Hooves or like the Gallantry Gold, that could be an indication to your opponent that you will try to utilize it the next turn because you want to get that defense value from it. So let's see, this is I think first time since the very first turn that Sam actually does have quite a few cards in his hand. So there we go. He's going for it. Now he knows that he has a lot of 6-power cards. He's decided to kind of pull the trigger and start banishing those Blood Dead cards.
And this makes a bit more sense to me why he blocked with the Unworldly Bellow, because I feel as... Oh, yeah, okay, so he's hit it. Because I feel like he may have enough resources to come in for 6 with the Dread Screamer and follow up with either a second attack or a meat-axe swing.
Yeah.
So the Unworldly Bellow wasn't actually doing him a lot of good there.
Yeah, and he is double-checking his graveyard. He's trying to work out the odds of if he has another banish card of some sorts. Wow. Jason takes the whole attack. He's not afraid.
Ooh, what a Boneyard Marauder to follow up here.
And, yeah, I mean... That's the thing. This is the turn that Sam just would have loved to have a blue pitch card in his hand. Being, if he had the chance to go pop those hooves and go for another meat-axe attack, that would be insane. But he is putting Jason in a bit of a pickle. Probably not as big as he would have hoped for.
Yep.
Attacking here for 6 means that Jason needs to either block with at least 2 cards or block with a 3 defense card and his Gallantry Gold. And I feel like Jason really is trying his best to hold those cards in hand. I think he's trying to eye up a way to pressure Sam back here.
Yeah, because the thing is, these hands start to get... Or I feel it's similar to Dorinthia in a way, your hands start to get exponentially worse when you block with 1 card.
Mm-hmm.
So, we can see he's got that Illuminate there and the Gallantry Gold, so he could block with those and go down to 1.
Mm-hmm.
But that might actually be the card that he needs.
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely. And here we see that Jason decided to defend up that attack and go for an Illuminate, which is just that kind of tricky attack to defend.
Yeah, I don't mind this play here, although again, Sam, through his strategy, I feel, we talk about flexibility, he's bought himself so much time with this. So if he really needs to do this, he can.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, just experiencing some slight technical difficulties, but we're back.
Yeah. So basically, Sam is in an interesting position as well because he does have 5 cards with Blood Debt in his banish zone. So from his last attack, he did put himself on a bit of a clock. So he is going to most likely be forced to continue to put on pressure on Jason. So he's trying to weigh up his options now.
Yeah.
I believe I saw Convulsions.
And he does have that Consuming Aftermath in hand and the Ebonfold. So he does have a few ways to get out of those Blood Debt triggers.
Mm-hmm.
I think one thing he may be eyeing up here is the Red Illuminate. Currently, Jason has no cards in Soul, and he's got that Gallantry Gold sort of waiting to go.
Yeah.
So the Illuminate, if he does let this through, that really opens up, that big Gallantry Gold turn, potentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I wonder if he might be a little bit concerned about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is like having a Consuming Aftermath that can potentially swing for 6 with Dominate. Jason still has that option to defend for 3 and +1 with the Gallantry Gold. So that equipment must actually be really messing with Sam here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a critical block, his decision here.
Mm-hmm.
I can see it's very, very difficult to 2-card block this, and we've talked about breakpoints so many times today, and I think this is a very good example of a breakpoint decision.
Yeah. The Convulsions are down. So Sam is opting for more of a defensive play.
Okay, so we'll see what he goes for here, because one option, if he does have the resources, he could go something like Consuming Aftermath and banish the Howl from the Bellows. So there's so many options here. Okay, so he's
fold.
cracking the ebb and fold.
Okay, so he turned off the blood debt.
Okay, so he did choose to get rid of that 6-power dominate.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose he didn't have an option to banish it. He didn't have a 6-power card to banish with the consuming aftermath, so it does make a bit of sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
So Alan Hale, please report to the destination. Alan Hale.
So here we see...
Yeah. Just a swing.
So he really wants to sit for 5.
And it misses.
Ooh, and it doesn't. So this enables the block with Gallantry Gold, and for Jason to stay on 1 life. Whereas if that was coming for 5, that is
at least 1 card.
At least hand. 1 card.
Yeah. So despite the life total difference, I believe that Jason's in quite a favorable position, depending on what he can do with his hand. He knows that Sam has those blood debt cards, so I feel like he's going to try his hardest on the first turn to strip as many cards and stop Sam from being able to banish another 6 power. So,
yeah, this is the issue with Levi. Once you stack up all these blood debt cards, if you're not able to sort of consistently put on the pressure, it can really put you in a difficult spot, because Jason's probably looking at this board going, can I get away with blocking with either 0 cards or 1 card, and then if I can strip 3 cards from Sam's hand next turn, that might be enough to just win me the game on blood debt.
Yeah.
I can see he has the Boneyard Marauder in hand, which is going to place an Arsenal, but so there is an option, but it's going to go down to the wire, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel that Sam probably wanted to keep that Convulsions from the Bells of Hell. I mean, I feel like that is the dominated non-attack action that he dominating attack action that he needed. But that's the tricky thing about that Ravenous Metax, is you can't swing with it and hope to Arsenal what you want Arsenal.
The axe is hungry. It'll eat anything, so including your hopes and dreams of winning games.
Yeah. So I feel like that was a massive swing in the kind of
huge tempo swing, I feel there,
yeah. Sam seemed to be kind of putting on a lot of pressure, swinging for 6 and then a 6 again, and then he just couldn't keep it up.
And here we see the Gallantry Gold. See, this is why I was saying that, not fully blocking that Illuminate might come back to haunt him a little bit. So this first attack's coming in for 3. Jason can use Bolton's hero ability to give that go again, and then come in for a minimum of 4 with the other axe.
Yeah.
Which, might be okay. Depending on Sam's hand, you might be thinking, well, I can afford to take a certain amount of damage. Because if he takes a 4 here and goes down to 2, that's fine at the moment. But because I believe he still has the
second swing. I believe it is only a blue, but
is that +1?
It is +2. So that is threatening lethal, which is that magic number that Jason managed to pull off that basically says you need to defend this with at least 1 card from hand.
I feel Sam does have a window here, though, because if he
still has 5 cards available to him, so that's a lot to work with for a Levi. There's a lot of options for the class to pull out a huge dominated attack, and all he needs is to hit that 1 dominated attack. So we'll see how he defends here.
He's got those Who's of the Shadow Beast I can see. I believe he has a Boneyard Marauder in Arsenal and a Graveling Growl in hand. I thought I saw a Howl from Beyond in there as well. So there is actually a chance, depending on... Okay, was that actually 5 damage, not 6?
Okay.
Okay,
I guess let's play on.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see that big turn. I'm sure it was threatening lethal, but oh well.
All right, well, this is
if
huge.
The players are happy to play on, then
this is huge, because if the Dread Scream misses here, it's game over effectively, I feel.
Yeah, and we know that Sam did defend with those non-attack actions, those convulsions and whatnot. So,
here we go. Could be your calling life on line 1.
Oh, there's 1 convulsion. Oh, he got it.
He got there comfortably.
Wow.
Okay, now is he going to use the hooves is the question, because if he's going to, he's got to crack it now. I mean, it does become a question of resources.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Oh, did he miss his window?
I think he might have forgotten.
Yeah.
Because if he had the resources, that could have been lethal.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what he does here. So he did have a soul harvest. Okay, so he's coming in for, I believe this is 7. So he won't be able to quite finish Jason off here. So yeah, I think you're right. I think he missed his window to activate.
Because if he had the resources there, he could have gone the Gravel and Growl into the follow-up Boneyard Marauder.
But here's his second chance.
Okay, and we see some Unworldly Bellows in there.
Ooh.
And Unworldly Bellow is just a powerhouse in this deck, I feel.
Yeah. It's a great way to keep yourself alive. So he has that Marauder. Interesting. So an attack, if those Unworldly Bellows are blue, and if so they don't actually have to hit.
No.
The good thing about those is those are going to give +2 no matter what. So basically Sam, if it comes in for 8 and then 3 on the meter axe.
Oh, and that's a red Unworldly Bellow.
It's a red one. Oh,
okay.
Wow.
So I think he wants to banish a 6 to give him the option to use the Hooves of the Shadow Beast there.
I doubt he would make the same
mistake twice.
Yeah.
There we go. There's that Dread Screamer.
There we go. Is he going to activate it this time?
Is he going to use it this time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Fool me once, shame on you. But
hey, maybe it was tactical. Maybe he doesn't want.
It was a bit of a fake out, like gesturing towards us. Next level mind games.
Hey, if you pop it, that's another non-6 power in your graveyard. So maybe it was planned.
So 2 action points here. I feel this is going to be a huge turn.
Yeah. I mean,
if he has +4, if that's a red Boneyard Marauder, which it's a blue.
I think it's a blue one.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's going to force out 3 cards, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yep, so just checking. So the reason they're pointing this out there is because non-attack actions, once they're played, go to the graveyard immediately.
They break the chain, which is really important to keep in mind with Leviat once you're doing these banishes.
Yeah, absolutely. So like generally as an etiquette thing, a lot of players leave out their non-attack actions to sort of clearly show what power, whatever their attack's hitting for. But in this case, it actually is very important to ensure you're sequencing things correctly.
Yeah.
So
he has to defend it with most likely 3 cards. I mean, there is a Rise Above. I believe it's the other actually Impenetrable Belief as a card
that would be
can
huge,
also,
but
defend for 4. But other than that, it's Rise Above.
So he's blocking with 3 cards.
Yeah.
And then has he got the finisher?
Oh wow!
Oh, I think that's going to be it. That's coming
massive.
in for 8.
That's a big one. Yeah. Yeah.
And that's it, and that's
over.
the handshake.
Wow.
Then we see, I feel that game really demonstrated the power of Unworldly Bellow.
Yeah,
that's just
absolutely.
Like such a good card. I feel. The strength of Unworldly Bellow, I feel, is twofold. Like the first one is what you mentioned, is that it isn't conditional on hitting a 6 power or better card in order to get that pump.
Yeah, absolutely.
And secondly, it can just really save you from Blood Debt. You know, banishing up to 3 cards in the late game. Yeah. Just very, very strong.
Yeah, and I feel like it was really cool to see Sam really play that defensive game early, making sure that his graveyard is full with these 6 power attacks, and then really, when he decided to go for it, he really went for it. And he got quite a lot of damage there with those Meat-Axe swings as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel he did sort of have that potential minor error with the Hooves of the Shadow Beast.
Yeah.
And I think he realized it straight away. But I think it's the sign of sort of an experienced or good players sometimes is you're going to make mistakes probably over the course of a very long tournament. What's important is how you react and respond to them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think he kind of kept his cool there. He didn't let it tilt him. He's like, look, I've still got that available for next turn.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep an eye on the board and see what I need to do to ensure I can actually close out this game.
And we have to remember this is round 8, so
it's been a long day. It's been a
very long day. We started around 10, and it's now like 7 o'clock. Yeah, 7:25. So, yeah, it's been 9.5 hours almost. So it's been quite a long day so far. So these players have been through a lot so far. So I feel like, in this round and the round 9, it's going to be really important for players to keep their head on. Scoot on straight, pretty much.
Absolutely. It's one of those things where, it's a marathon, not a sprint. They're calling.
Absolutely.
Particularly, when these tournaments get larger and larger, there's a very large number of rounds, and often, you're playing 6, 7, 8, 9 plus rounds in a single day, and then move on to day 2.
Yeah, it's just really interesting to see because, there's more and more on the line here. The difference between making top 8 and not making top 8 is
razor thin, and the difference is razor thin. Like you can lose on the most minuscule of tiebreakers, and as we all know, 9th place, you still sort of cash the tournament, but missing out on that gold foil.
It's not the same.
It's just not the same.
Yeah, and definitely stay tuned for the last round. I feel like round 9 is a very pivotal number for a lot of the players because it's going to be a win and not a win and but it can solidify a lot of players to actually lock them into top 8, and it's going to kind of decide a lot for a lot of players whether they. They make it or not.
Yeah,
whether they do have a shot.
Yeah, because the thing is, for these sorts of tournaments, if you go sort of 9-0, for example, I believe even if you 0-3 from there on out, that does, believe, lock you into top 8.
Yeah.
And for, again, like you say, it's definitely, these rounds, a lot of them all become bubble rounds in a way. Like if you, that round just there, that could have been the difference between, staying or going home.
Yeah.
I feel round 9 is absolutely critical. It's kind of the difference between if you win this round, you could have opportunity to 3-0 the draft tomorrow and then go to the top 8 and just etch your name in the history books. You might have had a bit of a rough ride, but this is all you need. Whereas if you lose this round, that could be it. You're out of top 8. You have no chance. And the thing about draft is anything can happen. Like you could just have the best draft ever, look at your deck and be like, this is it. I'm going to 3-0. I'm going to the top 8, and the cards will fall. They will.
Yeah, and it's really exciting watching these draft games purely because these players had input on every card that they picked and put in their deck. Where sealed is kind of a bit of a lottery at times, so it's really interesting to see kind of a deeper level strategy pan out in these particular rounds.
Absolutely, and on that note, we are actually just going to go to a very brief ad break. We will be back with you shortly. Round 9 is not too far away. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. The action continues after this.
here we are with the final round of the day. It is the last round of this first draft. We have the two players coming up here. Roy Lai on your right with his Prism deck, and Sean Yang on his Chain deck. James is here with me, and Ian. Now, James, you've had the opportunity to kind of watch these players a little bit, I think. Have you seen their decks at all?
Yeah, I just caught the end of Sean's round 8 match, and his Chain deck looked pretty hot. A lot of gas in there.
Nice.
I believe he has the infamous Soul Reaping lurking in there, so hopefully that turns out for him and does some exciting things in this game against the Light Hero.
Can't wait to watch that Soul Reaping be banished by a Soul Shackle.
Often is the way, sadly, when you're running Chain. But his deck looked really good. Roy, hailing from Sydney, Australia, representing RC Crew. Shout out to RC Crew. Thank you very much for your amazing support of Flesh and Blood in the Sydney area. But Roy, he's a top player, and he felt, talking to him just now, he sounded like he was pretty comfortable with his Prism deck.
Nice. Yeah, so do you happen to know these players' records? Or,
well, there are two wins in this pod already, I believe.
Right.
These two
Probably
gentlemen.
at X1, I imagine, or X, yeah. So that's going to be, they're going to be looking for a win, because at this stage, as we've said before, every loss does count when you're looking to make that coveted top 8. So we're just shuffling up here. I got to say, I really love these sleeve arts.
They're very fitting with the mat.
Oh yeah, especially that samurai one. It's pretty sweet. Oh, nice. That's some
nice set.
Very nice equipment there. Let's see if Sean has.
Well, I know he certainly has the ether weave.
Oh, yep. And we're just waiting for him to put his. I presume he has a weapon as well. And
here we go.
There we go, the Galaxy Black. Oh, just the 2 pieces of equipment for Sean. But
no blocking in the equipment. No blocking in any of the equipment.
There is actually 1 block in that Ether Iron Weave.
Oh, of course, the Ether Iron Weave. Yeah. But very much play with what you've got.
Oh yeah. So we'll see. It looks like Sean is going to be the one on the play here.
Chain loves going first.
Oh yeah,
get that Soul Shackle.
Soul Shackle, isn't it?
And often you just get to ping them with their little arcane damage on turn 1 as well.
Exactly.
It feels like
a lot of the time, absolutely. And it looks like he's. Of course, the thing is, it's a lot harder to get your Galaxy Black, pumped up, because you're not really playing with from the banish zone all that much on turn 1, but.
I'll tell you a card that I think is a little bit underrated, and that's the Blood Tribute. This card is really hot on the first turn of the game, whether you're going first or second, to get that banish zone going.
Yeah, absolutely. I also love that in Livia as a card that you can use, have a 3-card block and still be able to turn off your blood deck, and if you need to.
The blue one especially is good in Livia. Just kind of. Is a bit of a free roll, just pitching to power out your turns, and Chain really likes the red one. Obviously, it sets up your Soul Shackle triggers to banish the good stuff and keep the pitch power on your deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, now, looks like Roy is not afraid to throw away some cards here. And getting 2 Heralds out of Roy's deck, Sean's not going to be unhappy with that.
Yeah, especially the Spears of Surreality. Getting rid of that go again as you'll be happy with that as an opening foray of this game, even though he didn't get any damage through.
Oh, again we see the patented backwards card method from Roy. It's pretty good. And there you see the power of Zealous Belting and Prism. I mean, that War Tune Herald pitching to give that Zealous Belting go again.
Yeah, that's really hot.
It is.
Another card that I really like in Chain, just for this first turn of the game in particular, is the Consuming Aftermath. Well, obviously, giving something Dominate to push some damage through on turn 1 is great, but just getting a card into your banish zone that you can play on your second turn, it just accelerates your game plan with Chain. And you're happy to just take 1 Blood Deed at the end of that first turn, just to have that +1 card for your follow-up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and there's Illuminate is coming in with that magical 4 break point, and Sean is tanking on this defense decision here.
We're going to see the chest go in.
Oh, maybe.
You reckon?
Yeah, that could very well be an option here.
Yeah,
there you go. You called it, James. It's almost like he heard you. I hope they can't hear us over in the player area. He's like, James is telling me what to do. Okay, got to put the chest in. But that is, good. I like that block early. You know, it's like you may not actually get another chance to defend with it before you want to use it for resources.
It seemed good.
And also stopping that, stopping the soul, getting Prism player getting that soul card is very important.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those spectral shields serve double duty in this matchup of obviously attacking with them, but just shutting down the arcane damage to turn off all of the effects like rip through reality and so on. It's huge.
Yeah, Brandish card that is just so good in all 4 characters.
I'm a huge fan of Brandish in Chain. If you can get Galaxy Black up to 4 power, it's so much damage for one resource.
Yeah, it's almost kind of like a +2 rather than a +1 because of that extra arcane damage that you get on hit with the Galaxy Black.
Yep.
Okay, looks like Roy is deciding, he's going to block that fully.
And another go again card that he blocks
with. the Galaxy Black's so threatening, even just chipping in for the 1 damage, because even it's it's funny. It's almost like this psychological thing, I think, with those on-hit triggers. If Galaxy Black just attack for 2, a lot of players would probably take it a lot more. But because it's 1 and then a hit trigger, then they think, oh no, I've got to stop that hit trigger. Yeah. It's a funny psychological thing, you know. And here we go. You see, he's got a captain's call in his hand.
That's an interesting call in Prism.
I love that card in Prism, I've got to say. I mean, it looks like it might be the blue version, which isn't as good because you don't run too many 0 attacks in Prism.
But just the Illuminate.
It does have the Illuminate, which we saw last turn.
Not just the Illuminate, but Illuminate in particular is obviously
there
a
you
great,
go. You see, Roy has not fallen into the psychological. He's just taken his licks here.
Yep.
So what are we going to see now? No. Okay, that's good. That's nice. He thought about it, but no. Now he's content to end his turn and pass it back. And now it looks like Roy's going to put some pressure back on. He's got some big heralds in his hand.
So, I mean, that is very...
No, I was wrong. It's a red.
It's a red, okay.
Ooh, that is very nice.
That does make this turn very interesting.
And as you can see, he's got the Blood Drop Brigade equipment, so if he can potentially manage to hit with one of these heralds, he might have an extra resource to be able to play a second attack.
Does Sean, did he draw his soul reaping?
Yeah, well, but even if he did, does he want to defend with it? That's the key. Hasn't popped the Dreamweavers, so
Chain does not have a lot of 6 power cards that he available or wants to play with.
No, we can't be sure here whether which mode he chose on Captain's Call. If he did select the go again, then it's likely he's got another attack to play. But that is the beauty and the versatility of Captain's Call. Is you can, if you don't have anything else to do after it, you can just pump that attack up, make that herald even more threatening.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. He doesn't even think about popping the Dreamweavers here. He's just put his opponent on. You're playing Chain. You're not going to have many 6s. I'm just running this out.
I like that.
That's right.
Yep.
If he has the Phantasmify in his deck, you want that Dreamweavers for the Phantasmify play.
That turn. Oh, and there's some good cards too. Oh yeah, it looks like it might have been pumped up because
he took a couple of damage.
Yeah, he did take a couple of damage. You're going to get that Herald in the Soul, and he's putting the Spears back on top, and that's a red Spears. Such a powerful card.
It sure is.
Oh, there we go. Finally some goodies for Chain in the Banish Zone off of the Soul Shackle. A Rifted Torment, which is a card that I really, really like. Just, again, that unblockable arcane damage. It's, well, I mean, not necessarily completely unblockable. I mean, he does have the Dreamweavers there that he could potentially use the Spell Void on. He also has potentially, could make a Spectral Shield. But, it is just so powerful to be able to present that arcane damage, especially as your first attack of the turn, because as the opponent you don't know whether they have another card that might potentially be turned on if you let that arcane damage through, like a Piercing Shadow Vice or a Rip Through Reality or something like that.
Do we have, is that a red Rifted Torment and a red Rift Bind there?
I think it's actually a blue Rift Bind, but it does look like a red Rifted Torment. And, okay, so that looks like a Spew Shadow onto a red Arcanic Crackle. That is really nice. And as we see again, it's attacking a light hero, so
and gets that
arcane.
+2.
Gets the arcane damage through.
So that's 5 damage. Go again. That's pretty nice. And he still has the resource up. Interestingly, he pitched another Spew Shadow to pay for it. Okay. Defending for 5. Let's see what's going to come next. It looks like I'd be thinking, if I was Sean, I'd be potentially wanting... Oh, no, here he goes. He's popping the Aether Ironwave.
All right.
So he's got now 3 resources to play with.
Can he get go again here?
I mean,
what's on that arsenal? Do we have a captain's call
we don't
or
know.
something?
If it's a rip through, it is a rip through
wow,
reality.
wow.
And it's a red one too. So that's going to be another 4 go again. And he's still got a resource available to be able to play that Rift Bind or come in with the Galaxy Black if he likes.
Wow, this is interesting.
Yeah, he is definitely stripping cards out of Roy's hand. Of course, yep, and there he goes. He's coming in with a Galaxy Black. Actually, that will just be for 1, I believe, because he has. I don't think he played anything from the Banished Zone that turn.
He Spew Shadowed.
Oh, of course, yes, because he played the Arcanic Crackle.
Yes.
You're absolutely right, James.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. That's shame on me. But
So it's a very aggressive play from Sean here. I like it. Just happy to take that 2 blood debt.
Inverted Insistence.
Wow.
What a nice card that can be. Now
that captain's call looks a lot worse now, doesn't it?
I tell you what, though, that is such a good finisher card. I mean, I will say though, Sean, he's got a big turn coming up, but he's going to be starting to look to get some of these cards out of his banish zone. Otherwise, they are going to accrue very quickly and start dealing him some big amount of blood debt.
Yeah,
and he's still behind in life.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd expect to see probably this turn ending with, what is it? Maybe just that Rifted Torment, or maybe the Rift Bind stays there. I know his deck does have a number of Seeds of Agony, so he might be just trying to like slow roll that Rifted Torment.
Seeds of Agony, as you said,
Rift Bind
pitched.
waiting for the seeds coming.
But if this Rifted Torment if the arcane damage does resolve, then
he's got a Rip Through Reality.
That Rip Through Reality will have go again, and he's got a lot of cards in hand to be able to deal a lot of damage.
And tough spot here for Roy. It's like, what do you do? Do you use the Dreamweavers to prevent 1 here, to force the Invert Existence to be played to turn on the go again?
It is possible.
It is.
I mean, losing Dreamweavers is a big blow, especially when, but then against Chain, you might be thinking, you know what, it's better to actually utilize the defense mode of it rather than using its offensive capabilities.
He took the 1.
He took the 1, yeah. And looks like he's going to take another 1, defending for 3 there. Now, what has Sean got to follow up with? Okay, he's got 3 resources, and then he's playing, there it is, Rip Through Reality. 3 go again. Probably just get one of these heralds out of Roy's hand, and there you go. And blocking with a red herald, that always feels rough.
Now, what does he
follow up with? That's the key. Because I don't mind, leaving potentially a couple of blood debt cards in the banished zone, but you definitely don't want to stack them up too much.
I think he's just going to invert here to get the damage in and reduce that blood debt burden. And leave that Rift Bind just for these seeds that are going to be coming in the next couple of turns. Because he's still. And then he's going to end the turn with the card in Arsenal as well. This is a very strong position for Sean here.
And this is where we see, I think, to me, the power difference between a sealed chain deck and a draft chain deck.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, when you're able to get your pick.
No, he's happy to.
No, he's left the Inverted Insistence.
Interesting.
Right.
And a card in hand.
He's throwing his weapon out.
He's ended the turn with a card in hand.
You're going to need that.
Oh, they need to stop.
Oh,
they did catch it.
I think they just
Yeah,
caught it.
they
there
did.
we go.
There was a good
I
catch.
think we have
Well
a
done,
judge
Judge.
there.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, I think we have a judge there on call, which is
Good
great.
to see at the end of the day the judge is still picking up,
Yeah.
picking those up.
Yeah, what is
they've
it?
done
14 hours later, and they're still on the ball.
They're doing a great job.
Roy looks like Roy's asking for a count of Sean's deck there.
Yeah,
He's counting him up himself. This is the shows the kind of the high level thinking that's going on. Even though we're only halfway through the game, he's thinking, you know, how much of my deck do I have left to play with? Because their life totals are still relatively high, but the decks might
halfway
run
through
out.
the game, but this game has 2 turns left, mate.
Sean's effectively drawing 2 hands, right?
That is
like
pretty much,
at the moment. Four shackles, 4 cards.
And if you're Roy here, are you looking, you know, at your life total and thinking, right, I'm still on 14, potentially, you know, depending on what Sean's next turn looks like, he might be looking to just try and take some damage and try and swing the momentum back. Because I think it's vital when Sean is banishing a lot of cards, like we see there, 3 more blood debt cards banished. If you can get that tempo back and force them to start defending with cards in hand, then their final turns just aren't as powerful.
Yeah, that's a good point. This is an interesting set of cards. So we've got 1 Seeds in there.
Yeah, it looks like a yellow Seeds to me, and it looks like a red Void Wraith and a couple of blue Riftbinds in there. And of course, the Riftbinds, yes, they might be blue, but man, if you can get enough non-attack actions going, then they can quickly become reds.
Right.
And Sean again looking. I mean, this is where you really see the power of chain and draft. You've got he's got 5 cards in his banish zone. He's got 1 card in his arsenal, 4 cards in his hand to play with. It is almost like he's playing with like a 10-card hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
It almost seems unfair.
I'd be very curious to know what Sean ended his last turn with to not play out that invert existence. Like, obviously, he's got a quality card that went into his arsenal. Like, maybe the other card was a blue and he just wanted to... Because giving up that 2 damage, and he took a blood debt and it's going to cost him a resource point like this turn or next turn.
This is true. This is very true.
He doesn't have the chest any longer as well, so...
Maybe he's got some arcane damage matters cards that he wants to potentially try and enable, but we'll see. He could have also just forgotten. We never know.
I mean, maybe like he knows that he has the seeds coming.
Yeah, true.
So I feel like his deck can do arcane damage pretty well.
Yep, that is true.
Speaking of which, looks like we're leading out with the seeds.
Yellow seeds.
Of note, we haven't seen Soul Reaping banished.
We haven't. So
we could see a huge play here. I think
that is true. Yeah.
Obviously, the Soul Reaping's at its best when it has go again, and Prism can get rid of her soul at instant speed.
Yeah,
so
that's true. It's a good point to make.
That has caught a number of players off guard, where they just haven't fully thought through.
Yeah, it's a really interesting spot when you have Soul Reaping in your deck, where you sometimes let a Herald hit to allow Prism to get to 2 soul, so they actually just can't turn off the go again.
Okay, so he's taken that arcane damage from the seeds. The Riftbind's going to be coming in for 2, I think. Yeah. Only 1 non-attack action played before. So he's thinking about defending for 2 here.
I really don't like blue Riftbind. When I play chain, I don't play the blue weenie cards, the ghostly visits and the blue Riftbinds are not my cup of tea.
Yeah, that is fair
enough. I feel like they're a liability in spots like this.
They can definitely be. But here we get the red rip through reality coming in on the combat chain. So here we go. And yep, thank you very much. We're moving everything over so that you can see exactly what's happening. And this is coming in for 4, and it does have go again because that Seeds of Agony triggered on the Riftbind, and he took that point of arcane damage.
The kind of blue cards that I like when I'm playing chain are the Warmonger's Recitals, the Blue Minor Wisdoms, like even just like any blue, it doesn't really matter what.
Especially like a Seeds of Agony and things like that. Any non-attack action, right?
Yeah, just like any garbage blue generic, pound for pound, whatever. Like I'd rather have that on my deck than the blue. Void Wraiths and Ghostly Visits and Riftbinds. Like
stuff that's just going to get clunking up your banish zone and dealing you blood debt.
Yeah.
I like, especially as you mentioned, the Warmonger's Recitals and things like that. even a Howl from Beyond or something like that can be really good. Just those non-attack actions.
Well, the non-attack actions are premium.
Really premium, yeah.
Super good, but.
All right, looks like Roy is deciding whether he wants to defend with 1 or 2 cards here.
Same when I'm playing Levi, I'd just rather have any garbage blue generic that defends for 2 and pitches for 3 instead of like a Blood Deck card that's blue and doesn't have 6 power.
Yeah. That's true.
Largely, like there's some exceptions. Cards like the Dread Screamer blue, it's still a great card to have in your deck, but the blue, the Marauders or the blue Slaughter Beast, don't like it.
No,
not
fair
keen.
enough. Fair enough. Well, here we go. We are seeing what... I can't tell whether Roy is still deciding whether he's just defending with 1 card or whether... No, here we go. Sean is pitching. It looks like he pitched that. Is that Soul Reaping that we just saw? No, it's a Void Wraith. And he's playing another Void Wraith from his banished zone. And it's being another turn that he's, Roy has actually managed to fully block up, which is pretty impressive. I mean, he took one or 2 points there, but, he's dealing 1 or 2 points back, essentially, with the blood debt that's in Shunyan's back.
And again, he passes the turn with a resource floating and just doesn't invert here.
So interesting.
Like, that invert has done more damage to Sean than it's going to do
to Roy.
To Roy, like, what's he waiting to enable?
It's interesting,
Does he just have more rips that just have to get turned on?
Oh, no.
Wow.
That's
a terrible flop.
That is very upsetting. Obviously, that is not what you want to see as Sean Yang getting your Soul Reaping banished. And hey, I called it at the beginning of the game. That's why I passed it pack 1, because that's what always happens to me. But here, there is some goodies there though as well. You see a Rifted Torment, which yes, it's only a blue, but it can deal that all-important arcane damage. And then you've got that Piercing Shadow Vice, which when you have dealt arcane damage is coming in for 6.
Yeah.
Of course, they do cost 2 a piece. So
I'm calling this game now. This is Roy.
Really? Oh, okay.
I think so. Yeah.
Roy 100%.
I think when both players counted their decks about 2 turns ago, I think Roy really swapped into defense mode.
Didn't he?
It just was like, you know what? I'm just gonna play it out. I'm gonna block it out, and he's just gonna run out of gas.
Oh, nice. There's a red Seeds of Agony going into the
But
banish
is that
zone
rift
with the
bind
even
that's
fold.
in the banish zone? Is it a red or a blue? It's hard for me to see. I'm sorry.
I'm almost certain it's a blue, actually. I can't quite tell, but just because the pitch symbols are covered up. But I think I can tell from the pitch strip, it looks like a blue to me.
Yeah.
Which, as you know, I mean, we've heard you say, James, you don't like to play those versions, but yeah, depending on how many non-attack actions you can stack up, they can still be quite good.
We'll see.
It's
Sean,
a red Seeds.
Sean, he might pull this out and make me look silly.
I'm kind of rooting for him to do that now.
Impress us, Sean.
Oh, this is very nice.
Be quite a win if he can pull it out from here.
Now, this is an interesting spot here because that Seeds of Agony is on the Piercing Shadow Vice. He has the Dreamweavers. He could prevent that arcane damage, and that would then, or even if he made a Spectral Shield.
Yeah, it's that Spectral Shield.
It would essentially stop 3 damage because it would stop the Piercing Shadow Vice from doing it. However, then Roy could at instant speed play that Invert Existence, turning back on. I mean, we could see some very spicy plays coming up.
Yeah, we could. But that soul that Prism has, I think, is going to be key in this game.
Oh, absolutely. I think that Spectral Shield that can be made there. In fact, it looks like, yes, he's going for it. He's going to prevent. There we go. Boom. That arcane damage is not going to go through unless... It is exactly what I said. That's why he left it for so long. So he gets to play it at instant speed. He is going to turn on the Piercing Shadow Vice, and it is going to be coming in for 6. That's pretty nice there.
It is nice. I just don't know whether it's enough. If this was a rip through reality, it would have been a lot more exciting. But look, let's see how this plays out. Sean, he might have a plan here. He might be on another level.
This is true. Yeah.
Yep.
We'll see. But I believe the Soul Shackle was made, so this should have go again.
Yep.
So he's going to take that 2 arcane damage. And now the Piercing Shadow Vice is on. It is a 6 power attack. And boom, defended by 2 Heralds.
Yeah. The thing I think was interesting here is if Roy was just in the game plan of not losing, getting rid of that Dreamweavers would have been better than using up the soul there.
I think I agree with that. I don't think that he's going to get a chance to ever use that Dreamweavers offensively. I think I would have liked to see him pop it there for the Spell Void, but who knows?
I mean, the Rifted Torment is still there. Like, the Dreamweavers will soak up that 1 point of damage, I guess.
That's
but
true, yeah.
The flexibility of Spectral Shield preventing any kind of damage is significant.
Oh, and here we go. The Galaxy Blade for 3. Oh, and it can only be defended for 2. So
like
2
if
points
you
coming in.
like if you had a Spectral Shield in that spot.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. That is a very good point there, James.
Yeah.
Oh, he's still having to take 2 points of blood debt though.
Yeah.
So, but here
He's got all the momentum. All right, this is it.
He does. This
is it. What do you got for us?
Final turns. Ooh.
Oh, Yinti in his hand with no Aurus. That's not as good as it once was.
So we've got a Seeds, we've got a Bounding Demigon, we've got a Rifted Torment, a Void Wraith, and a Rift Bind. He's got a lot of stuff to play with, but I am very worried that he's not going to be able to defend it. Now, here's the interesting thing, though. Even though he's got no cards left in deck, it's unlikely he's going to die from Blood Dead this turn. He could be using the cards from his hand to pitch. It's possible he gets 2 turns still, even though he's got no cards left in his deck.
Absolutely. It's possible here that Roy actually runs out of deck and Sean
totally
actually just
possible.
like wins the game with a single card left in his deck that he pitches to attack with Galaxy Black, and Galaxy Black gets there over 3 turns.
Wouldn't that be crazy?
I've seen that game before.
Alrighty. Well, this is a pretty wild one. Let's see what Sean is going to follow up with. I mean, you do want to get some cards out of your Banish Zone because you want to minimize the amount of blood debt that you're taking. That Void Wraith is going to be looking reasonably nice. Yep, there it comes. Void Wraith for 5. Nice.
And we still have a mystery card on the arsenal from
now,
the Invert Existence turn last week.
Oh, Roy's looking like he's defending. He's wanting to defend. But I tell you what, if I'm in Roy's spot right here, I'd be very much thinking about potentially not defending. Because if you can't, you look at his deck. He's got 3 cards in his hand. You know that if he's going to be drawing back up to 4, but that's all the cards left in his deck.
Yeah.
So it looks like
this is interesting because I'm pretty sure that Roy's got Surging Militia in his arsenal as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice? Well, this is a War Tune Herald. It's a red. It's coming in for 7.
Well, that's huge. And is that a blue Yinti?
No, it's a yellow, I believe.
Yellow, yes, yeah.
That is a shame. Making the Spectral Shield off the back of this would have been hot.
Yeah, that would have been really nice. Mind you, he does have the Blood Drop Blockade.
Oh,
that's something to think about.
Yes.
So if it does hit,
if
it does hit, he could then pop that, make that Spectral Shield.
Absolutely, that is the play.
100%. And as Sean, you got to be thinking, I might have to take some damage here because he's just not going to have enough cards to defend with otherwise.
Yeah.
And he might be thinking, oh, I can get Roy with that Rifted Torment that's in my Banished Zone.
I really do like Sean's playstyle though of just not being scared to leave cards in your Banished Zone and just burn. You know, that very much has changed. Like he is from the Disciple of Pain. That is his backstory, and you know that's that.
Oh, it's all through the art.
That's how we play it out through the mechanics, right?
Yeah.
Like you leave cards in your Banished Zone intentionally and take some pain for the payoff.
You don't go venturing to alternate dimensions and binding your soul to demons from other galaxies without wanting to take a little bit of pain. You know? All right, he is defending with a little bit here. Now we're going to see if Roy is going to make the ultimate play.
Interesting.
Oh, it's going into the thing. Is he going to do it? No, it looks like he's...
I wonder if he just missed that.
He might have just missed it. It's
oh, wow.
It's a shame because it would have been so nice to see him just make that Spectral Shield because it could mean the difference here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was definitely a mistake. In this spot, you just want to be able to defend with all 4 of your cards here and not having to be pitching.
I feel like if this was round, 2 or 3 of the day, he probably would have picked that up.
Yeah,
but
we are on the last
9 round deep, and this has been a very drawn out game. So
I like the fact that he didn't, pop the Dreamweavers on that Fortune Herald either. It is tempting, obviously, but at this point, he's pretty much seen Sean's entire deck,
exactly.
and he knows that
has
there's not going to be any surprises in store for him. So,
hence
he can use that defensively. Yeah. All right, Sean really up against it here. He's got 5 points of damage to deal. 2 cards in hand, two cards in the banish zone.
As I said, I'm pretty sure that Arsenal card is a Surging Militia, which becomes really hard for Sean to defend
absolutely.
next turn.
If it is, then
if we get to next turn.
100%. Oh, wow. But mind you, that did not actually get turned on, did it? Because we didn't
yes, true.
We didn't have cards put in the banish zone. Yeah. It doesn't matter because it's only a blue Rifted Torment. So this is coming in for 3. A Rising Solar Tide blocks it. And he's just forced to draw back up. And I think this is going to be it. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Roy's going to just present the Fortune Herald. And Sean's not going to have enough to come back with. This is the game. He's being told by the judge, play your cards the right way around, mate. And thank you very much, because, yes, it can get a bit confusing for our viewers sometimes.
I feel like that may just be showing that he's been playing on webcam a little bit.
That is true.
That's what it tends
we
to go
have
on
been
webcam.
seeing these webcam tournaments. We do have the charity one, and there it is. There's the hand.
Yeah.
Well done.
Wow, what a game to end on.
Roy does flip that.
That
I was sure that was a Surging Militia.
Wow.
But, wow, that was... Yeah, that turn where they both counted out their deck, and you saw the difference in Roy's demeanour. He went to that defensive route, and I think that really... I mean, it paid off for him in the end, but it was a bit dicey those last couple of turns.
Yeah, it was. Well, what a game to end on. That's all we have for you today, but... we are getting I'm getting a message from my stream manager here. He's telling me to wait.
He's saying,
what are we saying, Games?
Now over. Congratulations.
What? Anyway.
So that was the message that we wanted to send out to the stream. We wanted to congratulate Kieran Carnegie from Wellington. He is our one and only undefeated 9-0 player from today.
Oh, wow.
He didn't even have a Kano to do it with.
I know, that's amazing.
Next best thing. Kano players seem to be migrating over to Prism. So that's what he was on all day today. Prism and Seal Deck, Prism and our first draft pod, and
fantastic.
he's run the field.
So
he beat the unbeatable Matt Rogers, because I saw them playing. Wow, that's we're going to have to get him on the stream tomorrow in another feature match. Well, hey, thank you very much for staying with us. We know it's very late in some parts of the world. Tune back in tomorrow. We're going to be going live from 9 a.m. New Zealand time, and we're going to have more draft action with you with the second draft pod, and then we're coming to you with the top 8. I've been Callum Gittins, this is Ian Kennedy and James White here, signing off for today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, folks.